Expected to continue, perhaps tapering off throughout the afternoon. Track listed as wet fast with about 9 minutes to post. So the first of 12 races from a very soggy, chilly infield here at Oaklawn Park. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This meet started way back on the 8th of December. Every season, we circle certain dates on the Oaklawn racing calendar, like when's the Arkansas Derby, when's the Apple Blossom. Those events are behind us and did not disappoint. Today, it's the boys' turn in the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, Oaklawn's most prestigious race for older horses, and it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. Here's the field. Deep, competitive, 11 strong, no defections, mile and an eighth. Number 10, Skippy Longstocking, tepid, morning line favorite at 3-1. So I welcome in my co-host, multiple Grade 1 winning jockey, Rajiv Mirage. Rajiv, let's start big picture, this Oaklawn Handicap. What makes this such an important, significant horse race?
Well, it's an important horse race because of the $1.2 million purse. It could be a big payday. It will be a big payday for someone, the winner. And also, a horse that wins this race is now considered a contender in the most lucrative division in horse racing, the older handicap division. So someone in this race will be trying to put themselves amongst the top handicap horses. Yeah,
wide open edition of the Oaklawn Handicap. We start with the favorite in Skippy Longstocking. He has that catchy name, purchased for $37,000, now a millionaire. Raj, his most recent effort, this easy win in the Challenger Stakes, Tampa Bay Derby Day at Tampa Bay Downs. What makes him the Oaklawn Handicap favorite?
Well, what makes him the favorite in this race is he has the highest Beyer speed figure of any horse in today's race. He's the only horse that has run 106 Beyer speed figure, and he's done multiple triple-digit Beyer speed figures. However, his last race was a bounce back from his poorest performance, where he was pretty much eased in the Pegasus World Cup.
Perfect segue. For more on the story with Skippy Longstocking, we check in with Maggie Wolfendale, standing by live where Skippy Longstocking is stabled. Good afternoon, Maggie. Hope you stay dry, not likely, and hope you don't get mauled this afternoon. You look like you're doing okay so far.
I've got a mic hog here. I think as long as I share the mic, Skippy will be happy and hopefully not biting me. He's just going to bite the mic flag. But in talking and reading the reports from trainer Saffie Joseph after that disappointment in the Pegasus World Cup, they said that came down to him just being overheated, and therefore they decided to send him that day, and he wasn't able to get in his rhythm. And it's so important for a horse to be able to find that stride and find their breath. Well, he made amends in the Challenger, taking back-to-back editions of that race. The only thing with Skippy Longstockings is this is his 13th racetrack, and he is a countrywide traveler. He certainly takes his show on the road wherever he goes. And if connections did a rain dance, it definitely worked today, as he is 2 for 2 over a wet surface. But the only thing about Skippy is that he hasn't been able to pair wins back-to-back successfully in his career. We'll see if he can do that today in this Oaklawn Handicap. Guys?
How do you not keep your eyes on him? How do you know he's not going to savage you? You've got your head turned. He's like right there, looking like he's ready to attack.
He did. I think he's hungry. And Saffie Joseph's assistant was Sean in here. He's trying to assuage the biting with the peppermint, and I think he's getting angry about it. So I'm going to get out of his way.
Look at that. Get somebody, like, protect her. She's going to get savage. We kind of need her for the rest of the broadcast. We're going to be here for like 11 hours and 37 races at Oaklawn Park. They are on the track for the first race, 5 minutes out. Skippy Longstocking, though, look, if things don't work out, the Nomad, should he lose today, it won't be because he's homesick. He has traveled a lot. As Maggie mentioned, the last 15 races, 12 different tracks. Now, Skippy's Hot Springs debut and the Oaklawn Handicap. As we say hello to Paul LaDuca. Paul, this is not Steve Asmussen's Oaklawn debut. The track's all-time leading trainer, and on the brink of perhaps breaking, shattering more records this meet at Oaklawn.
Yeah, it's true, Lafitte. He already has enough records right in his pocket. It's almost like when you Look at the back of Bill Belichick. He has all those trophies in the back of him. If you had to go to the trophy case of Steve Asmussen, I'm sure he's got plenty of trophies. And the one he's going for is the most wins ever in a meet here at Oaklawn Park. When he's sitting at 64 and he's chasing Cole Norman at 71. But, you know, his career stats here at Oaklawn are kind of staggering if you kind of think about it. But here, you know, he's got 940 career wins, 112 stakes wins, 12 titles, 64 of these meet. He's 7 behind. Now he's got 6 horses entered in today's card. 2 of them in one race in Red Route 1 and Magic Tap, obviously, in the Oaklawn Handicap. And Red Route 1 has turned into a different horse, right? He was the kind of horse that was maybe a suck-up horse. And when we talk about a suck-up horse, it's a horse that maybe just ran up for second or third. He's now starting to finish his races with more authority. I think he's getting a little bit older in age, getting a little bit more seasoning. Joel Rosario fits him perfectly, a horse that can sit back and make one run. Now with the rain that we've had today, he is only 1 for 5 over a wet surface, but he's bred all day to run over it, being out of gun runner. Now Magic Tap going to be ridden by his son Keith Asmussen, who's having a monster year. I don't know if you don't realize he's in the top 10 when it comes to earnings, so he's going to try to add earnings to his list is Keith. And, you know, Magic Tap ran a good second to Octane, behind First Mission and Warren Campaign and Time for Trouble. Those 2 horses that ran second and third are going to be at Keeneland in the Ben Ali today. So the Big Cray has a big shot for Steve Asmussen, and Steve trying to have another milestone. And Lafitte, if I was a weatherman, my name would be Paul Lunier Lightning Loduca. I would say it's going to start raining till about 2:30. So my cameraman and I are going to get out here to save the equipment and then probably come out here when the rain stops.
Yeah, AM or PM, man. Kind of matters. AM or PM?
PM, by far.
Okay, feel much better about it. Paul, what did he say? Lunier, Lightning, Laduca?
Yes.
That sound about right? All right, so he's saying it's going to stop at 2 o'clock. What I'm wondering is how Steve Asmussen, at this point, like, how does he keep track of his own records, as many as he holds, like, all over North America?
Well, there's one thing about Steve Asmussen. He is a passionate horseman. I mean, he loves what he does. The guy has been doing this for so many years, and he comes out every day and works hard. So when you see people like that, you know deep down, these are the things that he's working for. And I'm sure in the back of his head, these milestones are things that he appreciates and he keeps track of.
Running a pair in today's Oaklawn Handicap would be a second Oaklawn Handicap victory for North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Not sure if you can hear that thunder crackling overhead. You'll see all 12 races from Oaklawn races 9, 10, and 11. The highlights: Bathhouse Row, Valley of the Vapors, and Oaklawn Handicap. And at Aqueduct, first of 9 in about 15 minutes. Saturday feature, race 8, Danger's Hour, on grass. So much great racing to watch, that much more exciting to watch and wager. Sign up today at Naira Bets, and when you do so, use that promo code Derby25, just 2 weeks out. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NairaBets.com for your $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Let's get to the live racing, shall we? Arkansas bred $12,500 claimers, restricted non-winners to lifetime filly and mare sprinters. As mentioned, a wet, fast track and an even money favorite in the form of Dowdy. Betty Joe is for 3. Dowdy, who is the favorite. Raj, did you have an opinion going into this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty wide open race. My biggest opinion in this race is it really lacks some early speed. And I was looking for a horse in here that could potentially be close, if not on the lead. And probably looking for a price, because the favorite, Dottie, deserving favorite based on past races. However, her last race, she was vanned off, pulled up. That was our second race off an extended layoff. That makes me understand that this filly, while she has potential, she has her fair share of issues. If the A version of Dottie shows up, everyone else is running for second. If it doesn't, the one that I like to capitalize on it is a number 2, That Dares Right. Like I mentioned before, looking for something with some speed. This filly showed good speed 2 back. Last time had a bad start. Ramsey Zimmerman will be hoping to get her off to a good start, get her in position early, and I think this could be the one that capitalizes on this.
She's 8-1. Polly, Gold Strategy at 7-2. Let's get this thing started right. How do you see things unfolding?
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I lied to you. I'm going to do the first hit outside in the rain. But when I look at this race, here, Dottie, okay, we got to put this in context now. Not many racing dates left here in Arkansas. Not many Arkansas-bred races. So the 7 might be dropping here because, listen, they don't want to wait till next year. Randy Patterson, very aggressive, along with Randy Morrison here. Obviously, this is something went amiss. You don't want to drop down to 12.5, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a ton of people in for the shake to claim this horse. So if you have $12,500 in your bank account, about 45 minutes ago, you could have bought the 7 horse, and I think he's going to be, or she's going to be, extra dangerous. I went to the 1. I know gate problems have been her issue, but the last 2 she's been better with blinkers on, and at least she was close enough to Dowdy that at 7-2, I'll take that shot. I thought this race was 1-7. I do think the 9 could be sneaky speed on the outside.
Gold Strategy standing quietly for the most part. We'll see how she breaks. All set. First of 12 on Oaklawn Handicap. Saturday, it's post time. Here's Matt Dinneman.
We're ready to go. That there is right. Number 2 is the one who is really restless in there, and we're going to have a delay here. And now we've got another one acting up. So stand by. There's going to be a delay here, folks.
That jockey is hurt. He is hurt. Ramsey Zimmerman.
All right, so a scary scene here. We saw Dat Rare's right acting up in the starting gate. Ramsey Zimmerman, the jockey in the blue and white, being tended to, and looks like he's visibly shaken up. The 6 acting up as well. Raja, what did you notice? What set this off?
Oh, I noticed a scary situation where Dat Deer's right reared up and fell backwards in the gate and trapped Ramsey Zimmerman between her body and the gate, which is the one place that you never want to be stuck with a horse that is thrashing in the gate. And I mean, the gate handlers did their best job. You could see them pull Ramsey out, but it could have been serious injury there.
Okay, we hope that everything is okay with all horses and riders. A delay before this first race. So we'll welcome in Andy Serling, Paul Vitarosa from New York at Aqueduct. Guys, we'll get racing very shortly here at Oaklawn Park, and we know we're getting closer to the first hit. Aqueduct this afternoon, and great to see and look forward to grass racing once again in New York.
It's a great day with the Mets being the Dodgers in the opening game yesterday. Lafitte, I know you're happy about that, and Paul and I are happy about it as well, and we are excited to see grass racing returning. But an interesting first race, and you look at this entry for Chad Brown, and Treaty Obligation, the reason they were probably even money first out, but he scratched, and yet his entry made a first-time starter. A half to Tuscan Gold, who was 3rd in the recent Louisiana Derby. He's the 6-5 favorite right now, as we're going to get a post-braid in just a few moments.
Yeah, I think this is a competitive race. More than the 6-5 says, you can go about 3 different ways in here with horses that you're choosing to what you like. It's interesting to see this half of the entry stay in, as you said, and Chad does have good numbers with first-time starters such as that. So
yeah, I think this one has some speed. I had talked to Chad Brown a little bit. He says he's a very different horse than Tuscan Gold, but hopefully has a lot of talent. And this one goes out with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, $200,000 purchase, and into Mischief hits with 15% of first-time starters.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Number 2 in this race, Light the Way, cutting back a little distance. A new gelding, Michelle Nevin and Romero Mirage, the better Mirage.
Yeah, I think that this horse is going to appreciate going shorter for sure.
Aaliyah, one of the bigger prices in here, but not uncompetitive for Jimmy Ryerson.
No, not bad. Speed and Fade 2 back and stayed on for second last time, taking on some older horses
Half to White a Barrio, though apparently he doesn't know it.
Yeah.
Cage match for Rick Dutrow and Jose Gomez.
I thought ran good enough in that debut, so Gamely held second in there against a good horse in Magic Express.
And a Wayne Potts firster with Dylan Davis. A Mano rounds it out.
Yeah, 14% first-time starters for Munnings, who was a favorite of mine.
He does not round it out. I apologize. A firster for Cleveland Johnson with Elijah Greenidge.
The works here don't say too much. It seems like more of a turf pedigree, doesn't it?
I think the board is saying a lot right now at 32-1 as they're heading towards the gate, and be interesting to see what happens today. But I agree with what you said. I mean, listen, maybe the 1A can really run, but he better be able to run. Because, and we'll get more from the MIG, but both Cage Match and Light the Way have run respectable races, Richie.
They really have, and experience gives them, I think, a little bit of an edge. A horse can train properly, Andy, as we all know, and then it's a whole different set of circumstances. They're breaking from the gate with more horses, not working with riders to develop them in the morning, working against each other. I thought the two Light the Way looked exceptional today. And this is a horse, out of that mare By the Light, who's just been a prolific producer. And I like him turning back. He seems to run 2 races, then have a little break, come back, run another race. I think he's looks the best I've ever seen him look today. I'm going to put him on top, this son of Justify, on the turn back. The 1A, Contrary Thinking, looks fantastic, as you expect a Chad Brown runner to look. And you really see the Into Mischief influence there. He's obviously taking all the money, so he's been dazzling people in their morning trials. Cage Match, a great first run, got a nice figure. Chestnut with a lot of white chrome on him. I mean, he's just, he almost looks like a paint. White legs, really white face on him. And, obviously it was a really good effort first time. The 6, Mano a Mano, you really see the Munnings influence here. Another one, Chestnut with a lot of white chrome. And I think he'll be quick. I don't know that he's, that he's going to be there at the finish, but I think he'll be there early, guys. But I'm all about the 2. Light the Way, Lafitte.
Richie will see that opener at Aqueduct. Delay before the opener at Oaklawn. Ready to reload. A late scratch. Dat Dares Right is out. Ramsey Zimmerman looked shaken up but trying to walk it off. Any update on his condition? We'll pass that along. So, again, the only change, Dat Dares Right, number 2, is out. Final check of the tote board. Dowdy, odds on it 4-5. Hopefully a load and a start without incident. We'll try it again. Post time for the first of 12 on Oaklawn Handicap Saturday from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
Just up in the red, white, and blue. Sassy Lass is in. Predicting goes in 2. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park on Oaklawn Handicap Day, and Gold Strategy dwelt a bit and then ducked inward. She is well behind after that beginning. The favorite, Doty, Waste No Time, is on the lead today. Kitiara on the inside, moving up to come and challenge that front runner down the back stretch. These two get acquainted, and they put a length and a half on Sassy Lass, sets up shop in the 3rd spot. Coro Mandel right off of her, a gap of 2 to Predicting, passing Be My Huckleberry, and Gold Strategy well out of it after that bad beginning. She's made up some lengths here. She's about 10 from the top as they go into the far turn. Match Race on the lead. Kitiara inside. Doty is outside. There's stride for stride. Doty with a head lead on Kitiara to the inside. 2.5 back to Sassy Lass, sent along from that position in 3rd. Coro Mandel backpedaling in the wrong direction. She's called it a day. Predicting takes 4th. She's 5 behind as they come to the top of the lane. Doty off the turn with Kitiara right there battling with her. Sassy Lass 3rd, still in with a shot. Furlong to go. Doty puts away Kitiara. Sassy Lass, the only danger to the favorite Doty, who hits the 16th pole in front. Sassy Lass trying to wear down Doty. Sassy Lass lunging late. It's going to be tight. Doty held on. Doty over Sassy Lass. Kitiara 3rd. Gold Strategy 4th.
Very interesting late, and as strong as she is on the gallop out, Sassy Lass, Dowdy able to hold on in desperate fashion at 4-5 in the opener.
Well, what a perfect trip Doty had. The race complexion changed drastically when Gold Strategy made a left-hand turn coming out of the gate. Doty was able to just sit the perfect trip right off the speed and get the first jump on the late closing Sassy Lass, who tried but just couldn't quite get there.
7-8, the favorite holds on. Doty here at Oaklawn, back to New York. Andy, and last I checked, I thought you were a Baltimore Orioles fan, you front runner.
Well, you know why I was a Baltimore Orioles fan, and you know why my allegiance may not be with them anymore. However, the allegiance of the public right now has gone to Cage Match, the 5, with experience. Right now, a slight favorite, Paul, over the 1A, contrary thinking.
I like this horse in here today, just simply getting second time out. I thought that debut was good enough in there. Ended up angling over to the rail. Did gamely hold second. Magic Express ran well in that race. Came back to run an 83 buyer, finishing fourth. Last place horse out of that race, too. Ran in a maiden claimer at Laurel. Came back and won. I think the experience will help this horse, and maybe this horse will just sit a little bit off some pace.
Did win, but ran 6 buyer points slower, so it does make you wonder if that figure, the 3 horses that ran back, all did run a few points less. So it does make me wonder a little bit. We'll see what happens in the first as they're heading in. Can see any case for the 1, 2, and 5. The others, big prices. Perhaps we'll have an upset. We did see some on yesterday's card. The action gets underway with the first. Chris Griffin has the call.
Mano y mano and Discreet B&B. Discreet B&B goes in. All set. And they're off. Light the Way breaks with early speed. So does Cage Match. Hard sent towards the outside. They're a clear 1-2. Alea is just off of them in third. And Contrary Thinking, a little tough to handle here in the early stages. Trying to get balance there as Javier Castellano now does. Is tipped towards the outside into the 2 path. Is stalking from fourth. The 2 at the back. That's Mano y Mano with Discreet B&B. They get set to approach 4 furlongs left to go, and to the inside, it's Light the Way. Romero Mirage, they're in front. They're up by a half length. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Cage Match is right there with every shot. At 7-5, here's Cage Match just looming up on the outside. Contrary Thinking is starting to put together the rally as well. Is going to be 3 wide. At the rail, that's Alea is holding on to that 3rd and 4th position. They're battling on as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. They're still chasing Light the Way. Light the Way, but now Contrary Thinking, a little green, lugging in, but Contrary Thinking is strutting his stuff, and here comes Contrary Thinking now straightening up, and there's the talent inside the final furlong. It's Contrary Thinking just learning the game here, approaching the 16th pole. Contrary Thinking just toying with them, tough to handle, but a decent debut. Contrary Thinking wins it. Light the Way is in a photo there with Cage Match and Alea in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Well, Contrary Thinking, the first-time star, didn't break that sharply, and a little hard to handle there for Javier Castellano, who seemed to be just holding on in the late stages, but gets it done.
Yeah, and you know something, when you watch this race, at first you were like, wow, he's in a lot of trouble, but Javier just bided his time, got him out off the rail, and got him out into the 2 path, and sat behind what was an aggressive Light the Way with Romero Mirage on the cutback, and Cage Match just lined up right outside. It got a nice 3 wide, 4 wide trip, came up and wanted to get to lugging in pretty bad here. But the one thing that was really good here is Javier being Javier, just kind of let him, once he got to the front, just kind of relaxed on him and just let him finish up on his way because he was hard to ride.
I don't think he was relaxing on him as much as he was concerned the horse was lugging in badly.
So, but it was a nice ride to the wire. Listen, he'll be better for this effort for sure with experience underneath his belt.
As long as he doesn't jump over the rail, he's going to be just fine here. But, I mean, there are a lot of things to like about that debut, but obviously he is a horse that's a little bit green running first time and lugging in, but he does get it done in a fast 110.10 in the first race. A lot more to come here and a lot more happening down at Oaklawn Park.
Off and running at Aqueduct and here in Hot Springs. Dowdy the favorite. Rafael Bejarano entering the winner's circle. A few more jumps. Raj and Sassy last gets there, but Dowdy just able to hold on late.
Yeah, Dowdy capitalized on what we talked about. Not much early pace. Bejarano took the initiative, put him right in the game. Put her right in the game, and that was where the race was won. If there was a bit more of a pace and early on, maybe that would have made a difference for Sassy Lass to catch him, but today was the day for Dottie. And I think it's very important to take a look at the track, because usually when this track gets wet, it gets faster. And sometimes that's a shift to where it starts benefiting the horses that are closer to the pace.
As a rider, let's say you're riding in the 3 stakes races a little bit later on this afternoon. In these early races, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for trends. I'm looking to see any trends that I can pick up and see, if there is any biases. You can't really determine too much based on one race and a favorite winning, but you start to put things together. Good idea of what's going on out there.
1 down, 11 left. Just getting started with our Oaklawn Handicap Saturday coverage in Hot. Still to come, you'll meet the 2022 Oaklawn Handicap winner, Last Samurai. Just missed in his title defense a season ago. Back for another run at Oaklawn Handicap glory. A long shot this time, but propelled by the strength of a family legacy. And the jockey who rode Last Samurai last year, Christian Torres, a different assignment this time. He'll pilot Instant Coffee. Today, Oaklawn's leading rider, seeking the biggest win of his young career. And the jockey from the coast, Juan Hernandez, in from California once again, took down the Arkansas Derby with Muth, the Apple Blossom with Adair Manor, now looking to sweep Oaklawn's Big Three aboard Reincarnate. Those stories and much more leading up to the 78th running of the Oaklawn Handicap.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and do it that quickly through NyraBets. We had an inquiry that I think we all agreed was taking a lot longer than it should have taken, and my advice to Jose Gomez, who claimed foul in the third-place finish, if you're going to try to pretend you got fouled, you got to talk to our main man, the MIG, because the MIG was one of the great actors. He could have won an Oscar. If they gave out Oscars at the Eclipses for acting on pretend fouls, the MIG would have been a front runner.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to go the Paco Lopez route, too. Because
nobody acted like my man, the MIG.
Yeah, okay, because I'm going to say, Paco gets best supporting actor then in that
role. The MIG was a true pro.
Yeah, this took way too long.
He could fool any steward.
Yeah, this took way too long.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the 1A was lugging in. I think Javier Castellanos deserves an enormous amount of credit for managing to keep this horse without causing any trouble. And as you see, this is what Jose Gomez would complain about, but there's never a point at all where he hesitates at all.
Right. Right, and Javier never stopped riding. As a matter of fact, he looked over to make sure
he started riding, but
yeah, that's true too. But he made sure that he was actually clear when that happened, looking over. So yeah, I don't know what took so long, but the correct result stood.
Yes, absolutely, and it's the right decision. A lot more to come, but contrary thinking, a very promising first-time starter for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. And nice to see Javier Castellano on those Klarovich silks again. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to learn a little bit more about the storied history of the Horton family in horse racing.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Hot Springs National Park. And here in Hot Springs, not quite as nice today as you saw in those images. The rain continues to fall, but the show does continue with all eyes on the Oaklawn Handicap race number 11. Not among the favorites, Last Samurai, but perhaps a sentimental favorite. You see, he won this race back in 2022, and when he did, his owner, Willis Horton, was here. Sadly, Willis passed away just months later, and now it's his son, Kevin, carrying on this family racing tradition.
Well, at an early age, he was, a cowboy, and I think that started the love of horses for him and my mother and Dad and one of his brothers. One year didn't miss a race. They went every day, got up early and took care of their chores and made it down there for the first race and then come back home. That's the thing about horse racing. I mean, it gets in your blood, and it got in his, and he's been, just passionate about it his whole life. It was a long time later before they got a horse in the stakes.
Lemons Forever winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
Lemons Forever won, I think it was like 40-1. I guess anybody would think they made it if you won the Kentucky Oaks. So he started getting a little bit better horses, which I can't ever remember missing a sale. He would get the books, I don't know, probably a month before the sale, and then we'd go to the sale in Keeneland, in which he'd have all these pages turned down. I mean, it'd just be, and man, we'd spend so much time, and it's always hot. 2012, got Will Take Charge.
Will Take Charge running a giant one on the outside. Lucas 1-2. Will Take Charge gets up.
It just took him a while to grow up until he got it all put together.
Will Take Charge is surging, and it's a photo finish. It's too close to call.
And the winner is Will Take Charge.
He put on a speech at the Eclipse Award that, just his joy caused him to nearly dance across the stage.
They say that a poor old country hick from the hillbillies of Arkansas can never accomplish anything. But ladies and gentlemen, we accomplished something. And we are very, very proud.
There's not many times that, you can see somebody's dream come true. Somebody has a dream and then watch it come true. His health started failing him. Knew something was gonna have to change, and it's probably 5 years ago told me, he said, got a sale in Florida. He said, I think you need to go. And he said, I can't go. We was looking for a 2-turn horse, and this here was a 2-turn horse, and just checked all the boxes.
Look at Last Samurai sprint clear in the Oaklawn Handicap. Last Samurai is first.
He always wanted to pass it down to me. He knew that I could do it. You got to have a lot of luck, and thank God, we've had some luck, and we've been very fortunate, and I just hope the dream, can carry on, and I can do my father proud.
Love that last image. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to understand why Willis Horton was so popular. Raj, and should Last Samurai pull this thing off, that is going to be one emotional scene, not just for the Horton family, but just the fans here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, he's almost like a hometown hero, this Last Samurai, with the rooted connections to Arkansas, and very easy people to root for. What I love about this story is sometimes you see people in horse racing for generations, and then the new generation comes and they're not really interested and they pass it off. And to see Kevin, his son, take the baton from him and continue on the legacy of the Horton racing, I think it's truly amazing, and hopefully that's for generations to come.
It's a great point you make, and look forward to seeing that tradition continue, those white Horton colors, and we'll see today Last Samurai, and he just missed in his title defense. We'll see what he does in his third tour of Oaklawn Handicap duty a little bit later on this evening at Oaklawn Park. Horses are in the paddock, 9 minutes out. We'll step aside. Of course, the Oaklawn Handicap is one of the major graded stake races on dirt that has eluded Bob Baffert. Maybe that changes this afternoon as he looks for the Big 3 Oaklawn sweep. All depends on what Reincarnate does this afternoon. Much more on the Oaklawn Handicap and the second race post-time 8 minutes. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Here on Fox Sports 2, horses on the track as the rain continues to fall. Track still listed as wet fast. Starter allowance, a mile. They're running to that first wire. These are older horses. Field updated odds had an odds-on favorite strike in the opener. Poulter now 4-5 with about 6 minutes to go. They'll make the turn. We'll kick off the post parade there. Nipol up, owned by the Chicken Fried Racing LLC.
Yeah, second at this level 2 back. This deep closer will be hoping for a hot pace up front.
Fightertown overlay.
Yeah, it's a 6-length win last time for condition claimers. Steps up to the starter allowance ranks today.
Our Doc struggling of late.
Yeah, been struggling. A horse that doesn't have much early speed will also be hoping for a bit of a pace collapse.
Poulter, 3-time winner on a wet track.
Much deserving favorite here. Cutting back in distance. Win 2 back at this level convincingly.
Golden Bandit, last seen last September in a Grade 2 on grass at Kentucky Downs. Welcome back. And then Man on the Moon, claimed from Brett Calhoun by Tom Vance.
Yeah, didn't show much in his last 2 races, but he stumbled bad and ranked the 2 starts back.
WW crazy, head on a swivel, claimed 3 times this meet.
Yeah, 5th place finish going a longer distance today. Cuts back to the flat mile.
Cool memory. Welcome to Hot Springs, Jose Ortiz.
Florida Invader coming off a win at Conditions Claimers, but posts a big bullet workout, 47-4 at Palm Meadows, which is notoriously a slow track for workouts.
He winters in Florida, yes?
Winter in
Who's
Florida.
Who's colder right now, you or Jose?
I am.
You have the bigger jacket on. You can layer up.
Well, Jose's been sitting in the jockey's room for all morning, and he comes out for 10 minutes. We're sitting out here for hours.
We get off the air at like 10:30 tonight. Don't worry about it. You'll get used to it.
Central
You're going to be just
or
fine.
Eastern
You're going
time?
to be just fine. Pacific. That's the field. 4 minutes out, race 2. Circling back to Poulterer, and there he is. 2 starts back. Let's. Similar company that was in the slop as well. Poulterer, like forcing the issue throughout and strong turning for home, Raj.
Yeah, we talk about this flat mile, short wire, short stretch. This horse has raced at this distance and won the last 2 times he has. And like you say, he has a lot of speed that puts him right in the race, which is a good weapon to have. And he just keeps on going through the stretch.
Trustworthy at even money, you think?
Usually I'm always trying to find horses to beat these even money shots.
But is this the one you'd like to ride? If you could ride one.
This one I would surely pick to ride him. He is a very likely winner of this race.
All right, 3 minutes out for today's forecast. As the rain continues to fall, let's go to our friends at Fox Weather.
Hello, race fans. This is your Fox Weather Risk of Impact report for America's Day at the Races. I'm Haley Meyer, and we're inching closer to the Derby, and we have a big race at Oaklawn today, the Oaklawn Handicap at 6:52 p.m. Eastern. Let's go ahead and check out that forecast for you. Mostly cloudy skies for some folks maybe heading out towards the park. Then we'll start to see some rain showers come in across Hot Springs, Arkansas. For race time, though, mostly cloudy conditions. Then as folks make their way away from the track, then we'll start to see the rain build back in. We also have the first turf stakes race of the year in New York. The Dangers Hour Stakes is running at Aqueduct Racetrack at 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time. Here's a look at that forecast over in Queens, New York. There will be some rain in the morning for any people maybe making their way out towards Queens, but for race time, pretty beautiful conditions. Partly cloudy skies, temperatures in the low 60s. Couldn't ask for a better race forecast. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, check us out at foxweather.tv. We're always on, always free.
Haley, thanks so much. Really looking forward to and fingers crossed for those beautiful conditions come race time this evening. And that's something to pay attention to, Raj, is how much it rains throughout the course of the afternoon, because like a Churchill Downs here at Oaklawn, the drainage, as effective as it is and how fast this track will dry out if it stops raining, which it hasn't, like at all.
Yeah, and at Win Wagering asked me on Twitter this morning, are we on the turf at Oaklawn? And my answer to that is, if we had
did you say
turf,
our set is?
If we had turf, we would not be on the turf today, that's for sure, because this rain has been continuous for the past few hours. But, you know, one of the things is, like we said, we have to keep an eye on how does this affect the track? How does this affect the trends today?
Your social media game is getting strong and tight, man.
Just
good stuff.
Hashtag Ask Rajiv.
Ask Rajiv. Hashtag Ask Rajiv. Andy, though, we do have turf racing in New York in 2 of 3 scheduled races.
We do. Looking forward to it. It's a beautiful day, actually. Turned into a really lovely afternoon, nice weather. And Raj, you have no idea what it's like to be outside and cold. If you think you're cold now, you don't know what that third floor set at Belmont was like. But they're on the track for race number 2, where Army of Thoughts is the current 8-5 favorite, but probably going to be the second choice by post time behind the 5 Ghostly Girl. But there is Army of Thoughts with Lane Luzzy riding for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, I just feel like she's a little exposed now after that 16-1 you got on her last time. She's had a couple of clear leads and blew them in the last few starts.
She is the speed, though, on paper at least. The 2 proper grammar, 1 for 25, John Pregman.
Cuts back and only win on the grass.
Linda Rice, a 3-year-old, been facing only 3-year-olds, Love Like Crazy with Jose Lezcano.
Should have a target to go out with Army of Thoughts. We'll probably have to get a little faster, but I like her today.
Could have a lot of targets throughout the running of the races. Quite a few of these might be in that situation. Chassis, who finished 3rd behind Army of Thoughts last time. Lou Rivera riding for Dave Dunk.
Cuts back, and we'll see this time if she's not hustled. She was under a ride from the start last time.
And now the favorite is, like we said, Ghostly Girl. She went by at 7-5 for John Toscano. Keep it sexy.
What I love to do all the time. So set a nice trip off of Pergova last time out. And re-engaged, too, when Jayla came up. Held off the late run of Hot Candy.
And the 7 is Rosemary Potatoes, who we may see in the turf next time, going out for Marcelo Arenas.
Yeah, I guess the question you have with her is she will be able to keep the 1 a little bit of company in here to help set things up.
I don't think she's fast enough to go with that. I do agree with you. She's the 1 horse that potentially could press her a little bit. The 5 Ghostly Girl, who I like a little bit more than you, my feeling is poor ride last time out. Not totally Castillo's fault, but got in some trouble there. Poor might be being a little bit unfair, and just getting some massive class relief.
Yeah, for sure. And, she's faced better fields. She's handy enough to stay close early in here. She's had her chances being 1 for 22, but a few times she's been a victim of circumstance, too. And last time out, too, I don't think, like you said, poor was the right word to use. It was just more like she just ran into a little bit of trouble in there. But I'll tell you one thing, though. If you don't like the 1 and you're not sure about the 3, I mean, she is probably the logical winner here.
Speaking of victims of circumstance, let's head back to Oaklawn.
All right, guys, thanks so much. At the gate, back just in time for the second at Oaklawn. Any final thoughts, Raj?
I think Francisco Arrieta, he must come out aggressive here. He has the best horse. The start is the most crucial point. Get in that early position so that you're coming off that final turn in striking range in the short stretch.
Post time, all set for the second, live from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
Oaklawn. Track wet fast, start of the early pick 4. We're ready to go. And Leroff, Cool Memory, drifted out right at the start and is rushed out to get forward position in the early part. Has the lead from Poulterer and Fighter Town down on the inside. Golden Bandit in the 4th position as the top 3 line up going into the turn. Ardoc sets up shop down on the inside in the 4th position around the clubhouse turn. Man on the Moon is next with WW Crazy, and Nepal Up is at the back of the pack. 9 lengths off the leader. Fighter Town from the inside. Aggressive. Strides out. 3/4 of a length ahead. Now it's about a half length. Poulter on the outside, second. Ardoc third. Now a joint second, moving forward on the rail, and the rails open up for him to come and challenge Fighter Town, who just let it out a notch. Fighter Town leads a half length from Ardoc, who made that early bid to come and challenge the front runner. Now a neck off down the back stretch. Poulter settled down in the 3rd position, and a good gallop placed well today by Francisco Arrieta. Then Cool Memory, Man on the Moon, they're side by side. They're a length better of Golden Bandit and WW Crazy. Nepal Up at the back. They start to tighten up, though. 5 lengths, now 6 from top to bottom as they go into the far turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Ardoc, the leader, 3/4 of a length now. Fighter Town right up alongside, and here comes Poulter with his move, and Poulter goes to the front. The big favorite takes the lead approaching the top of the lane, and he's in command. Top of the stretch, and Poulter opens up the lead to a length and a half now, too. Ardoc weakens, had to steady one in tight, but he's dropping out anyway. Poulter, furlong to go with a 2-length lead. Fighter Town in the 2nd spot. The rest are battling for the minor spoils. Poulter, a consistent gelding here by Go Sapper, wins it by 2.5 lengths. Second home, Fighter Town. 3rd was Man on the Moon. Photo for 4th, WW Crazy and Nepal Up.
The Rajiv Poly Exacta, with lots going on behind the winner, but no question of who was best. Poulterer odds-on favorites go back-to-back in the early stages of the Saturday program.
Yeah, there was some crowding coming off the turn where the number 3 R-Doc, he was fading, but he got shut off pretty badly. We might see an inquiry. In any event, Poulter was much the best, pulled away to a clear and convincing victory as expected. The 2 Fighter Town gave it its best effort, but it was just good enough for second today.
4-2-6, photo for fourth. Oaklawn prices forthcoming and all set for the early pick 4 at Aqueduct. Andy.
Thanks, Lafitte. As the horses are heading to the gate, any final thoughts? As it looks like the number 1 Army of Thoughts, just a slight second choice of the 5 Ghostly Girl. I think you're going to try to beat them both with a 3-year-old, Love Like Crazy, Paul?
I'm going to give a shot to Love Like Crazy or see if I can keep the Linda Rice, Jose Lascano train going in here. I know that at least this time, I'll have a little bit of a target with a horse like Army of Thoughts in here. It has to get faster, I think, to beat this group, but I just think that the horse is lightly raced and facing older. And I know you and I discussed whether or not this is technically a drop down into a non-winners of 2. As
you think it is, it's not, because she's been facing restricted races for 3-year-olds. And I think the example to use is when they go, if they have a restricted race for 3-year-olds on December 31st, the horses are running for $50,000. They become worth $25,000 if they're lucky on January 1st. When they can't run those restricted races.
Fair point.
But listen, she's a stranger to the crew, and I can understand your thinking, but she is also a horse that has no speed whatsoever.
Yeah, she's going to be dependent on a little bit of pace being set up there and being able to make that one run. I just don't know. I know Army of Thoughts right now is the current favorite, but I just feel like last time was probably the time if that horse was going to win at a big price in there, and she's kind of just blown the lead she's had the last 2 times.
I understand the thing for her, but I agree with you from a gambling standpoint. She was a 16-1 shot last week, and now she's a 9-5 shot. Yeah. So you missed your chance to get paid. I totally get that way of thinking. She's the one they have to catch in front. You're going to try to be her the 3 Love Like Crazy. I am going for the 5 Ghostly Girl as this field is heading into the gate and looking forward to the day and obviously that 5th race, the first race back in the grass. And just so people know, we did not have a lot of rain, a very minor amount, but turf sprints can be tough on the courses. And to run the first day, run a turf sprint with so many months of turf racing left, we're going to err on the side of caution, and it is totally understandable. While being a bit frustrating, we get it. Chris Griffin has the call of race number 2.
Rosemary Potatoes to the outside. And in. All set. And Ghostly Girl has early speed. It's Ghostly Girl who's in front. Is joined by Keep It Sexy, Rosemary Potatoes up on the far outside. At the rail, Army of Thoughts wants to be up with the early kick. Has got to work extra hard, though. Down at the rail is holding that position, and Army of Thoughts had to work, but is challenging for the lead. And now Proper Grammar is in between. That pace battle on the front end. Taken just off of the pace is Keep It Sexy. That's the leading 4. So the leader is now Army of Thoughts. It's Army of Thoughts is right there. To the outside here comes the run from Ghostly Girl from second. At the rail, that's Proper Grammar. From off the pace, Keep It Sexy, and just kind of looming in behind horses, about to split rivals here is a Love Like Crazy. Love Like Crazy is now within 3 of the lead. From the back, it's Chassis with the trailer, Rosemary Potatoes. 22.59 for that opening quarter mile. 46 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and Army of Thoughts is still there. It's Army of Thoughts who's still up by 2. Up on the grandstand side, Keep It Sexy is traveling there with Love Like Crazy, and here comes Ghostly Girl as they get closer and closer to the leader, and now Ghostly Girl's pushed on by, but the main danger is Keep It Sexy on the grandstand side. Ghostly Girl is almost there. Ghostly Girl gets the victory. It's Ghostly Girl, Keep It Sexy, then came Love Like Crazy, and an oncoming Chassis is in that photo with Army of Thoughts in 1 minute 11.77 seconds.
I think, Paul, this was another one of those races where the break really tipped the result, because the one who's the speed doesn't break and has to rush up, which is really bad for her, especially this level. And the winner, the 5, who didn't do anything special in winning, but she broke perfectly in here, and I think it really helped her chances.
Yeah, and, kudos to Samuel Camacho for not actually running this horse off her feet, which he had a chance to do so, especially when the one didn't break. It was a good ride. And you know what? I mean, we said earlier on, she's had her chances for sure, but she also faced better horses and better fields, and she was handy enough to stay close. And really, the one's race was run right at the break when Army of Thoughts did not break.
Listen, Paul, there's somebody out there that I could beat one-on-one in basketball. I feel sorry for that person, but there is somebody I could beat. And in racing, it's just a question of how good you are relative to your competition. And in this particular case, Ghostly Girl found the right competition. Army of Thoughts, though, badly compromised when she just didn't break today. And you can say maybe it was breaking inside. She did have an outside post last time, but she just did not get out cleanly.
No, and third place finisher Love Like Crazy. It was interesting to see that horse have some speed early on before taking back a little bit and then making a little bit of a run. But
well, I think Jose and Linda Rice realized we don't want to be coming from 12 lengths behind. We've got to be at least close enough.
Yeah, but in the end, Samuel Camacho and Ghostly Girl get the job done.
She ended up being the co-favorite at 9-5. Getting it done, Ghostly Girl, a 1A5 early double. Hope you're live in the multi-race bets. So much more action to come, and hopefully that rain is going to abate soon down at Oaklawn Park.
Oh, you got Poulter making it rain, and Raj, you're getting rained on a little bit. How is it that the holy hole, I guess, in the tent is right above you? I hope you understand that's not by coincidence, by any means.
Yeah, we have a severe leakage here. I'm getting soaked, but in any event, no, I feel like I'm on the horse. I'm getting wet just like the jockeys out there.
Wonder who's colder now, you or Jose?
Yeah, I'm definitely colder than Jose.
Francisco heating up here and on Poulter, who makes it look easy, well clear of the rest.
Yeah, but everything went smooth for him. Got a good break. Was always in a good spot, tracking the speed as expected. Geared up coming off the turn and just pulled away from his competition.
Very chalky early on, that early double 350. That's how chalky it's been. Those are what the numbers look like following the second race at Oaklawn, and here are the numbers. We go by the numbers for the Oaklawn Handicap. First run in 1944, all the history and tradition, most wins. A Stye runner in the 50s, Gay Revoke in the 60s. The fastest ever, he was a monster and a Preakness winner, Snow Chief in 146 and 3/5. Most wins by an owner, Alden, a 4-time Apple Blossom winner and 4-time Oaklawn Handicap winner. The coach, very well on this stage. Almost won his 5th last year, 4-time Oaklawn Handicap winning trainer. Pat Day, who's won more than 1,000 races at Oaklawn, no surprise. The leading rider, 5-time Oaklawn Handicap winning jockey. From this race to the Breeders' Cup, 3 have done it. City of Light, sensational, and most recent. 4 horses, Oaklawn Handicap winners. Named champion, older horse, Lawyer Ron, most recent in 2007. And there was one Oaklawn Handicap winner named Horse of the Year, the mighty Cigar, back in 1995. And 2 winners of the Oaklawn Handicap in Racing's Hall of Fame, Cigar and Best Pal. Raj, you look at some of those horses and Hall of Famers and champions that have won this race, just lending perspective as to why this is such a significant horse race.
Yeah, well, it's created a legend, right? A Cigar, one of the legends of our sport, has won this race, and this edition this year is very because in our handicap division currently there is no big standout horse. We're looking for some horses now that could possibly be popping themselves up into this division. Strong force.
And some of the very best that have gone overseas and not racing in an Oaklawn Handicap, like a White Abario, a Saudi Crown, a Senor Buscador. So the handicap division is healthy, and this is a deep edition. You saw City of Light and Accelerate in that by the numbers feature there. Some very good Californians that have come in and done well in this race. I'm not saying Reincarnate is City of Light good, but on his best day he is very good. The America's Best Racing's race of the week. Another look at the field for the Oaklawn Handicap. Race number $11.25 million purse, mile and an eighth right now. The track is listed as wet fast. So let's focus on the horses coming in from California. Last raced at California, Highland Falls drawn inside for Godolphin 9-2, and Reincarnate for Bob Baffert. Baffert, who has never won an Oaklawn Handicap, he's been close. What did you make of their respective efforts, Raj, exiting the big cap, running 3rd and 4th?
Yeah, this was a effort by both these horses, and I think they come in with different perspectives, right? You look at Reincarnate, is a horse that is running his best now at this age, and but what you see is what you get with him. He's a horse with tactical speed, and he's going to be close to the pace. And a horse like Highland Falls, he's making up ground on them late. And this horse has only run 5 times. He's now coming to fruition. He's a slow developing horse, and I don't think we have seen the ceiling for him yet.
He has the upside. Does Highland Falls reincarnate the right people in his corner? Bob Baffert trying to make history. No trainer has swept the Arkansas Derby, Apple Blossom, Oaklawn Handicap in the same year. He's trying to accomplish that. And his jockey Juan Hernandez trying to become the first to do the same since Mike Smith did it with Zenyatta, Tiago, Gallego back in 2008. Lots on the line, aside from the massive purse.
Yeah, that would be a major accomplishment for both these people. And they have a really good chance of doing it. He's third choice on the morning line. And we were talking last night, who's going to be the favorite? It's very close. The top 5 horses are separated by very small increments in the odds wagering.
It's a good question. It's that wide open. Another question, the pace. How surprised are you going to be if it's reincarnate in front when the field hits the clubhouse turn?
I would not be that surprised. Originally, and I think that Octane will be the early leader, but when you look at the race as a jockey and you're thinking, this race lacks some true speed. And if I'm on reincarnate, I'm thinking, well, I have some speed. This horse has run good on the front end before. And I've seen Juan Hernandez ride a dare manner over this track and moot, and he was very aggressive leaving the gate. So I'm thinking that he might be wanting to send him out the gate early. And if that happens, he could be on the lead.
You're going to go talk to him for us and find out what the game plan is?
We're going to find out what the game plan is in about an hour.
That's coming up. I'm going to go fix this leak for you so we keep you dry. The rest of the show is entertaining as that has been. So I'm going to
right now.
Don't say shingles on the show again. I'm stepping aside for the time being. Our coverage does continue. 14 minutes out, race 3 here at Oaklawn. And what do you know? Turf racing at Aqueduct, where it's a gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Much more as our coverage continues. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Cross-country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and we're taking a look at the winner of our second race today, the number 5 Ghostly Girl, heading in the winner's circle. John Toscano, nice to see him get a win with Sammy Camacho, and I agree with you, Paul. I thought Sammy gave this horse a very good ride.
Yeah, good to see the connections get the win here, and basically for me, I mean, this horse broke really well. Samuel Camacho decided, I'm not going to go to the front when everybody started to rush up, especially Army of Thoughts, who missed the break there, and just kind of kept this horse out into the clear and just let this horse run a little bit and picked up Army of Thoughts and was able to hold off the little bit of closing that we saw from Keep It Sexy and Love Like Crazy.
Yeah, and it seemed like the 3 was sort of getting to him around the turn, but him being Sammy as it was a filly. But I think that he was just sort of being patient, waiting, and when the real running was being done, she was able to run away from her. 560 on the win end for Ghostly Girl. The exact actually 23.80, the 5-6 exact, and the double. A little bit of an underlay, actually, at $6.10 for $1. The parlay closer to about $7.50. Race number 3, a New York-bred maiden race, and we had the pleasure of seeing my good friend Lee Einseidler earlier today, who has the number 6 Shlomo. For people wondering where the name came from, well, this is a Freud, and Freud's middle name, Shlomo, a homebred actually for Lee. And I'm surprised this horse, now 3-5 and 5-2 now, a slight second choice to the 3 Silver Satin, who finished ahead of him last time, but Shlomo did not have the easiest of trips.
No, not only did not have the easiest of trips, and it was more almost like a chain reaction deal that he got involved in too. And then when you look at the race as a whole too, you think Jose Lezcano may have moved just a little tick soon on the horse as well. But when you look at this horse second time out from that experience, I think this horse is going to be tough today.
Yeah, I was speaking to owner Lee Einstein earlier, and he said they asked Jose Lezcano after the race, what was your hurry? But I think sometimes, and Lee and I agreed, when you get in a little trouble early, through no fault of his own, it's a little bit harder in that situation, but he did run well. They're the 2 main players. Paul has a different idea at a much, much bigger price in race number 3. We'll get more on that, though, as today's show goes along. But turf racing, we're just a little over an hour away, Paul, from the first turf race of 2024. And look at those silks. Those are the silks you're likely to see. Spirit of St. Louis running in the Dangers Hour later today. And Manny Franco, he has experience in this race as well. We'll get more as America's Day at the Races continues.
$13 horses. 3, 2, 1. 13 have captured horse racing's Triple Crown. Bob Baffert has trained 2 of them. In moments, he'll attempt a training feat never accomplished. A clean sweep of Oaklawn's biggest races in the same year. In 2 weeks, Christian Torres hopes to ride in the Kentucky Derby. Would be a first. But first things first, a chance to win one of Arkansas's biggest events. 2 years ago, he won this race. His owner was here, Willis Horton. Sadly, he passed just months later. Though difficult, his family has moved forward. Son Kevin now at the forefront of the racing operation. As for the horse, maybe he's lost a step. Then again, maybe he brings his best today. The Oaklawn Handicap is next.
Dangers Hour Premier. Dangers Hour Premier Mister heads apart. Silver Voice on the hedge third. On the outside is Exclusive Partner in fourth. Then Dance of Life, Salem Drive, Bob back in Telecano. The mile 38-4. Dangers Hour on the outside puts ahead in front. Premier Mister on the rail, second by a length and a half. Exclusive Partner is third. Dangers Hour on the outside has a narrow lead. On the rail, Premier Mister. Dangers Hour in front.
Get me to wax poetic about any of the sons and daughters of the great race mare and broodmare glowing tribute. Danger's Hour was one of them. See him in those Rokeby stable silks back in the 80s. It feels like a pretty young Jerry Bailey there?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
Jerry. Yeah, that's JD.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's Mac Miller, of course. That we know Mac from the hat, if nothing else, and had so much success with those Rokeby runners, and those glowing tributes were remarkable runners, and he was a good one, winning almost over $800,000. Not an easy thing to do 40 years ago.
No, not for sure, and especially, when you look at the way the purses were structured, the way the races are structured, and, with a horse like this, when you look at that, watching that race, too.
It's not a glowing tribute. I've been wrong. He's lively living.
Oh, okay. There you go.
To myself.
No, but when you look at this, when you look at that year as a whole too, that race actually stepped him up to like the top of the division. And I was reading about it and stuff. It was like totally open at that point, and that race kind of stamped him, as taking the lead in the division. And it's funny too because it was the same weekend I think that Manila won.
Really?
At the Meadowlands too, I think. I think it was this. I was doing some research and reading.
3-year-old.
3-year-old, yeah.
Manila didn't race after the Arlington Million.
Yeah, so I think it was interesting to see that race actually, put him on the map because it was a wide open division that year, and Danger's Hour stepped up and won that race.
Interesting. Well, Danger's Hour was a good one. There were so many good ones. Nice to see those Rokeby Silks back in the day when Rokeby a big player in the scene. But today's Danger's Hour, I'll tell you what, it came up a very strong race, but no surprise that Chad Brown comes in with an army of 3 runners headed by the number 3 Spirit of St. Louis, who is the 8-5 morning line favorite.
There's no question when you look at this horse that he's very talented and he has plenty of ability. And I know that he's gotten good setups and perfect trips in his last 2 races. Honestly, you can't help that. Sometimes you just fall into it and you take advantage of it, and that's what he's done. But he's
that kind of horse. I mean, he has the speed.
Yeah, he's got the speed.
If
to
it's
keep
a lack of
close.
pace and he can sit back, so they're never always going to get perfect trips, but he is certainly that horse that's adaptable to circumstance.
No, and he definitely has the talent and ability to take it here to Open Company. I think his biggest challenger might be in his own barn, in Equitize, to be honest, in this race.
Well, there's a lot of things. I mean, there's another New York bred and Dakota Gold who's good. There's returning Pioneer Spirit. He's got Mason, the Juddmonte runner on the rail, Equitize, who you mentioned. It came up a very, very deep race. I don't have a knock on him. I guess the one thing you could say is you could say he's been forward in his races, but in his turf debut, albeit against much lesser, he had legitimate trouble that day at the start, was completely really eliminated at the start of that race, and he came from way back, so he does not need to be forward to be successful. And in that 7 starts and 5 wins, he has got 4 wins in 5 turf races.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how this race sets up, too, from a standpoint from the pace, and also, too, how the courses play. We haven't run a race on it yet, so it'll be interesting to see.
Probably fairly.
I would think so, but you never know. And believe me, we talked about it earlier. It was a little shower. People don't get concerned. It wasn't like this deluge that we had that's going to change the course in any way that way. So I think it's going to be a fun race.
Yeah, I wouldn't start thinking about how courses are handling on the opening day. It's a pristine course, and I know the rails are at 0. I believe they're at 0 right now.
I think
they are at 0. They're going to be coming out a little bit next week. Mason will probably be aggressive in here. Heaven Street has speed, as does Bring Me a Check. We'll see what happens, but they're on the track for race number 3 at Oaklawn, just a few minutes away, actually, from post time. We're giving the crew a little bit of a break right now, and Paul and I will go through the post parade for the 3rd race, a race where the number 2, one way or another, even money favorite.
I think we felt bad. We needed Raj to warm up, right?
I don't feel bad for Raj in any way, and there is KJ's Pistolani, Gabriel Saez riding.
Yeah, dropped slightly in class. Usually he's up close early, but not around late.
Christian Torres running away with that riding title one way or another.
Yeah, there's a big drop in classes. He's just run races faster than these. We'll see if he can replicate it.
The number 3, Dixie Girl 2, a long shot.
Only win came back on turf back in August. Hasn't been close since.
Manny Esquivel in the 4, Courageous Cap'n.
Her last 2 races were that she faced state breds were decent efforts, 2 and 3 back, but it's hard to take her at the record, 1 for 27.
The 5, Classy Edge, making just her 4th career start.
So she was ridden pretty hard to get to the lead last time and used up second time versus winners today. She'll probably be forward in here.
Natural Tough, number 6, goes out for Brett Creighton and Ramon Vasquez, coming to New York to ride.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him move his tack here because he's done well in quite a few places.
Kelsey Hare with the mount on Pat's Gal, the 7 horse for Robert Klein.
Got a nice ground-saving ride from Kelsey after a slow break last time to be a clear second.
The number 8, Little Burrito, Thomas Van Berg.
Third start off of the layoff for a good barn, and at least last time it was more forward in that first quarter mile.
Carlos Barbosa has the ride. And Nagala, nice to see Joel Rosario. Paulie, say hi to Joel for me, for your man, Ron McQuett.
Yeah, picks up the mount here with Joel. He just didn't look comfortable from that wide post last time moving down to the inside. It's going to be wide again today. We'll see how it shakes out for this horse.
Paulie, I'm taking Joel on top. What are you doing in race number 3?
Well, I can't argue with you, Andy. I do like Nagala, and I think she is the most talented horse in here. The problem with her is that the gate has gotten in her way a couple times. Now, the 2 is even money, and again, we saw this earlier with Dowdy. Arkansas breds this late in the season. We saw this last year when they drop down to a new low in here, and this horse dropping down for 12.5. Now, I know she's 1 for 15 and 0 for 9 in the last 2 years. But there's a lot of other horses in here. The 4 is 1 for 27. But the horse is taking the blinkers off, and I just think on the drop is going to be the one to catch and the one to beat. Now, I thought Paul made a good point with the 5 in here, Classy Edge. And Classy Edge would be my sneaky horse in here that I think you need to use. And the reason why is this horse broke dead last time and rushed up into a really fast pace. Not a really fast pace, but at least 22-2. But the race 2 back won that race. And if you look at the pedigree on the 5, competitive edge, Super Saver. Super Saver's best day was on a muddy racetrack. Out of a Corinthian mare. Corinthian won the inaugural Breeders' Cup dirt mile over a bog at Monmouth. So this horse should like a sloppy racetrack. So I do think the 5 is kind of sneaky on the board, although I do think the 2 is going to be really hard to beat in here. The 7, Pat's Gal, I think is a horse that can maybe benefit for some pace in here. And then the outside horse, the 9 at 7-2, Nagala is the other horse. The issue is going to be if Nagala can break, Andy, and keep pressure on one way or another. Here's the thing with one way or another. I think she's the best in here, but she's got to get away from this group because as soon as you put pressure on her, she usually crumbles in the lane.
Paulie, one way or another, I'm going to get you. Horses are on the track for race number 3 here at Aqueduct, a New York bred maiden special weight going 7 furlongs. The current favorite is the 6-5 Silver Satin, 9-5, or 8-5 now on Shlomo. The 1 Boss Tweed goes out for Gary Contessa.
Showed some good speed in that debut from the gate, contested the pace, and then gave way.
Kendrick Carmouche rides the 2 Hey Toby, stepping up from maiden claiming races.
I guess you want to try and believe that 72 buyer was valid, but Vaunted came back and didn't run so well on Thursday here.
I'll believe it when I see it. The 3 is Silver Satin, the favorite. Javier Castellano looking for his second win, this time for Jorge Abreu.
Puts the blinkers on, ran 2 good races, and probably is the horse to beat in here, I would think.
Horse I know you're interested in, Paul. The 4 Tomicon goes out for Dave Duggan and Romero Mirage.
Well, I know one thing. If this horse breaks today, Romero will be aggressive, and I'd like to see this horse show a little more speed.
And he's not complaining about the weather. The 5 Short Time, Trevor McCarthy.
Doesn't have much early speed in here, so that's a problem for this one.
Shlomo, Jose Lizcano, and Bill Mott.
This is a horse who had legitimate trouble last time out and should benefit from that race second time out.
Nice pedigree for the 7 Artful Dreamer, who comes out for Barclay Tag, his first New York start this year.
Yeah, it's nice to see Barkley here with the horse. Princeton came back out of that race to win on turf. Got off slow, just looked uncomfortable early with the kickback.
And you see him in those Saratoga Silks. They're in the gate at Oaklawn Park. Let's get the call from the one and only, the man at Oaklawn, Matt Dinnerman.
Post position 3, Little Burrito coming up. Classy Edge has got it. They've loaded Pat's Gal, the post number 7. Little Burrito into the outside post, and Gala to round out the field. 4-5 for one way or another. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all the runners in the race, including the favorite, One Way or Another, who strides in front. Classy Edge passing her, though, and she takes command in the early stages. One Way or Another on the inside, sticking to her, and those 2 are locked in battle down the backstretch. A length and a quarter to end Gallus, settling in 3rd. Courageous Cap'n down on the inside. The Natural Touch, she's 6 off the lead, the gray filly. A length clear of Pat Scout. Little Burrito is next in a strung-out group. Second to last here is Dixie Girl 2, and KJ's Pistolani is well out of it as they round the far turn. Christian Torres lets the favorite, one way or another, stride clear to a half-length lead. Classy Edge in chase mode under pressure, one way or another, opening up the lead now to a length and a half. And she's going to take some catching here, approaching the top of the lane, getting off the fence, one way or another, but she's opened up. 3 legs turning into the stretch. Courageous Cap in second. Classy Edge has had enough, is plummeting back. About a furlong left to go in the contest. One way or another is clear by 2.5. Courageous Cap in on the rail. She's second, trying to get to the front runner, but one way or another is too quick and too classy. And one way or another at 3-5 will win as advertised. One way or another, 2 ahead. Courageous Cap in second. Dixie Girl 2 rallies for third, and Pat Scow was fourth.
And one way or another ran to her odds at 3-5, a facile winner of race number 3 at Oaklawn. But we've got much more to come in the third race here, which kicks off a middle pick 4. The number 5 Short Time is actually a late scratch, the long shot. Let's get more from the MIG.
Yeah, guys, I mean, we have a horse that's actually still favored here, the 3 Silver Satin. Horse coming off of 2 very good efforts, but I will say I just prefer the way some others look physically. Silver Satin, a little bit of a lighter framed horse, almost a little bit feminine. The 4 Tomicon, I think this horse came on a great deal from the first run. Really just looks fitter, more together, more focused, adds blinkers. Dave Duggan does good work, and I think he will outrun his odds. I think he's an interesting horse. Horse I ultimately landed on is the 6 Shlomo. This is just a really attractive son of Freud. Homebred for our friend Lee Einseidler. I thought his first effort was very good, kind of made that bold middle move to the front, maybe tired a little bit. Good draw towards the outside, and he just looks outstanding in the flesh. So I'm going with the second choice right now, who's now bet down to 7-5, guys.
I agree with you and Paul, you and Richie, that the 4 Tomicon will outrun his odds, but he's going to have to improve an awful lot to beat both the 3 and 6.
Oh, listen, I make no mistake about it. I actually believe the 6 is the better horse over the 3.
I think he's the horse to beat,
yeah,
so I agree with you.
To be honest, the 4 I was just taking more of a shot with at a price, knowing that these 2 horses were going to be shorter prices. And I just feel like if this horse can break today, I think Romero will be a little bit more aggressive and show a little bit more speed. He also looked like he needed the race. And listen, I know that he created his problems getting out of the gate, but you're going to sit on a good price with him today. He kind of rushed up into mid-pack and showed a little interest in the middle part of the race before
rushed up. I think he ran up into it, which suggests if he breaks, he can be more forward.
A little more forward, yeah. So I like him today. It's a lot to ask to beat the big 2 in here, but at 15-1, I'm willing to take a little shot at him. And to be honest with you, the 3-2 on Shlomo is even better than the 6-5 I'm seeing on Silver Satin.
I agree with all of that. I don't think the 4 can win, but I do think he will outrun his odds, as both of you have suggested in here. Shlomo, Silver Satin had a perfect trip. Broke well, sat on the rail, angled out, ran well, but had a good trip. Through no fault of his own, Shlomo, who broke well, was caught in chain reaction, which you mentioned earlier, and badly interfered with the star of that race. And as a result, he ended up sort of rushing up. He made the lead. He was almost a length in front in mid-stretch before understandably tiring in a race that featured a quick pace that came apart in the late stages.
100% correct. And from that effort alone and the trouble that he faced, should be able to benefit from that with any kind of cleaner trip today.
Should we discuss the 7 Artful Dreamer a little bit, who comes up for Barclay Tag? And we mentioned Sakatoga, of course, 'tis the law. Big sale the other day, and at $1.9 million at the OBS sales. And of course, funny side, he broke badly, broke 3 or 4 lengths low. He did 0 running after there. He is a half to a couple of nice runners in My Man Matty and Cupid's Heart. But I also noted that Cupid's Heart, this horse after, is another horse that had trouble getting out of the gate.
Yeah, and I just wonder, too, after getting off slow, he just kind of resented any dirt that was being kicked back, and he kind of just tore the track.
Kicked back from where? He was so far behind the others. How could he be getting any kickback?
He ran into that little cloud of dust.
The guy's in kickback, but he need to stop. He was eight lengths behind the second to last horse.
But no, you know what? He faces New York Breds today. He does have that experience, and he does have an outside post today, so maybe he can get out of there a little bit stronger. And Dylan gets aboard too, who's been riding well and is more aggressive when he needs to be.
He's a bit of a wild card. Now, I can see that as well. I picked him third. I picked your 4 fourth. I just feel like both the 3 and 6, they're kind of pretty good, and they both have run well in their races. And listen, I would have picked this horse regardless of who owned him, but I am rooting for my man, Lee Einstein.
It was nice to see him today. Nice to meet him today, too. Nice guy.
Brought us sandwiches. How can we ride? Everybody up here is very happy with the sandwiches. But race number 3 kicks off the middle pick 4 as we get closer to turf racing commencing on what's turned into a lovely afternoon. They're going in the gate for this race. It looks like the number 3, Silver Satin, will be a slight favorite over the 6, Shlomo. We'll see how it all plays out as we go for the call from Chris Griffin.
Is in. Shlomo. And Artful Dreamer. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start was Tomakon as the early trailer. Shlomo's got speed towards the outside and now down towards the inside. Here comes Hey Toby, and Hey Toby secures the front end, is now ahead in front. Mild pressure from Boss Tweed, and now Boss Tweed does want a challenge, and now Boss Tweed and Hey Toby, they're head and head up the backstretch. Shlomo is stalking just off of them, is in third. Bottled up in behind runners there is Silver Satin. A tight hold here as Silver Satin wants to go, is going to tuck in and sit in fourth. Second to last is Tomakon after the start in the trailer. Artful Dreamer, 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. They work into the far turn. Hey Toby and Boss Tweed, they still go at it. Shlomo's had a nice journey here, is 3 wide. Still waiting for room. Silver Satin, nowhere to go, is right there in the 4th spot. Tomakon is starting a rally here from 5th. Still the trailer. Artful Dreamer, 44 and 3 for the half-mile time. Boss Tweed to the inside. Hey Toby. Shlomo is still ranging up, and Silver Satin just looking for a way through is going to move towards the outside 4 wide. They reach the top of the stretch, and Shlomo's taking the lead. Silver Satin is now well in the clear with every chance. Shlomo got the jump. It's Shlomo in front. Silver Satin catching with every stride, and here comes Silver Satin alongside. Silver Satin is pushed on by. Shlomo is battling on. These two are well clear of the rest, but it's going to be Silver Satin. Javier Castellano with another one. Silver Satin over Shlomo, Tomakon, and Artful Dreamer in 1 minute 22.34 seconds.
These are two extremely promising New York breds, 109.79 of the 3/4 and 122.34. Track is quick, but those are quick times, and Silver Satin could not have worked out a better trip under Javier Castellano to get his second win in the card today. And listen, Shlomo had a good trip as well. They both ran extremely well, but it was Silver Satin getting it done.
Yeah, and the good news for Shlomo today was he popped out of the gate well, too, today. And
well, he broke well last time. It wasn't his fault.
Yeah, I mean, and he wasn't a victim of any circumstance, but he ran a winning race in here, and just that Silver Satin ran a little bit better. And it's funny, Javier Castellano kind of muscled him out of that pocket he was in with Tomakon, trying to keep him in a little bit on the turn. But in the end, Silver Satin gets the job done.
He did. They both ran very well. Silver Satin a little bit better than Shlomo, but very good performance by both. And I think, you know, for Shlomo, he got caught in a New York bred race that was better than the usual one, and we talked about that beforehand. And while Tomakon, who got left again, did run a respectable race in finishing third in here, and probably, you know, the 3.6 with 3.64 try, well, you know, you laugh, but you get paid for that, and these were two horses that were pretty likely to finish 1-2.
Yeah, in here, and Tomakon's just a bad actor, you know, in the gate. So we'll see what happens going forward with him. But
he's also not good enough to beat these horses.
No, not the two front runners today for sure.
These horses are okay, and I think we'll look forward. You know, it'll be interesting with Silver Satin because we do have that Mike Lee the day after the New York Bred Showcase Day, the day after Belmont Stakes Day. If they'll be looking to step him up in there, and Shlomo, it won't be long for him to break his maiden as well. But Javier Castellano, 2 wins already in just 3 races. Nice to see with Javier. Nice to see him back here as we head back to Oaklawn Park for the winner's circle for race number 3, where it was the very popular win by the number 2, one way or another.
Just a big drop in class in races that were faster than these. And it's funny, too, because, you know, this horse sometimes doesn't like adversity, as Paulie mentioned. And, you know, she didn't make the easiest of leads in here either. It took her a while to get to the front. But despite getting out, she was much the best in here. And Courageous Cap'n now has 5 seconds from 28 starts, but did run a better race against State Bred Company. 3rd straight second place effort for that horse against State Breds.
Easy win for the number 2, one way or another, under Christian Torres, who has absolutely destroyed the competition at Oaklawn. He is one very, very good up-and-coming jockey, and we're going to learn more about Christian Torres as we head along in America's Day at the Races. We'll be back after a quick break.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is, Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Heading into the winner's circle, as we said, for the second time already today for Javier Castellano. It's nice when we start seeing the guys coming back from Florida, and Javier's ridden here a few days of the meet, but he just sat an absolutely perfect trip with Silver Satin. Good trip as well for Shlomo. No excuse for him. The winner just a little bit better. Silver Satin.
Just a little bit better and sat a nice trip behind those leaders. Took Javier just 1 second to make sure he got himself out into the 4-pit, but when he started rolling, he leveled off and he ran well down the lane against the Game Shlomo, who ran a winning race in here. And as you said before the break, it's not going to be long before Shlomo breaks his maiden. And hopefully we see these two horses progress and we see them in some New York bred stakes down the road.
Oh, I agree. These could vary. Both of these horses are promising as potential stake horses in the New York bred program. A nice race and excellent performances, short prices, but they actually really ran to their prices in this race. A nice performance by both of them, and nice to see Jorge Abreu get the win as well. Heading towards race 4, which will kick off our pick 6 today. And what do you do with the drop down the number 6 winning connection here, Paul?
I don't know. It just kind of feels like that they're trying to get out on the horse. I could be wrong, but I mean, I just feel like, I don't know. He just was supposed to win races over the last few races. It just hasn't. I don't know if he's got it in him to do it. He's dropping off the claim. It's not really like a Michelle Nevin move to do that either. So it's hard to take.
I mean, a win and a claim, as he's likely to get claimed, and the connections are going to lose over $15,000 on this horse, all things said and done. So there are some negatives, but if he runs back to his races, where he has done a lot of hanging, he is absolutely the horse to beat. Some sad news this week at the New York Racing Association. Joe Lambert, who worked here for the better part of 10 years, passed away. Joe was the chief counsel here at the New York Racing Association from 2014 through 2021, and a very popular man, and I feel very lucky to have gotten to know Joe a little bit over those years. And he was really a terrific executive here at the New York Racing Association, and very important. Probably his biggest accomplishment was working on the privatization of the New York Racing Association in 2018. He had a long, successful career before joining us, also a published author as well. He leaves behind his wife, Sandra, and 3 children, Charlie, Jim, as well as Mark. Joe Lambert passed away at 66. He will be missed. He was a lovely man. I feel very fortunate to have gotten a chance to know him during those years. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and that view from Staten Island to downtown Manhattan, it never gets old. You ever take the Staten Island ferry?
Yes.
Taking it
It's
myself.
always a fun ride.
It's a great ride.
Yeah.
It's still free, right?
I don't know. It's been a long time. I'm not going to lie. It's been a long time.
It's always nice to ride that ferry, and certainly a lot of good weather to come, which means a lot more turf racing as we get much, much closer to it, but also means the Kentucky Derby is right around the corner. They'll be drawing it just a week from today, and they'll be running it 2 weeks from today. And the leaderboard, Sierra Leone, for what it's worth, Sierra Leone on top over Fierceness. They will be the two favorites, though, likely, in reverse order.
No doubt. And, now that we basically know who's in, who's out, it'll be interesting to see what the draw, shows and lies for all of these horses in here, because you definitely, there's some posts you'd rather not draw. But make no mistake about it, there's probably about 4 horses you could make a solid case for, I would think.
Well, it might be more horses than that, but, we'll see what happens when they draw the race and take a look. I've been doing a little work on it. I don't know about you. I am a fan of Forever Young. I'm just not a fan of him in the Kentucky Derby.
See, this is the thing. I agree. He's a very, very good horse, and he was very good in winning this race. And listen, I know history's not on his side, and we've heard all these stories before, and all these horses coming here to be the second coming, and it never usually pans out, and he ran a fast race here and figures faster than some of the other winners on the card. The one thing I will say for this horse, and I'm a fan of his, is that he got a lot more professional in this race. He looked a lot more professional mentally, physically. Even talking with Acacia yesterday, you saw him train. He was so together where a lot of the other horses were not over there, especially from the Japanese contingent. It's a big ask making this turnaround, 5 weeks, 1.25 miles, 19 other horses, nobody cutting you a break. I hope, as a fan of his, he's the one that changes the story.
I don't think he will be, but you can keep hoping those horses can do well from Dubai. I think it's a preposterous route to come 5 weeks from running in Dubai and come over here and do it. I don't disagree with you. I think he's a very good horse, and I think at some point the Japanese will take a the usual route to the Derby and bring their horses over here and run, because I think they're good, and I think we'll hear a lot from him. I just don't know. I couldn't bet him here at a shortish price. If I'm going to bet a horse that's making that route, they're going to be 30 to 1 or more.
Yeah, you'd probably rather have a much longer price. But for me, like I said, I'm a fan of his. It's fun to see him grow, both physically and mentally. And listen, in the years that we've seen recently, the Japanese contingent, when they've come over, they've meant business.
Oh, they have terrific horses over there. I think that's pretty clear. The question is, will they have the goods, and what route will they take? We've seen an awful lot of good horses bomb completely in Kentucky after taking this route, really underperforming.
It's interesting when you look at, international racing as a whole, and you see horses from different locations. Even Charlie Appleby this year, and last year too, keeping a string here, have them some more Americanized racing. You wonder if at some point the Japanese will actually do that as well. Like you said, try and go more conventional.
We got to get to Oaklawn Park. We got to take a break. Getting ready for race number 4 at Oaklawn Park as well. Of course, our 4th coming up. We'll take a little break, but we'll be back with more action from Oaklawn Park and the Big A after this.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mid-Atlantic made 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Race. You see the track is sealed down at Oaklawn, but it feels like the rain has stopped there and expect it to be hold off the rest of the afternoon. It'll be interesting to see if, in fact, they do open the track up, because I don't know exactly how much rain they got. Probably not as much as our friend Rajiv suggested. It is wet. It is listed as fast, but it is sealed. The one Max's map goes out for Florent Giroux and Brad Cox.
Yeah, coming off of the layoff in September, showed a little speed in there and faded.
Jose Ortiz on Rocket 88 off the claim for Chris Hartman.
I think this horse is a better closing sprinter. We're going to find out today.
Catalina Crush. 3.
Rises in class, takes the blinkers off today.
Vera Cruzin off a voided claim for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, it was wide last time and now sprinting for the first time today. Fresh gelding, we'll see what happens.
Julian Leperoux with the mount, the 5 Kennel Club, a long shot for Steve Hobby and Christian Torres.
Yeah, drops here in class. 2 sprint races were a little slow, but it's funny to see Christian Torres land on this horse.
Back-to-back long shots for Steve Hobby with Guatape.
Didn't take money in the debut, but I thought ran kind of evenly.
Probably mispronounced that. Sky Master is the 7. Ricardo Santana riding off the claim for Ingrid Mason.
Should be prominent again from the start. Showed speed first time out.
Another off the claim. Both these horses claim from Steve Asmussen. This one's Serato.
Yeah, lost to a long shot last time out as the favorite. Had to be ridden pretty hard, too, around there.
A new gelding taking a lot of money, 30-1 on Let's Go Champ.
Yeah, didn't show much in the debut other than the first quarter of a mile. Backed out pretty quickly. Would need some improvement here on the drop.
Current 2-1 favorite drops down for Steve Asmussen. We'll be getting to the number 10, Executive Power. Apparently he's
a little camera shy.
I don't know what's going on here, but he goes out with Keith Asmussen, who's had a great meeting.
Yeah, you know,
we missed him. He asked, let's go to the 11.
Okay.
Sorry. JJ's Ranger, Chris Hartman, his second star in the race.
Yeah, back-to-back third place finishes since dropping in class. It'll set up from off the pace from an outside post.
No, somewhere out there is probably the number 10, Executive Power. But I think our friend Maggie Wolfendale has seen him somewhere. There he is. And let's find out more about him and some others as we head down to Hot Springs to Maggie.
That's right, Andy. We'll start with number 10, Executive Power, who is your current favorite. And just a quick note here on the track. I'm going to try to catch up with a jockey to see how it's riding, but having walked across it as it is listed muddy, but not harrowed and sealed, does have a little bit of give. You know, it's not that super tight, hard sealed track. So there was some water to get into there as the sun is trying to peek through the clouds. We definitely got a nice little reprieve from the rain. But again, it's a quick drying track, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. There's really no lying water on it. As number 10, Executive Power, I think he's one that could appreciate a little bit of moisture in the racetrack. And despite his pedigree suggesting that he's one that could like a little distance, he's very petite. He is compact as they come, and I would not be surprised if we see even more speed from him than what we did first time out, in which he was challenged kind of from the outside early and lugged in a bit in the stretch while staying on his inside lead, and he was 21-1 that day. And now you're going to take 2-1 on him off of a effort where I wasn't overly in love with him. I will look elsewhere. As always, I respect this barn wholeheartedly, but he didn't do enough for me here today or in that last race to take him at a short price. I'm going to try my hand here with another second-time starter, though he's going to have to come off of a layoff, and that's number 1, Max's Matt. He was green first time out, but he was one that took some money and beaten by, I think, some decent horses in that maiden special weight back in September at Churchill Downs. He comes in here looking incredibly fit. I love the way he moved over the surface with Florent Giroux aboard, and just good energy. This is just what you want to see from a horse coming back off of a layoff. I do hope he's more professional than what he was first time out, and whatever issue has kept him away from the races is behind him. He's certainly showing me that today. Another layoff runner is number 4, Vera Cruzin, for Kenny McPeak, and he's going to try sprinting for the first time in his life. But Julian Leperoux, he knows that, and he did the smart thing. This guy got a big old gallop to the backside. I mean, Julian asked him, and he certainly obliged, kind of really taking on Julian, which is good. I mean, that's what I want to see from a horse turning back in distance. He's moving very well off of that voided claim, so I have no problems with him here today. And I think for a horse that actually has a little bit more of a turf look, this track, the way it is today, sealed for this race in particular, will aid his chances. And then let's check in with a New York bred. Broman homebred in number 3, Catalina Crush, taking the blinkers off here the first time ever. has done so well since I first saw him in his first couple efforts in New York as a New York bred, where he maybe should be running. But last time he was wired by 19 to 1 shot, so I don't love that. But he did run on well down the lane, and he's just really, really matured here. Yeah, I think there's some upside with him, but I'm going to try my hand with the layoff runner, guys, in number 1. That's Max's Map.
Thanks, Mag, and I tend to agree with Maggie. I would go to the 1, Max's Map as well, not with a lot of confidence of his 1 race. The favorite, though, the 10, Executive Power, probably just making the appropriate drop down for his second start for Steve Asmussen.
I would think so, too. That first race that he ran, that maiden special weight race, you know, when you look at the winner of that race, Miller's Right, got a good ground-saving ride in there, and this horse was forward a little bit wide, maybe 3 wide, just didn't have any punch late, and was probably needs a little bit more class relief. Just couldn't get it done in the maiden special weight. But second time out, though, I think this horse will be a little bit more forward as well.
It was a 70,000 Constitution, and we see a lot of them go for 10 times that. The Constitution's been very successful. Steve Asmussen, not with great numbers in the drop down. We'll see what happens, but I'm on board with Maggie on the 1. Max's Map, we will head up to the voice of Oaklawn, Matt Dinnerman, getting ready to go to Monmouth.
Here's JJ's Ranger coming up to the gate. Rafael Bejarano aboard. We're ready to go. And they're off. Far outside, Executive Power shows the most speed in the first 16th of a mile. Here comes Skymaster from the inside. Let's Go Champ between that pair. Let's Go Champ has the head lead. Now it's a half length on Executive Power, and Skymaster easing off the speed. He's running in the 3rd position. Next is Sir Otto. He's racing in 4th with JJ's Ranger, a gap of 2 to Max's Map, and Guatape, Rocket 88, easing off that pair's heels to race alongside Catalina Crush. They're well off of it into the far turn run, and a gap of a length and a half to the 2 at the back, Kennel Club, as they round the far turn. Out on the lead, Let's Go Champs in front by a length. Executive Power has been placed in a good spot by Keith Asmussen, is coming on now in the 3-path. Sir Otto's getting into the race. JJ's Ranger caught 4 wide coming off the turn. Rocket 88 is unleashed on the far outside at the top of the lane. Pretty wide open affair here as they come for home. Executive Power drops anchor. He's done. JJ's Ranger and Sir Otto going at it for the top spot. Rocket 88 grandstand side is 3rd. Then Catalina Crush ducking to the inside. Sir Otto's in front. Catalina Crush lunging after him late. JJ's Ranger there, but it is Sir Otto to win it. First off the claim for Wade Rarick. Photo for 2nd. Catalina Crush, JJ's Ranger, and then Rocket 88, who is 4th.
Well, if you're a big fan of first-time geldings, perhaps you had Sir Otto, who held off the competition for Francisco Arrieta.
I'll tell you one thing, too. If you got off of this horse because he was the favorite the first 2 times, you got paid today. 8-1 winner today. They can't read the board, right? And he lost to a pretty big long shot last time, too, and had to be ridden pretty hard all the way around. But today was the day to graduate.
Looks like 8-11-3-2 as they hit the wire. And the number 10, Executive Power, the favorite, he made a little bit of a move, but as Matt said, the announcer, he was all done top of the stretch. And absolutely no finish at all. Horses are on the track here at the Big A for race number 4. I believe we'll probably have a post parade. The favorite, no surprise, the number 6 Winning Connection, and you and I will talk about him a little bit more at length after we view the post parade, but he is favored 7-5 on the drop down.
Yeah, he's a little, I don't know. I just don't know what to make of him on this drop off of the claim. It's tough to take, and it just seems like he's going away.
The stronger half of the entry seemingly scratched, so I went to the 1A, Edge of Glory, Dexter Haddock riding for Jamie Ness.
You would think he's going to be forward in here, sitting right off of the 4. And I don't think this is as big as a drop as it looks on paper.
I think he makes a lot of sense in here. Long shot, the 2 Strong Light.
Yeah, he's been well beaten in his last 8 and would need a complete turnaround against this group today.
The second choice, the 3 Union Lights.
I will say he's run his best races for Wayne Potts, has a lot of seconditis.
Dylan Davis rides the speedy Arabato, coming off a win for Orlando Noda.
But he did hold off the Camera Shy Ice Road and Gun Maestro last time, so there's that to consider.
Ice Road did a little hangaroo again yesterday against Tuffer. Uncle Waterflow comes off a win for Pat Reynolds.
Beat an extremely suspect group last time. This is a little tougher spot today.
And the hanging drop down, the 6 Winning Connections goes by Michelle Nevin, the trainer, the 7 Disappearance for Oscar Barrera.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a disappearance of early speed with this horse, and it does tend to hurt this horse. We'll see if he comes running late.
He has no speed, to lose, letting people know that the annual PDJF telethon is from noon to 6 tomorrow. That's, of course, for the permanently disabled jockey fund, and that'll be going on all over the country. We'll be talking about it on America's Day at the Races. Good to get some information about that, and of course we'll be discussing that quite a bit during tomorrow's show. Let's focus, though, on the 6 winning connections. We get back to this races. There's the number 3, the second choice here. What do you do with this kind of drop down on this kind of horse? I went back to November 26th, one of his recent failures in a race where he was a fairly heavy favorite.
Yeah, he's got a lot of dog in him, doesn't he?
He lost to a huge price this day in the cobbler, 30 or 40 to 1.
I don't know. The only thing I can say about this horse is on February 4th, I know we're not to the race, but I just feel like he was against it that day on a day where the rail was. But it makes no difference with a horse that just doesn't seem to win.
Well, the other thing is, discussing a trip he had, he was against the track, he was this, he was that. It doesn't really matter because he's got an oeuvre of not delivering. Now, in fairness, not often a short price. The problem I have is that Michelle Nevin claimed this horse just under 2 months ago. So they've been paying for him for 2 months, so let's say that's $6,000 to $8,000 in bills. She comes back after being claimed for $35,000 and drops down to the bottom level of $14,000. So likely to get claimed, losing $21,000 and another $8,000. So that's $29,000. And don't forget paying the jockey, paying the trainer. So now we're down to about $32,000. The purse of this race is $28,000. The winner's share is $15,400. So they're going to lose over $16,000 if this horse were to win and get claimed. That's tough.
Yeah, it's not, and we've seen a couple of these this winter, and some of them have just run bad. And now you have a horse like this who just has an aura of not getting the job done. It's hard to take him here as the favorite.
It's very clear that a big bet just came in on the 4 Arabato that really skewed the odds, made that horse the same price right now as the 6 Winning Connection, and of course lifting the other ones up in price. Gee, I thought he was the speed. I didn't like him.
He's certainly the speed in here, but when you look at his last race, I mean, how can you believe the last race simply because of the horses he beat? And we were here yesterday. Ice Road pulled another second-place effort out of his hat. So it's hard.
Is this Abnel Boca Chica riding your choice, the 3 Union Lights?
Yes. Yeah.
And keep in mind, Union Lights was 6 to 1 morning line and 3 to 1 here, but the entry was 8 to 5 morning line because of the 1 Jeeper,
correct,
not because of the 1A. So the morning line here is a little skewed, but Winning Connections is kind of supposed to be 6 to 5 off that line switch as well, though he'll drop again. Why do you like Union Lights?
So I know that this horse likes to run second, has a propension to do that, but he's run some good races now, probably his best races off the claim for Wayne, and he got wired last time
Wayne
by
Potts, the trainer.
Rocket and Roll. Sorry about that. Yeah, heavy favorite. And I also think that for, on April 7th, the rail may have been not the place to be, and been the place to be, and he was against it being wide that day. He doesn't have to be too far back in here, and I don't really trust anyone else in here. He's hard to trust just from a standpoint of he hasn't really done much winning lately either. But
been a long time for him.
When you're struggling with the 6, Arabato, I just don't want. I was kind of limited with options here. Your horse made a lot of sense.
He is, the number 3 at Union Lights is the most logical alternative to the favorite. I'm not a big fan, but I can understand. As far as the horse that I picked, the 1A Edge of Glory, I feel when Jamie Ness comes here, we saw him have some winners here on March 30th. He means business. He's been winning lately, and I know his last wasn't good, but he's cutting back from a 2-turn race to a 1-turn race, and he is dropping down, and it's a needed drop from where he was. If he can run back the figure he ran 2 back, I think he's competitive. I don't know the absolute reasons why he entered both and Jeeper scratched and this one is running. But sometimes when you see an entry and Jeeper clearly looked like the better one and the lesser one runs, there's a reason.
Yeah, and you would think he would be the one that he's going to get first run off of Arabato in here, and then it's up to him to hold off the closers. If the race plays out like it looks like it should play out, but you never know around here.
No, but I don't understand. There's no way that Arabato, unless he gets back left, there's no way he's not going to be on the lead, and I would imagine the 1A should be sitting behind him. I can't see that. I don't think Winning Connection's going to be far out of it. Alicio Ruiz has got to be aggressive with this horse, and when you're riding a horse that potentially is the, quote, best horse, unquote, you got to be forward with him, and it would be a mistake for him to not look to be forward with this one.
Yeah, and we've seen aggressive rides pay off here. It's just a matter if they happen, and if you're getting position out of the gate to do so.
Well, aggressive riding is going to be rewarded more often than not, and we do see too much passive riding. It's really one of the biggest changes in the game from when I was much younger, when you saw riders being more aggressive and faster paces, and you were able to really be able to figure out from the past performances, have a good idea how the race is going to be run. These days, it's a little bit more random.
It's funny, you don't even see fields get as strung out as they used to get strung out. You were talking the other day about a race, too, where the pace ended up being 49. Everybody's together in the race, and you're just letting your competition stay in. And it does compromise some horses while it helps others. But at the end of the day, if you want to lose, you need to lose your best possible way.
You lose with your strengths.
Yeah, your strengths.
The number 6 Winning Connection maybe drops down the last flash, but a little chilly on the board right now at 2-1. We'll see how it all plays out as the field for the 4th race, kicking off the pick 6, is almost assembled. Chris Griffin has the call.
Edge of Glory. Working there with the 1A, Edge of Glory. Dexter Haddock aboard. Rider now off. Disappearance in behind the gate as well, so still 2 out. Edge of Glory is now in. Dexter Haddock will climb aboard. Disappearance, last to load to the outside. Disappearance is in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Strong Light, the deep closer. Speed from in between horses, Arabato. Right out towards the front, it's Arabato. Joined towards the outside from Edge of Glory is in a 4-wide battle for the front as moving forward. Here comes Winning Connection to join them. Now 3 across the track as Uncle Waterflow will take back to 4th. Disappearance, Pink Silk, center of the racetrack is there in 5th. Then Union Light, second to last, and that's the gray. Strong Light at the back end of the field. Easy opening quarter, mild pressure, 23 and 3. And to the inside here, Arabato with a head in front. Winning Connection in between horses and a tight hold here. Edge of Glory 3 wide. Uncle Waterflow being encouraged here by Coach Kaya is in the 4th position. Out wider Disappearance, and Union Lights is now progressing. Union Lights is about to challenge for that 4th position. It's still a 3-way battle for the front end. 46 and 1 the half-mile time. They've got less than a half-mile to go, and Strong Light is still the trailer. 3 by 3, and here's Edge of Glory to put a nose in front. Winning Connection, Ruiz in between horses. At the rail is Arabato. Looking for a way through is Uncle Waterflow. Towards the outside, here comes the run from Union Lights. 4 wide, 5 wide will be Disappearance as they line up here across the racetrack at the top of the stretch. And down at the inside, it's Arabato. Right there still is Winning Connection. Edge of Glory is in between horses. Here comes the run from Union Lights and Disappearance. It's now Union Lights to the inside and Disappearance to the outside. Uncle Waterflow continues to just make up ground on these 2 leaders. Union Lights is still there. Union Lights, Disappearance trying to join them. Uncle Waterflow, Union Lights, Disappearance, 2 noses down the line, photo finish. Photo between Union Lights to the inside and Disappearance, Uncle Waterflow and Strong Light in 1 minute 36.49 seconds.
Well, this was a ding-dong down in the wire, Paul, as the number 3 Union Lights. Your selection looked like he had it done, was getting it done, or Abnel Boca Chica, but at the end there were some head bobs here with Disappearance on the outside. With Disappearance maybe getting the bob? Let's take a look here.
I think in the last bob he got him. And
he got him there.
Yeah, it's
got him there.
Still 3.
Doesn't have him there. Has him there. Doesn't have him there.
Oh.
Yeah. Tough beat for you, Paul, with your number 3. That was one where Union Lights, I don't think it was being camera shy. I just think he caught the unlucky bob there. And the number 7, Danilo is it? How do you pronounce that? Grisales
Ravi.
Ravi?
Yeah,
Is it?
I think it's Rave. I think it's Rave.
Rave, okay. And it was the 7 disappearance at 27 to 1.
Look at that.
So blowing up the early pick 5, pick 4, and both pick 4s, I should say, and the pick 6. So I hope you used this horse in your live with disappearance. A little tough to make, but Oscar Barrera gets it done.
Yeah, this was a weird run race too, with 3 horses across the track, and Aravado never really shook free of the horses like we thought, because there was a little bit more pace to his outside with Winning Connection in between horses, and Edge of Glory was aggressive too.
It was a fast second quarter.
Yeah.
They really sped it up that second quarter. The first was fairly tepid, but disappearance didn't come from the clouds to get it done. It just, they were able to grind it out there, and I think the lesson here was to play against Winning Connection, who was a bit chilly on the board going off at 2 to 1. But there were just so many question marks with that extreme drop down on that horse, and he was uncompetitive today.
No, it'll be interesting to see if he got claimed today, too.
Oh, he probably did. The more interesting thing will be if the claim is voided or not.
Yeah.
For him, but I have to imagine he got claimed, but I'll check it out, Paul.
Yeah, it would be something to look at. They lined up 3 by 3 in here, and as you said, it wasn't so much a sprint to the finish as it was a grind. I thought Union Lights got a good ride from Abnel Boca Chica. It was just a dirty bob in the end. That cost him from the biggest price on the board, or second biggest price on the board, I should say.
Yeah, for a horse that has a lot of seconds, I don't really want to fault Union Lights here. He just lost a bob. It was just a timing thing for him. No, disappearance. Good luck if you had him. Congratulations, in fact, if you had him. 27 to 1, getting it done. 7-3-5-2. Long shots in there. 3 of the 4 horses as we head back to Oaklawn Park, where the number 8, Serrato, Francisco Arrieta, going into the winner's circle for Wade Rarick.
It's amazing. This horse took so much money in the first 2 starts, and was ridden really hard in that second start all the way around the track and kind of drifted in and out a little bit. They brought the horse back off the claim, and it was gelded, and got 8 to 1 on this horse today, and saw the deal through and actually got the job done today. So congratulations if you had this horse. It didn't get off him because you got paid.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice win there in a 4-horse photo. So I'm at $18.40 on the win end. The 8-11 exacta, $56 for a buck. 8-11-3-2, that superfecta, 116 for a dime. We're getting ready to take a break as we're about to have our first turf race, and no more appropriate day than 420 for the first grass race at NYRA this year. And there was 1 claim, by the way, on Winning Connection. We'll be back after a quick break. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, and a popular win, I should say, if you had this one, at $57, but disappearance. Nice to see Oscar Barrera III heading into the winner's circle, making that big wide sweeping move in here to get the job done on a Bob-a-Rooney.
Yeah, the widest move turned out to be the winning move in this case for this horse. And had a couple of horses, had a few targets in front of him today for sure, and just managed to get the job done over a game, but liking to finish second, Union Lights. But again, I don't blame Union Lights here. I like Union Lights on top in here, but
Tough
the
head
winner ran a better race. It got a better bob in the end.
Tough head bob for the number 3 Union Lights, as the 7 Disappearance gets the win. 7, not even really that close, frankly. I mean, for close photos.
Yeah, but it's a little bit more than,
Well, he got the full bob, and he was starting to get ahead of him, and he got the full bob as well. 57 on the win end, 7-3 exacta, 108.75 for $1, and that's super. For a dime, $221.05. Wait a second. Oh, that was a scratch that before. Anyway, they're getting ready to head on the turf course for the first time. We're seeing them set up with that gate, as we'll be going 2 turns on the outer turf course for today's turf debut. We'll be in the outer here, in the inner for our 8th race today, the Danger's Hour. And not a big surprise, Chad Brown, well represented in our first turf race. He's got 2, and right now they're the first 2 choices. The 1, Grayosh, the favorite, the 5, Chantilly Road, 7-2.
Yeah, Grayosh, I think you have to treat as a second-time starter in here too, especially after what happened in that race. And thank God for everybody was okay in the race that he went down in. But when you look at this horse's debut, this horse ran a winning race, and the debut just didn't really have much pace in front of the horse.
Yeah, he got a good trip, but you're right, there really wasn't much pace. But given what's in this race, what you know, he's very much the horse to beat, or she is, excuse me. But it's just great to be back on the turf. They're going 1 mile and a 16th on our outer turf course, and really excited to have turf racing back. And it really means that spring is here. Summer's coming soon. A lot of good stuff ahead of us here at the New York Racing Association. Looking forward to a lot of grass racing, and hopefully some weather will cooperate. Christian Torres having a tremendous meeting, really a breakout meeting for a rider who's only been riding for a few years. We'll find out much more about him when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Your guide to selecting a stallion for your mare. Step 1. Make sure he's won a big, famous race.
Mystic Guy charges away and takes the Dubai World Cup.
Step 2. He'd better be very good looking. Step 3. He must have excited the support of breeders with quality mares. Mystic Guide. He's unmissable. Call Darley.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
I was that kid that always liked horses. Then my grandfather, back in Puerto Rico, he started taking me to the racetrack, so I just fell in love with it, and I always said that I wanted to be a jockey. It became a dream. Well, I started in Gulfstream, and my first win, I remember the horse, I remember the race, I remember everything, and like it was yesterday. After my bug year, the business went a little bit down. I felt that I needed a change. That's why I decided to move up here. I went to Texas and I did pretty good, and then I went to Remington. That was the first year that I became a leading rider anywhere. So then I came here and I had a goal to win one greatest stakes in my life, and last year I won 7. It's a great feeling to be a rider in 2 different tracks, and now this year, thank God I'm leading rider again here at Oaklawn, and it's just, I'm living my dream. Coming into this year after I went to Kentucky, my agent and I, we set up a goal to get a mount in the Kentucky Derby. We started pretty good the season. And back in Churchill, we won the Street Sense.
Liberal arts rocketing past everybody else. Liberal arts.
And then we came here and won the Smarty Jones and the Rebel.
And Timberlake and Christian Torres win the Rebel by 2.
Went to Fairground with the Gun Runner.
To the inside, it's Track Phantom with Christian Torres. Track Phantom and the Gun Runner.
When I start looking back, I already won Kentucky Derby points races with 4 different horses. 2 or 3 days ago, he called me and he was like, "Hey buddy, we got a horse for the Derby." I was like, "Who it is?" I was like, "Come on the Fence." And I was happy about it because I broke his maiden here at Oaklawn.
Common Defense, Native Liberty 1-2, and Common Defense soars to the lead.
If I get in that field, I'm going to be in the big stage, the best race in America. You know, everybody want to be in the Kentucky Derby. Everybody want to be in that 20-horse field, and just being there, you know, I just happy with myself, with everything that I've accomplished in these 5 years that I've been riding, and just enjoying the trip.
And the jockey standings are a complete joke. I mean, actually, I give Keith Ashman credit. I think he's closed the gap a little on him. It's only 20. And listen, they've all had good meets there. But Christian Torres, who we really sort of learned about him last year when he had a terrific meet there, but he has just destroyed this meet. He's had a great meet.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see him come to life, right? You see a rider start out, you see them progress, and then last year was the start of some success in a good year, and this year he just totally blew the doors off of everybody there. I mean, it hasn't been close for a while.
No, he's a terrific rider, and nice to see him doing well, and we look forward to him having a very strong career going forward, and congratulations on a well-earned jockey title. I think we can say with a 20-win lead,
yeah,
pretty much has that jockey title wrapped up. Just 2 more weeks at Oaklawn. I guess we've got 7 more racing days after today. Anything's possible, but it seems pretty unlikely as they are on the track for the 5th race at Oaklawn. They'll be going a 1 mile around the oval, and right now, a couple of 5-2 shots. The one famous final scene, Donnie Van Hemel.
Yeah, made a comfortable lead last time off the layoff, dropping in class, and gave way late.
The number 2, a first-time star for Brad Cox, taking all the money.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with this horse. I don't know. I'm a little dubious of this horse at a short price.
All right. The 3 Empire's Best off the claim for Shea Stewart. It's the co-favorite.
Taking a lot of money and burned it the last 3 times out. Now gets claimed away from Brad Cox.
Vigano taking a drop for, oh, he's scratched. Thank you. It's hard to find those scratches sometimes. Tap Valley, the number 5 went by. The 6, Travers Creed, a long shot.
Yeah, Speed and Fade has been his calling card. You'll think he'd be forward here. We'll see what happens late.
Number 7 is Strauss taking some money, Wayne Lucas.
You know, it was part of that pace on the drop and stretch out in a race where the top 3 finishers ran 1, 2, 3 around the track last time out.
The 8 Phenomenal Dream, 14-1 currently.
The last out was better as far as being up early with the pace, but the results have not been there at the end.
Tiny bit of money for the first are Diomedes, Norm McKnight, and Rocco Bowen.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see this horse on synth or grass down the line as the pedigree kind of suggests.
Second-time starter for Kenny McPeak, Parisian Promise, Julian Leperoux.
I'm looking at the dam side and everything. It's turfy, and I'm just not sure about the dirt for this horse.
Off the claim and rounding out the field, 5-1 on Durbus, running on the dirt for the first time since last October, where it was beaten 31 lengths.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this horse. The barn is a winning barn, so the horse is getting a little bit of play in here.
Barn's been great,
yeah.
But this horse is tough to take on the dirt. Let's find out more about this field, particularly the first-time starter, Rebellious, as we head out to Maggie.
I think they named him right, Andy, as he might be rebelling against this whole racing thing. He's thinking about other things. He's thinking about the ladies, as he was very studdish throughout the entire entirety of the preliminaries. Like, usually, okay, it's close quarters, they get a little studdish in the paddock, I get it. But Florent Giroux took him away from the pony, and there was still a presence, if you can catch my drift. I usually don't see that. So, and furthermore, he just doesn't look that fit for a typical Brad Cox first-time starter. And I don't know about going long first time out. There is pedigree to do so, but he just doesn't physically represent that. So at a short price, I'll pass. Moving on to the other first-time starter taking some money, as Andy pointed out, Diomedes. And Paul's right in saying that he's really bred to go 5.5 furlongs on the turf. And yet they're starting him going a mile on the main track. Okay. I will say I liked him as an individual, and he's not totally out-and-out sprinter frame. So I'll give him that. And he comes in here, he's really fresh, he's really kind of on the muscle, talking about, Diomedes here. He's about 90% fit. I want to kind of take the wait-and-see approach, but he is taking some money for a barn that you're not usually used to seeing them win with first-time starters. Moving on to number 12, Parisian Promise, who will stretch out in his second start. He looks like he wants to run long here, this son of City of Light. I like these City of Lights on these sealed. And again, this track isn't that wet, but at least it's still sealed. And last time just wired by the heavy favorite in Copper Echo, and he broke well. He couldn't keep pace, though, when the race kind of quickened midway through around the turn. And that, to me, just represents a horse who will appreciate more ground. Look for him to be forward, albeit from that outside post in the early stages, because he was very sharp and on his toes throughout here. But I'm going to go with number 1. That is Famous Final Scene, as I think he's a generous 9-1. He looks fantastic. And, the argument could be made that maybe he just needed the start last time. He was run down by the 2 favorites in DeLuca and Greer's Ferry. He made a really nice impression on me, and I think he'll be in the right spot with Richard Arami aboard, saving ground, and hopefully just stalking off the pace, Andy.
Thanks, Mag. And Paul, you can do worse things than jump on a horse that Maggie likes in the one Famous Final Scene. I'm just worried he may not get the lead in here. We'll see how it plays out as they're heading into the gate for race number 5. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Phenomenal Dream taking his spot. Empire's Best has gone in. The gray Tap Valley will be next forward. Diomedes, the first-time starter for the Norm McKnight barn, goes in. Travers Creed to post position 6. And then after Travers Creed, 2 back, Parisian Promise, and to the outside, Durbas. Here's Durbas to the outside. This race starts and ends at the 16th pole. And they're off. Diomedes got squeezed pretty hard coming out of the gate and is towards the back of the pack after that. Tap Valley, the gray horse, coming out of sprint races, is naturally quickest and leads the way. Empire's Best getting outside into the clubhouse turn as they go into that turn. Travers Creed drifted out into Strasse, but they're straightening up, and they're 3rd and 4th. We're going to come back to the lead now. Tap Valley, the pacemaker by just the neck, but Empire's Best is keen to go on, takes a hold of the bit, and strides in front. Tap Valley back in 2nd, and happy to do so from tracking position on the rail. And 3rd is Travers Creed. He's 3 lengths ahead of a trio of runners. Famous Final Scene is on the inside. Between them is Parisian Promise, who is towards the back of the pack. A gap of 3 to Phenomenal Dream. Rebellious are next. And Diomedes is well behind as they head down the back stretch here. Empire's Best at 8-5 has opened up the lead to 3 with a half mile to go. In the 2nd spot, Tap Valley loses that position. Travers Creed takes the 2nd spot. Tap Valley retreats and is done at this point. Strasse in the 3rd position. Phenomenal Dream trying to play catch-up is moving outside of that rival around the forward turn. Rebellious still has a lot of ground to make up. So does Durbas as they round the forward turn. And then Parisian Promise. This race will end at the 16th pole. It's Empire's Best with a 2-length lead. Phenomenal Dream on the outside trying to reel him in at the top of the lane. Empire's Best in front. Phenomenal Dream drifts wide, tries to get to the front runner. Empire's Best, who has a furlong to go and a 2-length advantage. Phenomenal Dream still right behind, chasing 2nd. Empire's Best coming to the line in front. Empire's Best, Francisco Arrieta with the hat trick. Parisian Promise gets up for the 2nd spot over Phenomenal Dream, and Rebellious checks in 4th.
And Empire's Best, the crowd got it right. 8-5 favorite in this race. Off the claim for Shea Stewart. Gets it done with a big close from the number 12, Parisian Promise. Picking up second for trainer Kenny McPeak.
Third win on the day for Francisco Arrieta, and a nice aggressive ride. This horse was keen to go on, and, you know, he just let him get to the top, and it was just too much for these horses at the end of the day. A nice run at the end from the 12 Parisian Promise, though.
Did pick up some pieces in the late stages, but there was no catching Empire's Best in the 5th race at Oaklawn Park. Well, I don't know about you, Paul, but I got to tell you, I'm pretty excited. This is really one of the best moments of the year.
We've been talking about it all week. I've been very excited for this moment, as you've jested with me a few times.
We've been talking about it for 5 months since we
kidding?
had turf racing back in November, but we're ready to get some more turf racing, and that means a lot more exciting racing, and it really does spruce the cards up. Great to get back on the grass. Looking forward to some interesting horses going forward, some pedigrees, and what should be a good long year of turf racing both here and in Saratoga, where we'll be there for 44 days, including the Belmont Stakes weekend. 6-5 of the one, Grayosh, Chad Brown, and Manny Franco.
Yeah, realistically so, too. I mean, the last race, just throw that race out with the issue that happened. But ran a winning race in the debut where they all sprinted home to the wire because there wasn't much pace on.
Very possible speed from Colorful Lady for Todd Pletcher and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, certainly didn't care for the dirt. Much better on the turf. And I would think that this horse would be forwardly placed in here.
Just one more run as well as her brother, Voodoo Song, the firster.
We'll see.
The number 5, Chantilly Road, goes to the turf after 2 failed efforts on the dirt for Chad Brown and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, watching her run, I think turf will be better for her based on just her action.
Can't be worse. The 6, Wake Up Lauren, tries the turf for the first time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. The dam was good second in her turf start.
Classic Kara's going to have to improve, thus a long shot. The 8, Wish List, stretching out first time on the turf at least.
I like this horse today. I think her form is better than it looks. We'll talk about her in a bit.
Okay. Blue Thunder rounds out the field, coming in from overseas for Jose Jimenez and Eric Cancel.
It's interesting because the debut was all right, but the second start was not. A lot of questions to answer. It'll be interesting to see how this horse fares with distance and a running style, too.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the one, Grayosh, who draws very well on the inside. And I don't know that this is any superstar, but he ran well in a slow-paced race in his debut. Good trip, just not able to catch the front runners who had everything their own way.
Yeah, nothing wrong with this race whatsoever. Was in a good spot. They all sprinted to the wire, the first 3 finishers anyway, because there wasn't much pace on in here. And you know, you would expect improvement from this horse based on that effort. Obviously, you know, things happened in its second race, so to me, I'm treating this horse like a second-time starter. Gets a nice inside post here, so should be able to work out his own trip.
Well, the question, whether or not she's going to improve, I think she may have run well enough in that race to get it done. She's 4-5 now. Let's head over to the MIG to get more on today's 5th, the opening of the turf season, Richie.
Yeah, always exciting when turf opens up, and we got an absolutely glorious day for it. Turf racing's different than dirt racing. The riding's a lot tighter. Everybody stays more packed up. You're looking to save ground more. Patience and saving ground are keys for a rider to be successful in turf racing. Identifying who your live cover is, who you need to follow. It entails more homework, more patience, and more discipline. And here in New York and a lot of other jurisdictions, we do not allow 10-pound apprentices to ride the turf because the riding is that much tighter. Horses not having to contend with kickback. Guys will sit in there much longer. I think this is a really interesting race to start off the turf season. The 3-horse, Just One More, homebred for Barry Schwartz, is a full to the Grade 1 winning Voodoo Song. The mare is a producer. She has produced 8 winners. This filly looks really good. But the mare also has never produced a debut winner. All of horses seem to improve at racing. This is a horse I will keep an eye on for the future. The 5-horse, the other Chad Brown, Chantilly Road, to me, is the top selection. I'm looking at her. She could not look any better in the flesh, completely dappled out, has the appearance of a turf horse, and we've seen the other Chad Brown kind of pull it off several times in the past. I was really struck with this filly and how good she looked. The 6, Wake Up Lauren, getting on the turf for the first time. Not a lot of immediate turf in the family, but the Grand Dam was a multiple stakes winner on turf, and you get a complete makeover. Blinkers on, Lasix, and Mike Maker switching horses to turf has always been a pretty good combination. And the 8, Wish List, has run some good races on the turf. The mare has produced 2 turf winners, but both the sire, Astern, and Sky Gardner, the dam, were both turf sprinters. So just because this horse closed sprinting on the turf, I don't know that that translates to going long on the turf, but we'll see here, guys, in a couple of minutes.
I think those are very good points by Richie on the number 8 wish list, who to me looks like more of a sprinter. But, Paul, you think this horse can stretch out effectively.
I'm just going to give this horse a shot, too. I mean, you go back to this horse's debut, and I feel like, ran a fine race there, chased Glitter up all the way around the track, subsequently came back in that sprint and didn't do as much running. But then in his third start, tried to stretch out, going the mile over a turfway, kind of got knocked around at the start of that race, ended up running on late a little bit, wasn't beaten that much. I know the field wasn't that great, but since then has had the layoff.
Well, it's a dreadful field.
No, I know. I'm being nice. I'm being nice.
Well, but I mean, people are betting their money.
Yeah,
it was a bad field.
I mean, but still showed that at least this horse did have a little bit of kick and a slow pace. So this horse is now laid up. We'll see what happens now on the return and going long first time out. I do agree that the pedigree might say sprinting, but I just feel like with this horse's action, even in the mile race, this horse can get the distance.
The pedigree does say sprinting.
I know
it doesn't bite. It does. Now, that's fine. I mean, we can all disagree.
Yeah.
And listen, horse racing, a lot of things happen. I don't like horses that make up ground in sprints when they stretch out in these situations. But you're going to take an optimistic route, and you're getting a nice price right now at 7-1. Let's talk about, I think, the 5, Chantilly Road, the other horse for Chad Brown. Second time out. It's not really a turf pedigree, but there's enough turf in the pedigree to suggest this one can handle it.
Yeah, and Chad has good numbers, too, on these surface switches with maidens. 26% was the number I had seen for that and pulled up.
Okay.
Switching surfaces with maidens from dirt to turf. Okay. 26%.
Okay. What about first-time turf with horses with experience? It seems to me that more often than not, Chad Brown will run his turf horses on the turf right away. He usually makes the switch when they just haven't lived up to his expectations on the dirt. That's my concern. I'm not. Listen, he's 7-2. I won't be shocked if he runs well.
And also, when you watch this horse run too, she does have like those longer strides that suggest she's probably going to be okay on the grass and going longer. The mile and the 16th shouldn't be a problem.
All right. What about the 2 Colorful Lady as a potentially wiring the field? And Into Mischief, who has some success, and the dam was no superstar on the turf, but she had an 81 buyer and was a winner on the turf. Doesn't this one have a pedigree to suggest, and especially with the running style, maybe this horse could wire the field at a very generous price? The number 9, by the way, the long shot Blue Thunder, is a late scratch. Sierra Cancel with his tack. He will be scratched. He was 30-1 when scratched. Back to the 2. Do you give this horse any chance to wire the field?
I think this horse could definitely show speed, especially based on...
Well, she's supposed to be in front.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in front in here based on that. And clearly didn't care for the dirt, but showed she could be a little bit forward anyway off that start. And originally they wanted her on the grass anyway. She got rained off that race. And
that was a rain off the
first
first time?
It was rain. It was rain to Tapeta, that day. And even though it looks like it was a non-threatening 5th, the horse was rated that day in there. And I agree with you. I think that this is a pace presence in here that's going to be inside speed in here that could be dangerous at a big price.
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse is. Maybe it's a bad sign. The horse taking no money. And listen, the horse hasn't done a heck of a lot of running in her races, so I get it. 3-5, and I picked the 1. It does seem a little on the light side, but I guess. The 2 horses slow. He's not taking any money. The 3 is a first-time star. I tend to agree with Richie. I think this is one that could be okay eventually, but probably is going to need some time. There just aren't that many options here, especially the 4 scratching. I think the 4 might have been a little bit interesting if that one stayed in.
Yeah.
You're going to try, however, to upset the field with the 8 wish list. Where do you hope to see this horse early in the running of the race wish list?
I would hope that this horse would be sitting maybe 3 or 4 lanes off the lead. I don't want to see this horse way too far back for the pace. If this horse's best chance to win is,
I thought he could be sitting second.
Yeah, sitting relatively close, let's put it that way, off the 2 and whoever else decides to be there. But I just, listen, I think the 1 for sure is the horse to beat.
She's 3
here.
to 5.
Yeah, she's 3 to 5 in here. And I also wonder, too, if she was favored in the race, too, where they clipped heels and went down, too. So I wonder, too, if taking money that day, taking money this day, too.
Well, she's taking money because her first race, the only race she finished, she ran a race that's better than anyone's run here, but you have a lot of unknowns. There's just not a lot to grasp onto. I mean, you're trying to stretch the 8 out, which is fine. I don't agree. Richie doesn't agree, but that doesn't make us right and you wrong. But otherwise, you just don't really, the turf form you have is bad, or you have no turf form, and nobody has done that well. And the first of the 3 is not overly live. And the 2 for Todd Pletcher, first on the turf, not taking much money.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see the 3-2 against New York Brides at some point, too. If it doesn't
Yeah,
work
I
out here
mean,
at Open
I'm sure he'd
Company,
like
too.
to
Yeah.
try to do that,
Yeah.
but he wants to get a race into him, and perhaps we'll see a runner here. And certainly she's she's related to Voodoo Song as well as Worth a Shot. Both nice runners and a English channel at that. Sometimes they want more distance. Not always the case, though. Heading in line, turf season about to kick off. Chris Griffin has the call.
Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're up. Classic Kara's got speed, so does Chantilly Road, and their Chantilly Road will cross over and goes right over towards the rail. Chantilly Road and Dylan Davis, they're well in command. Grayosh is now tracking from third as Classic Kara, just cornering a touch wide into that turn. Same can be said for Chantilly Road. They're just in the 2 or 3 path, but they're the top duo. Grayosh is there in third, and behind that, there's Wishlist in fourth. Colorful Lady is now in the 5th position, second to last. That's Wake Up Lauren, the trailer. Just one more. They work to the backstretch, and there's Chantilly Road, 24.55 for the opening quarter mile at Chantilly Road, with mild pressure here from a big number. Classic Kara towards the outside. It's a very tight hold. They're 2.5 lengths in front of now Grayosh at 3 to 5, starts to move forward. Ground Saving Journey is at the rail, is in that 3rd position. Out wider there is Wishlist in 4th. Then Colorful Lady, still patiently ridden in the 5th spot. The 2 trailers continue to be just one more. And Wake Up Lauren. Less than a half mile to go, 49 seconds flat for that half mile time. Chantilly Road is still in front. It's Chantilly Road trying to take them all the way. Still that pressure from Classic Kara, and now Grayosh is in the clear, gets off the rail, moves towards the outside. Colorful Lady's going to save ground to the inside, as this quartet will be tightly bunched as they get set to reach the top of the lane. It's still Chantilly Road finding plenty so far. Grayosh is in full pursuit, the gray down the center of the race course, and also Colorful Lady is trying to launch a rally. Chantilly Road is still there, but now Grayosh starts to build the momentum, and Grayosh towards the outside of Chantilly Road, who's not going away. It's Grayosh and Chantilly Road. Grayosh, Chantilly Road. Grayosh, Manny Franco, they get the victory. Grayosh gets the victory over Chantilly Road. Colorful Lady and Wake Up Lauren in 1 minute 42 and 3.
Long shot kicked off the pick 6. A heavy favorite gets it done in race number 5, the second leg of the pick 6, and Chad Brown running 1-2 here. Nice start, first time in the grass for Chantilly Road, but ultimately no match for Grayosh, who's had a perfect trip under Manny Franco.
Yeah, perfect trip, perfect ride. Got the 3-wide tip out and ended up running on. It took a little while to get past Chantilly Road, who ran really well and ended up being the pace. We thought that the 2 was going to be out there on the lead. As it turned out, the 5, the 5 ended up showing some of that speed that she showed in her debut over at Tampa. But make no mistake about it, it's back to turf season. Chad Brown, 1-2 under the wire.
Yep, Grayosh gets it done, winning by about 2.5 lengths over the uncoupled stablemate, the number 5 Chantilly Road. Well, we'll take another look down the stretch, and it's just nice to be on the green stuff, and they've got the turf listed as good. I'll take firm, 142.71. Also keep in mind, these courses are pristine. We haven't run on them in over 5 months now, so it's nice to get back on the grass, and no big surprise, Chad Brown getting it done, a heavy favorite under Manny Franco. And nice to put that start behind her from last time out. She gets it done. Grayosh, Paul, it's been a pleasure. See you, I don't know if we're on again tomorrow.
Tomorrow, together.
We're on the morning tomorrow, all right. So we're doing that as well. I'm going to be heading out. Paul's going to stick around for a race. Keisha Clement will be up here in this seat in just a few moments. A lot more to come. Juan Hernandez, take a look at Juan Hernandez, who's having really a breakout time riding out in California, and he's there. He's looking for a sweep at Oaklawn Park. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 13 minutes out till the 6th.
Is that Mitchell? My favorite?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
You are
5,
the
4,
greatest.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Feelings mutual. Da-da-da-da.
Guys, I might be wired.
Oh my God, yeah.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Thanks for joining us. I'm Acacia Clement, stepping in to take you the rest of the way on this Saturday edition of America's Day at the Races. We'll overlap for about half an hour.
Yeah.
Paul will do a couple races together, short and sweet.
Yeah, got you for a little bit. It's always cool. See you around.
Well, we see turf racing back underway, and no surprise, I guess, Chad Brown runs 1-2 in the first turf race of the season. Grayosh, the favorite, delivers in her first start here in New York, and Manny Franco in the saddle. He's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, perfect trip winner here under Manny Franco Grayosh. First of all, how good did it feel to be back on the turf?
It's great, man. I love to ride on the grass, you know. You have the horses, it's fun.
And the course looks like it's in fantastic shape. And we had some rain overnight, but it still looked like it was firm.
No, it's a little bit like soft. You can feel it when you're up there. You heard the noise of the water. So, but it's not that bad, you know. We can do it today. So I think we'll be in good shape in the coming days.
Manny, you have continually improved and developed into a world-class rider, and your turf riding has been improving all along as well. That was a perfect turf trip, wasn't it? Saving all the ground. How important is that to get those kind of trips?
I mean, I'm happy to get the horse too. I mean, the horse helped me a lot. This horse just broke good, put me in a nice stocking strip, inside trip, and like I say, I feel like I have a lot of horse under me, so I just, when we hit to the turn, 3/8 pole, I just went around, those two horses in front of me because I feel that I'm gonna get there because I have a lot of horse, so I don't wanna get stuck on nothing like that with the best horse.
Congratulations, well done. Guys, you can't ride a better turf race. That should be the race they show apprentice jockeys how to ride a turf. Save ground, patient, come out, strong finish.
Did everything right and got the win. Richie, thank you. Manny Franco with the victory on Grayosh. And as he said, Paul, certainly helps when you're on the best horse in the race too, but when you're on the best horse, you don't want to get in their way.
Yeah, no, you want to just let them do their thing, and you want to let them just run and let them take you where they want to take you and just finish up strong. And that's what Manny does day in and day out on most of the horses. Pretty much all of the horses he rides, he does finish strong, and he's a good rider. So you can't beat it. Back on the grass is where we want to be. No more rain.
He'll be aboard the favorite coming up in the sixth race, an Upside Potential, a former Chad Brown runner. Now first off the claim for Linda Rice. It's the starter allowance in race 6, going 6 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward 2-1 right now, an Upside Potential, who got a good figure for that debut. Linda Rice has had success claiming off of some big barns, Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher, for example. But what do you make of this one as the favorite facing winners?
I wonder if Chad and his team kind of undervalued this horse a little bit because this horse ran well upon debut. He was tossing, his head around a little bit after the break and headed down the backside. Once he settled and leveled off, he ran a big race, and now Linda takes over. We know Linda's barn's been very hot these days, so it'll be interesting to see how this race plays out and how this horse runs second time out with any improvement.
Manny Franco will be aboard once again, looking for a little rolling double here, and got to know this horse, who's a little bit quirky, as you mentioned, first time out. The cross country pick 5. Taking a look at the sequence here, starts in about an hour at 4:44. It's an all-stake sequence. You have Keeneland, Aqueduct, and Oaklawn in the mix, and great to see an Aqueduct turf race in there as well with the Dangerous Hour represented.
Yeah, it's always fun when you get these races, and they're all stakes races in a pick 5 sequence too. So I think you find some prices in some of these races, and it'll be fun to see what this pays out eventually, but you can't beat the racing we have today.
Yeah, very excited for all of the action coming up today in New York and at Oaklawn Park. And with that, we say hello to Lafitte Pinkai and Rashiv Mirage. Glad to see you guys joining the show now, and there's a lot still to go, though we're well underway on the show.
The stakes racing still ahead, the Oaklawn Handicap. We fixed the leak, Raj, and by fixed the leak, I mean like it stopped raining here in Hot Springs and just hopefully the rest of the way, clear sailing, and maybe, and this is how quickly the track dries, maybe we wind up with a fast track for the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, there's still a few more races before we get to the Oaklawn Handicap, so there's a potential for a dry track. I'm just happy I made it back to the set without getting soaked. I made it back from the jocks room, got to talk to Juan Hernandez, and also I got to see some of the other guys that are in the races and get their point of view on the races.
You got the insight for Reincarnate, strategy, that's coming up a little bit later on as we get set for the 6th race. Oaklawn about 5 minutes out. 6 furlong sprint, $62,500 claiming event, restricted, non-winners, 3 lifetimes. So the sale price, $62,500, all 2 for something, and a heavy favorite in the form of Life is Hard. We start with Speaking of the Devil and Keith Asmussen in the West Point Gold in Black, and there's Life is Hard, 2-5.
Yeah, dropping in from an optional 2 other than allowance into this condition claimer for the first time.
Crew Dragon, last win about 3 weeks before Authentic won the Kentucky Derby.
Switching back from the turf to the dirt and cutting back to sprinting.
Rhythm Nick, he's run well in his last pair.
Yeah, nice third place finish against allowance horses last time, back into a claimer today.
Shuffle Dance and Jose Ortiz in town for the big stakes.
Takes a step up first time off the claim, up to the 62,000 level.
Should have bought the bar. First starts in September of last year, and then Backside Buzz, Christian Torres, really good feature on Torres that we just saw in his incredible run in just the last 5 years that he's been riding and running away with the standings here at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, off a big dominating standings last year. He's back at it again this year, just running away with the title.
Field for the 6th of 11, post time in 4 minutes as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin to the broadcast for the first time. JK, welcome to the show. A, B, who's going to win this 6th race?
Well, C, I don't like you and Rajiv having these inside jokes like you guys have been hanging out in Oaklawn without me. Because, Lafitte, let's not forget, that's where we hung out for the first time. And so I'm feeling a little bit of jealousy, but I'm going to power through it here. I'm going to pick the 5, Rhythm Nick. And when you look at Rhythm Nick, you'll look at the past performances since this horse was claimed. And I think that when you look there, you can find some opportunities. There's the horse caught a sloppy racetrack, a muddy racetrack, and then last time ran well with a 91 buyer, but did it in a race that had a slow pace. Think about Usain Bolt breaking away from the blocks, walking for 5 steps, and then running. He'll never break his personal record. He'll never break the world record. I don't care how fast he runs after those 5 steps. That's how I look at these races. This horse ran a 91 buyer. The buyer speed figure helps you understand the final time of the race, but does not tell the story of what happened during the race. So for me, Rhythm Nick actually probably ran a little bit better than that 91 buyer speed figure because he was slow in the early part of the race. He can only come home so fast. I'll take the 5, and you're getting a much better price at 6-1 than you're getting on the favorite here at 1-2.
almost as cold here in Hot Springs as it was when J.K. and I covered that first Southwest together about 5 years ago. 2 minutes to post. We check in with Paul. And, Paul, this odds-on favorite, why is Life is Hard so heavily backed?
Well, I'm kind of with J.K. in here. I don't understand why the horse is 1-2. I do agree the horse should be the favorite. I was thinking about 4-5, somewhere in that area. When you look at the numbers, he's only maybe a point or a point and a half faster than the 5 in here. And then if you include Backside Buzz, who I like a little bit on the complete outside, he's just not that far off. Okay, Life is Hard has run some good races, but let's take this into account. He's 0 for 9 the last 2 years. The 5, Rhythm Nick, run some really good races. 0 for 9 the last 2 years. The Trainer, 0 for 21 at the meet. Now I go to the 9, Backside Buzz, and the horse does have 2 wins out of 16 starts, the lone 2 wins. The races over a sloppy racetrack were not bad. And the reason why I like this horse, 2 back, had to press the pace, was inside, was 3 wide most of the way, and just got a victim a bit and run down by Rhythm Nick. I thought he ran a tiny bit better. There's not much in between the 5 and the 9 in here. I just don't think there's much between the 5 and the 9, between the 3 to be the 3 to 5 in here. So, Jimmy DeVito's having a solid meet, and Ricardo Santana, I would think, is going to be on the send with Life is Hard. But Rhythm Nick does have a little pace to stay close, and Backside Buzz is a kind of horse, I think, that with the outside post, with Christian Torres sticking, he broke very well last time out, and Christian settled him, and he kind of got boxed, and he's kind of one of those horses that can't quicken. So I think with the outside post, maybe he can freely run out there, and I think he's a danger in here at 7-1. I'm not faulting at all with JK's pick, because I think the 5's the other horse in here. I think it's between the 3, 5, and 9, but I actually boxed 3, 9 in the exacta in here, guys.
Okay, so our handicapper staying clear of the chalk. JK going with number 5, Rhythm Nick. Paul, number 9, Backside Buzz, pictured. And Raj, you're going with the 7 and Shuffle Dance with Jose Ortiz at 7-1. Why?
I picked this one at a juicy price, and it's not because the shuffle is my favorite dance move, but I really think this horse has a legitimate chance of making a big impact in this race. And the reason is, 2 starts back, he had an impressive wire-to-wire win, albeit at a much lower level. But then he came back last time and stepped up in class, and he ran a very good 3rd place. He was off slow. He had a terrible start. He got stuck in no man's land on the outside, and he still ran a very good 3rd, got beat only 2 lengths. The new connections claim him for 20, bumps him up to 62,000, makes me feel like they see something that they really like about this horse. And I think if he gets off well, if he gets a good start, because he has the natural speed, he's going to be real close to the pace, and he's going to be able to capitalize on that.
By Derby winner Nyquist, Shuffle Dance, Jose Ortiz. Another look at Speaking of the Devil, Keith Asmussen at 8-1. Life is Hard, though, odds on. For those who are backing the chalk, Ricardo Santana, watched him pilot home Skelly, a quiet passenger in the Count Fleet last week. If Life is Hard is going to be effective, where does he need to place him early in order for him to be most effective?
Well, one thing about Life is Hard is he seems like a horse that runs good races but doesn't finish it off. He hasn't won in his last 10 starts while he's been close, so Santana has to be thinking, I have to get this horse engaged. How do I get him to put that killer instinct? And I think he's going to need to ride him really aggressively. Let him know that you're here to race today, and I want everything out of you. Because on paper, he looks like a horse that just doesn't give his all.
Work cut out for him, perhaps. We'll see. In those double-down stable colors, Ricardo Santana steps into the starting gate, or Life is Hard does. The odds-on favorite. Moving into line, Matt Ditterman with the call. Post time for the 6 from Oaklawn, live on Fox Sports 2.
The outside, Backside Buzz. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Life is Hard broke just fine today, and he's showing the most speed with Backside Buzz. Shuffle Dance right off of them between horses. These three vie for the early lead. Backside Buzz with a half-length lead, now 3/4, making a full length. On Shuffle Dance back at second, Life is Hard alongside of him down the backstretch. Crew Dragon and Rhythm Nick, they're side by side, a gap of 2 to Speaking of the Devil, and Should Have Bought the Bar is at the back of the pack at a big number, 49-1. Backside Buzz is cleared off from the competition. Scampers a length and a half in front as they round the turn. Rhythm Nick takes the second position. Shuffle Dance sent along from third. Crew Dragon alongside of him. 2 back to Speaking of the Devil. The 1-2 favorite, Life is Hard, is plummeted back to the second last position, and he is beaten at the quarter pole. Rhythm Nick has made a sustained run to challenge the front runner. Backside Buzz on the lead. Rhythm Nick's in front. Crew Dragon on the outside. Here he comes in the red blinkers. Rhythm Nick with a half-length lead. Backside Buzz fighting right back from the rail, and Crew Dragon extreme outside. Backside Buzz determined, turning away Rhythm Nick and Crew Dragon, and Backside Buzz with a gutsy win. Showed a lot of grit today. Crew Dragon second, Rhythm Nick third. Life is Hard managed to get fourth, but underwhelmed as the heavy favorite.
Leading rider strikes on a gelding who this is going to pay. At 6-1, Backside Buzz, Polly's top selection right here. Looks like he's collared by JK's top selection, Rhythm Nick, but Backside Buzz digs, claws his way to victory.
Yeah, he looked like he was in deep water after succumbing the lead to the number 5 Rhythm Nick. And Christian Torres shook him up, switched sticks, went to the left hand, and this horse was just so resilient today, coming back on the inside and pulling away in the end for a clear and convincing win, almost a 2-length win at the end.
And the concerns about the heavily backed favorite, Raj, not unfounded. Life is Hard, who looked like he was in deep water, rounding the far turn.
Yeah, he never made an impact in the race. He didn't do much running early, and nor did he do any running late. From early on in the race, you could tell that he was in deep water.
Yeah, the odds-on favorite, a non-factor. You were just in the jocks room on an afternoon like this. Before we step aside here, just want to get a sense of the atmosphere in the room as you start getting closer and closer to the afternoon's bigger events.
There's a bit more tension on a Saturday with $1 million race, $1.25 million race like today. Usually on a Friday or Thursday during the week, everyone is loosey-goosey. When it starts getting closer to this big event, it gets serious.
3 consecutive stakes races coming up, races 9, 10, and 11. The Oaklawn Handicap 76 running, race 11 here from Oaklawn Park. And this guy will be in it. Octane, just sounds like a fast horse. Florida bred, Florida Invader. Won the Razorback here last month. Can he do it again and make it the 78th running of the $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap? Stay tuned.
It's Volatil in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatil victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Sun trying to come out. Always sunny in the winner's circle. And for Backside Buzz, Christian Torres, the leading rider here at 6-1. You don't get Torres very often at this price, Raj. And at this point, with the favorite toiling well behind him, Backside Buzz towards the inside and the determination that he displayed late.
Yeah, and we've been talking about Christian Torres, who has developed a signature move of coming from behind and making a sweeping outside run. Today we see him winning a race on the lead, getting past, and being resilient on the inside. Makes you see how versatile he is, and one of the things that is making him become a jockey that could ride horses with all different kinds of styles.
$15. Well done, Paulie. JK and he looked like they had the exacta. They have run 1-3, 9, 4, 5, 3 in the 6th race at Oaklawn Park. Turn the page. Fans here excited about what's around the corner with the main events, the 3 stakes races, and this race. This high-quality maiden affair. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. No surprise here with Miss Raquette, the expensive 8-5 favorite that's coming up next year in the 7th race. Raj, again, not a stakes race, but it's just a maiden race in April. But why are these races, why can they be so significant moving forward?
Well, this filly, Miss Raquette, $1.25 million purchase. So this is one that they have had high expectations for. And this is just a starting point for a lucrative $115,000 purse, but it's a starting point of what could be a future star in the making.
It's the late developers. Just because a prospect, a 3-year-old, doesn't run in the Kentucky Oaks or the Kentucky Derby doesn't mean they can't be very good later on down the line. For example, the older horses we'll see in the Oaklawn Handicap. It is, of course, the America's Best Racing's race of the week, and a strong field, a deep field, 11 of them, $1.25 million, mile and an eighth. And there's the field with the morning line. Skippy Longstocking, number 10, who's the 3-5 favorite. Number 4, Octane at 5-1. Raj, his latest, the Razorback, one of Oaklawn's local preps for this Oaklawn Handicap. He was prominent throughout. You'll see he was turning for home in that race, and what was most impressive is how he kept fighting and fending off all challengers.
Yeah, that race in the Razorback not only showed that he handles his track well, but he showed that he can either be up close to the pace, on the lead. He's versatile. He has tactical speed. He's versatile. He tracked just off that long shot and pulled off in the stretch.
But he's never raced beyond a mile and a 16th and 18 lifetime starts. How much of a concern is his ability to thrive at this demanded mile and an eighth distance?
It is a demanding distance, a mile and an eighth. But if you judge that mile and a 16th race, this is only a 16th of a mile further. It might not be optimal for him, but it's not way out of his wheelhouse. It's not a big stretch.
One of several contenders in this Oaklawn Handicap coming up this evening. We're going to step aside for a moment, pause, and welcome in a brand new audience as our coverage continues from Hot Springs.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on SNY, we're very glad to have you with us. Acacia, come on alongside Paul Verderosa here in New York at Aqueduct. And spring is sprung. Paul, we've already had our first turf race of the day, first turf stake coming up with the Dangers Hour, and it's turned out to be a beautiful afternoon.
Yeah, after a cloudy, gloomy morning, we got the sun out, the weather's warmed up. Turf course is in full swing, already had a race going, got a stakes race coming up, as you said. It's a sure sign of summer.
Race number 6 is our next order of business. Starter allowance here for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs on the main track. And that's a look at the field. Favoritism now to the number 4 Clubhouse, second off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez. We'll get a chance to meet the field, starting things off with the remaining part of the entry, the one independent. Paul, you should like this horse.
Yeah, I'm totally independent, so it's all good. So Brogan's made for 30 against State Bred. Just a little trouble breaking through in the condition. Did have some trouble last time out, though.
Here's the 3, Warrior Richard, cutting back.
Coming off the layoff and cutting back. I wonder, though, if this is a prep for something a little bit longer. The sprint races we've seen from this horse have been a little slow.
First off the claim for the 3, Pineapple Man.
Got the jump on everybody last time out, parlayed it into a win. Little tougher spot today.
Second off the bench is Clubhouse.
Not sure what to make of this horse. This field is tougher than last time and got moderate fractions and just didn't win.
Upside potential. He definitely has that. Very lightly raced.
I like this horse today. Won that debut despite being a little quirky.
Here's another new claim, 19 Oysters.
The maiden win was nice, but hasn't run back to it just yet. So today might be the day.
And trying to live up to his name, here's Lookin' Super.
That was a much improved effort last time out. Showed a little more speed and then kind of ran on when split horses. But he's got a couple of races that make a fit here. Just been a vet scratch, though, a few times since that win.
We welcome in now here with us at Aqueduct, the one and only champion jockey Richard Migliore. Richie, what are you seeing from the favorite?
I'm taken with the favorite. He does look really good, and you can see that Speightstown influence. His sire, that big, strong hind end on him, really warmed up nicely on the racetrack. He looks terrific, and now he's got a race under his belt after a bit of a freshening, and he has enough speed to get good position without being forced into the race. Really, he's not like a horse that needs the lead. The 5 upside potential, also making a really nice impression. A horse that did show ability, and like Paul alluded to, being a bit green first time out, gets claimed, comes back here, really looks good. Nice impression. And then the 6 horse, 19 Oysters, who did have that really big debut run, and then he kind of lost his way a little bit. But I do feel like his last 2 starts signify that he's kind of come back around, or coming back around. He was claimed last time by Rob Atras. It's never an indictment on former connections when a horse gets claimed, and if they get back to their best form or improve. Every trainer has a little different way of doing things, a little bit, different training style or feed style, and some horses respond differently or, improve because of those subtle changes. And I'm going to pick the 6-19 Oysters because I do think he has that big debut to go back to. And the way he warmed up today, I got a feeling at 5-1, he is going to be a major player here. Although I think it would be really cool if we had Warrior Richard and Independent Paul battling it out the last 16th of a mile.
Got to get an Acacia in there too. I mean, yeah, but yes, that would be cool. There is the hunch bet in here, the hunch bet exacta for Richie and Paul on the desk. We have 2 Pauls on the show today too. We have our whole team out at Oaklawn Park as well for live coverage of the Oaklawn Handicap, among other stakes coming up this afternoon. But Paul, are you sticking with your namesake, or do you have other thoughts on this race?
I'm looking at upside potential. I see a lot of potential in upside potential, especially after that first race. And, when you look at that race, he was down inside for a while and tossing his head around a little bit and being a little green, but he did finish that race off nicely when produced on the outside. And it's a sneaky claim by Linda, I think, because you just don't know sometimes with the Chad Brown barn. Maybe they just underestimated this horse a little bit. Maybe they didn't think anybody was going to dive in just based on looks or anything to that effect. But Linda jumped in, and she may have a good one here. We'll find out.
Linda Rice is not afraid to claim from anyone.
Yeah.
She's claimed from Todd Fletcher, Mike Maker, Chad Brown, certainly, and has success with a lot of her claims, a sharp outfit. The number 4 at Clubhouse, though, continuing to be the favorite. Was the favorite last time. That was off of a bit of a layoff at this level and distance, finishing second that day after showing speed. Did run on pretty well in here, and certainly you'd imagine could be stronger second off that little bit of a freshening.
Could be, and I'm sure is going to show speed again in here. But I don't know. Isn't the field today tougher?
I think so.
Than what he faced for sure. And then look at Messi the Magician, too, who came back and ran a 63 buyer yesterday, too, out of that race. So I don't know. I mean, listen, he's going to be forwardly placed in here. It's a hard take at even money for me.
He's a short price on the board at the moment. The number 5 upside potential, 3-1 Manny Franco, looking for another one. He was aboard for that first start as well. A couple other intriguing ones. Richie has interest in the 6-19 Oysters. He did run a very fast race on debut.
Yeah, never lived up to the talent after that. But I have to say, though, last time out, I think he just wasn't ridden the right way, too. He ended up at the back of the pack and just kind of got in the clear, kind of closed a little bit late. Now puts blinkers on today, makes the switch over to Kendrick. You would think there'd be a little bit more aggression there if this horse is live out of the gate.
6-1 on the board. First off the claim for Rob Atras. Race 6 coming up next. Fast main track at Aqueduct. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Looking super. Is in. All set. And they're off. Independent Paul right to the front, and Independent Paul is now confronted by a moving Upside Potential, and Upside Potential is winging on the front end, is up by 3/4 of a length. Clubhouse is going to track in second, is going to take back here, might switch to the outside. Independent Paul is in third. Outwider is Looking Super, is progressing quickly, and Looking Super, Upside Potential's got the lead, but a lineup of 3 right in behind. Back there in the 5th position comes 19 Oysters, and to the inside of that rival comes Warrior Richard, the Triller. Pineapple Man, 22-4. Unopposed is Upside Potential. Upside Potential's got the lead. Tight spot here for Clubhouse is at the rail. The 4-5 favorite, nowhere to go right now, is back to 4th. Independent Paul is there, and Looking Super is ranging up 3 wide. Also trying to make a move from the back. Warrior Richard is on the move. 19 Oysters. They reach the top of the stretch, 45-4. That half-mile time, Upside Potential trying to run them off their feet. It's Upside Potential who's still in front, is 2.5 lengths clear. Independent Paul continues to chase. Now Clubhouse has got some clear running room. Upside Potential is still there. Upside Potential with a 16th left to go. Independent Paul is going to lunge late. Upside Potential needs the line. Independent Paul lunging. Upside Potential holds on. Independent Paul second. Then came a photo. Warrior Richard is there with 19 Oysters in Clubhouse in 1 minute 10.34 seconds.
Looks like the number 5, Upside Potential, just held on. But Paul, Independent Paul, was second, and I think Warrior Richard might have gotten third.
Listen, I am happy to go out with a winner here. I thought this horse ran great, and I will say this is the only time that I will probably ever be able to outride the MIG. Finishing second in here.
Fair enough.
I got the jump on him from the start in this race.
The number 5, great pick, by the way. Upside Potential, first up the
Yeah.
claim for Linda Rice and Minnie Franco. You know, it's interesting when you talk to jockeys about getting acquainted with a horse and they ride that horse back for the next time, and especially if it's a quirky one. He was not messing around today. He put this horse right on the lead.
And I think the great thing about that is exactly what you said. He knew the quirks that this horse had, and when he popped out of the gate with him, he took it to Clubhouse and then actually made Clubhouse take back a little bit and have to end up being in a spot where eventually he ended up on the rail and back and forth, and that's not where Clubhouse wants to be.
Yeah, Clubhouse, your heavy favorite, off the board in that 6th race. It was actually 5-1-6-2, so Warrior Richard in for 4th, but he did round out the superfecta.
I told you, just outrode him. Only time ever that will happen with me in the MIG.
Well, Paul, great job. That's
Good to
it
see
for
you.
you today.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yep, thank you very much. Good to see you.
Yes,
Be back
absolutely.
tomorrow.
Absolutely. We'll look forward to talking a little bit more about all the exciting action coming up. Sarah El-Badwi will join me on the set after this, and we'll get a chance to hear from our team live over at Oaklawn Park as jockey Juan Hernandez looks for a sweep of the big races in Hot Springs, won the Arkansas Derby and the Apple Blossom, and he'll look to add the Oaklawn Handicap to that tally.
Exciting day of thoroughbred racing. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Just under 2 hours or so until the main event. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, $1.25 million purse. The field with number 6, Reincarnate, trained by Bob Baffert, ridden by Juan Hernandez. A little earlier, Rajiv paid a visit to the jocks room to speak with Hernandez, a Reincarnate's rider, to discuss tactics and strategy.
Juan, so far this meet, you've won the Arkansas Derby, the Apple Blossom. In both those races, you were very aggressive leaving the gate, put your horses in a good position. Was it because of the dynamics of the race, the horses that you rode, or something that you know about this track?
I think that was because the style of my horses, because both of them, the filly, she's a really big filly, and she liked to run on the lead or close to the lead, but out of the gate, because she's so big, sometimes she's a little slow. So that's why I was a little aggressive on her, because I wanna get her on the lead or close to the lead. That's why I was really aggressive out of the gate with her. And then with Muth, he's fast out of the gate, but he broke steps slow. So that's why I was a little aggressive too, because after that step slow, I wanna put him on the race. But I think that's why I was so aggressive out of the gate.
So looking at this race, and you rode Reincarnate to a third place finish last time in the Santa Anita Handicap. How do you plan to ride him? What kind of strategies do you want to employ going into this race?
Again, this is another huge horse. I don't know if you guys saw him, but he's really big horse. So, and then he have the same style that the other two horses. He like to run close or in the lead. So I've been riding him like a couple times, maybe more, and then on all the stars I've been really aggressive out of the gate with him, because again he like to be close and on the pace, but he's a little slow out of the gate. So I think I'm gonna be aggressive out of the gate and see what the other jockeys do after we break.
Very laid back, confident Juan Hernandez, and why not? Showing up at Oaklawn Park and riding these big horses for Bob Baffert, and to this point, delivering.
Yeah, he's been delivering, and you can tell talking to him. He comes prepared. He is really focused on what he needs to do and how to execute it, and I think that's a big part of what's parlaying into his success.
Trying to become the first rider since Mike Smith back in 2008 to sweep the Arkansas Derby, the Apple Blossom, and this Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. That's race 11. Race 7 first. 3-year-old fillies. This is exciting. Maiden special weight and highly regarded prospects. Some expensive fillies we're talking about here. We'll have a chance to meet them in the post-parade. There's Gourmet and Joel Rosario in the Windstar White.
Yeah, this $240,000 purchase was second last time at this level. Puts blinkers on today.
Catalyst for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, 6th last time at this distance and level.
Looking for Ginny. Julian Leperoux, a date with Octane in the main event.
This one will be coming from off the pace in the stretch.
Lyrical Pardon, go get him. Tom Amos's Scratch, Miss Raquette. Frank Fletcher's expensive filly.
Yeah, the one that we have the keen eye on to see how this $1.2 million purchase is going to perform today.
Contender, Flashy Dancer, beautifully bred. Mom and Dad were simply awesome. Scenic Beauty. Go ahead.
Another $240,000 purchase here was 4th at this level last time.
Outsider, Defining Joy.
Yeah, no factor in its debut. Stretching out a 16th of a mile today.
Amy Z, not close in her last pair.
Yeah, 0 for 7 lifetime, but did have a second 3 starts back at this level and distance.
And Baby Avery is out. So 8 of them, sophomore fillies, mile and a 16. This is where it all starts. Very good maiden event. 3-year-old fillies post time, 5 minutes. And circling back to Miss Raquette, and there's Juan Hernandez, purchased by Little Rock native Frank Fletcher. Miss Raquette, $1.25 million, same as the purse for the Oaklawn Handicap, trained by 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert. She's never raced. This was one of her recent works, Raj, March 29th, Santa Anita, out of the gate, half mile and 46 flat, the fastest of 163 works at the distance. 163, what are you seeing?
And let's put this thing in perspective here. Her workmate, Winstock, it is the 2023 Grade 2 Los Alamitos Fraternity winner, who was just recently 6th in the Santa Anita Derby. Very good horse that's already accomplished, and she outworked him. I mean, the gallop out, she is just pulling away from him. What I loved about her work as well, her work shows that she's gonna appreciate more distance. She came out of the gates pretty quick, and she just continued to get faster and faster and going on to that bullet workout.
Miss Raquette, expensive, well-bred in moments, her career debut. Can't wait to see what she does. Over to Maggie.
I'm so glad that we showed that work, and I got to see it before analyzing Miss Rockette number 5 in here before coming on air, because it showed that she could very well be dangerous at this 2-turn mile in the 16th first time out, because it is not an easy distance to debut at, but easily handling an accomplished stablemate of hers in Winstock, leads me to believe that despite her being a daughter of Into Mischief, which usually from a general standpoint, they prefer that kind of mile distance. So this is a little bit of an ask, but she's a filly that comes in here and debut that looks as though she's run before. She's been very professional. She is wearing the same blinkers that we saw in that work, presumably what she has worn all along here. So all things good. If I had to be hypercritical of your 4 to 5 first-time starting favorite, I just wish she looked better in her coat. Considering she's coming from California, I know it's been cold out there, but as a filly, they can tell you a lot in how they're doing when you look at their coat. Just a bit dull in that sense. Moving on to some others with experience. Number 1, Gourmet, comes in here from Fairgrounds. She could very well control here as she gets those blinkers on for her 3rd start. And she was dominating up front before run down late in the game by a horse stalking her back on March 14th. And she kind of got to wandering around. She got a little drunk down the lane. Well, the best thing to sober a horse up when doing that is putting the blinkers on. And she has just a shortcut cheater blinker, one of 2 here for Steve Asmussen, and she looks fantastic. Of the 2 Steve horses, I do prefer Gourmet, as they're actually very similar in price, which is a little bit surprising for me. Number 6, Flashy Dancer. She broke a touch slow, and then she kind of got cut off. So she really got behind the 8 ball first time out. Then she made that steady run up the rail as the beaten favorite and wired that day. So I'm actually willing to forgive her. She was flattered when Under the Palms came back to win. She looks great. I love her demeanor too. She kind of would come around in the paddock at the door and just look out and gaze. She just seems so confident and really ready for her 2nd start. Then it's bomb time. Bombs away. Another 2nd-time starter that's catching my eye is number 8, Defining Joy. I know she did not do much running. After being close to the pace first time out, she was very green that day. And while she's on the muscle again, she just seems more focused, and she's really strengthened up out of that effort. But for more on this race, we'll get on over to Paulie. What's up, Paul?
Nothing much, Maggie. And listen, when you look at the 5's last workout that we showed, I mean, it was pretty amazing. My one worry was when the horse got stuck with the crop a little bit, that tail went a wagon. And I don't love those tail wagon type of horses. But like you said, she makes a great appearance in the post parade. I know you're saying she's a little light maybe in her coat. The thing about this race, there's not a lot of pace, right? So we know that the one with the blinkers on is going to go to the front end. Now, looking at that work, I would think Miss Rockette sits right outside of her, and probably that's what Mr. Baffert wants, to sit right outside, and Mr. Fletcher as well, an Arkansas native, obviously. But he's going to have to sit outside the one, get first run, and then go on with it. Obviously, this horse has got a lot of talent to be 4 to 5. Now, Lafitte, you were very good by saying that we might get a fast track. They have now upgraded the track to good. So now are we going to see maybe a tiring racetrack now with, it not as muddy, and maybe it's going to be a little bit deeper, and that could land into the 6's hands. Flashing Dancer, who has a race under her belt at 3 to 1, and it's Brad Cox, and this horse should improve. I know there's a lot of money on Miss Rockette, and I went with her. You just can't ignore a horse that outworks 160 some odd horses in a day. And I just know the way Bob's horses run. They run at high cruising speed, and I would think this horse is going to put the pressure on the one, and they're just going to have to come and get this daughter of Into Mischief. I do think the 6 is a formidable foe. I honestly, to be honest with you, I don't know how this race doesn't run 5-6 or 6-5.
Couple standout, expensive, well-bred fillies, Flashy Dancer, the homebred Miss Raquette, ready to make her debut, $1.25 million purchase. Raj, take us through the adjustments a rider is making on an afternoon like this when the condition of the track is changing as the hours go by.
Well, at this point, this is going to be the first race since the race track has been unsealed. So you have to kind of wait and see after a race. This race is going to be very telling for all the riders that are riding later on to see if there's any trend, anything that they can pick up when it comes to biases.
These 3-year-old fillies start of what could be a big afternoon for Bob Baffert, Juan Hernandez, the $1 million filly Miss Raquette, odds on at post time. We're all set for the 7th, live from Oaklawn.
And we're off. Miss Raquette, maybe a half step slow out of there as Ask for Speed gets a couple taps on the shoulder. Gourmet, quicker out of the blocks, takes control of things. Miss Raquette second, Amy Z third, approaching the turn with Scenic Beauty. Catalyst is down on the inside, along with Defining Joy, a gap of 4 to Looking for Ginny. And Flashy Dancer, void of early paces at the back of the pack. Gourmet, and a good gallop now, leads the way by a length and a half. Miss Raquette right behind her, chasing second. Scenic Beauty, Amy Z, they're side by side, 2 from the top. A gap of 5 to Catalyst, a length to Defining Joy, 6 more to Looking for Ginny. Flashy Dancer well behind as they're down the backstretch. Gourmet went the opening quarter in 23 seconds flat, goes well within herself. Gourmet at 6-1, in control by 3/4 of a length. Miss Raquette on a snug hold second, Amy Z on her tail third. Scenic Beauty loses a spot fourth. Defining Joy within 7 lengths of the lead. Catalyst is plummeted back while under pressure. Flashy Dancer passing Looking for Ginny, but Flashy Dancer has a lot of ground to make up as they round the far turn. Gourmet on top. Miss Raquette, without being asked, turning up the pressure, and these two round the far turn a neck apart. Miss Raquette has asked for more, and she pokes her head in front. Gourmet on the inside, back in second. Amy Z third. Defining Joy trying to rally on. Flashy Dancer's making a run from last, but Miss Raquette has swarmed Gourmet, eats her up, turns for home, and opens up 3. Miss Raquette in control now. Flashy Dancer continuing a run on the far outside. Miss Raquette with a 4-length lead. She's getting leg weary though. Flashy Dancer charging on the outside, and here comes the little sister to hit show. Flashy Dancer soaring past Miss Raquette to win it. Miss Raquette was second, Defining Joy third, Gourmet fourth.
From out of the clouds, so far back, Flashy Dancer and Florent Giroux run down a tiring Miss Raquette in deep stretch of the 7th at Oaklawn.
Well, very patient ride from Florent. He recognized that it was an extremely fast pace for this level and distance early on, and he just bided his time, waited, and the second time is the charm. You know, this filly had a race over the track, had a credible, very good second place finish first time out, and today just really capitalized on pace meltdown. Miss Raquette lost nothing in defeat. She
How so?
Chased a fast pace, looked like she was gonna win. The rest of the horses that were with her all fell back. She was 6 lengths clear of the second place finishers, but the experience, the race fitness, I think is what did it in at the end.
Walked out of the starting gate. Flashy Dancer, beautifully bred by 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin out of Actress, Grade 2, Grade 3 winner. Results, reaction when we come back, and I remember that guy, a Preakness runner-up. He was so close, blazing 7s, his first race since last summer at Saratoga. What will he do in his 4-year-old debut? That's next from New York.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
the Derby's Wicked Halo, who wins the Brave and Run Stakes.
Nobody catching Society.
Red Route 1, Cyberknife has won the Haskell over Tama and Ghana in the forego.
Sierra Leone wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
2,300,000.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us on FS2 as we are back here in New York, and happy to welcome in Sarah El-Badwi here with me on the desk. Sarah, I know you're stuck inside with me here today, but glad that it is actually starting to look and feel a little bit like spring outside, of course, with that turf racing back.
Absolutely. There are worse places that I could be, that is for sure. So looking forward to the rest of today's card here, as well as plenty of stakes action coming up from Oaklawn Park.
Very intriguing 7th race coming up here at Aqueduct, though. As Lafitte mentioned before the break, we'll get a chance to see the return of Blazing Sevens, making his first start since finishing 3rd in the Curlin. Prior to that, 2nd in the Preakness behind National Treasure. He faced the likes of Forte, Tappet, Trice, some of the best 3-year-olds of his crop last year. Meeting the field, though, the horses that will also be running in this race, starting things off with the 1 Power Seeker, the Linda Rice part of the entry.
This horse has some recency on the Chad Brown returnees and actually was against a little bit of a bias last time out.
The other part of the entry scratched. Here's the 2 Synthesis, who will break from the rail.
And he's the one that took advantage of where you wanted to be on the racetrack last time, showing that speed and able to seal the deal.
Another Chad Brown layoff runner. Here's Artorias.
I don't know what to make of him. I haven't always been his biggest fan, but you have to admit the company that he has capped has been pretty good.
Faced Bright Future last time, who would come back to win the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Our Nation on parade, stretching out in distance. Here is Blazing Sevens, 1-2 right now.
Extremely short, but deservingly so. A horse that danced all of the dances as a 2- and 3-year-old, making his 4-year-old debut.
And here's the number 6, Full Screen, 2nd off a bit of the layoff.
He would need to get a little bit faster of his recent races, but if the top 2, at least on paper, don't show up, he could be interesting.
Gets headstrong when he's not on or close to the lead, typically, too. So we'll see where he is pace-wise, especially with the scratch of Lord Captain. That's the field for race number 7. Blazing Sevens, a short price. Jonathan Kinchin still with us. JK, it's great to see Blazing Sevens back. What do you make of his chances in here?
Yeah, I think it's extremely live in here. I mean, I think a lot of people look at this race and see Artorias, like Sarah mentioned, has been facing, he's been in some big races. He was a talk horse leading into the Travers. Anytime you're a talk horse, a buzz horse leading into the Travers, you're obviously going to get some attention. But for me, Blazing Sevens is just the better horse. He's getting Lasix for the first time, which I think is pretty interesting as well. And you got to think that Manny landing here, when he probably had the choice of both, when it feels like they have likely worked together in their last 2 works, the same distances on the same days. We know Chad loves to work his horses in company, and they both have similar times. You'd like to think that they work together. The fact that Manny ends up on Blazing Sevens is enough for me to realize and understand that Blazing Sevens likely has the bigger future. I think he'll be ready to run here. Let's not forget how close he was to being a Classic winner. I mean, a couple of decisions here, a couple of decisions there. He's a Preakness winner. And, you know, National Treasure did win that race and went on to do some pretty special things as well. But I think Blazing Sevens is the one you want here. Not the most attractive price at 3 to 5, but that's why they make multi-race wagers. Right, Richie?
Yeah, listen, I can't disagree with anything you're saying about Blazing Sevens, and he looks fantastic. His physical appearance, he's dappled out. He was training in Payson Park before shipping to Belmont, where he had his last 2 works. And I did do the research. Actually, they both breezed on the same days, but they did not work together. They both worked solo because older horses, a little more aggressive, not wanting them to do too much. So they both worked on those days, but they did not work in concert. I don't honestly think that a lot separates them. Maybe Blazing Sevens is a bit better horse, but the price certainly separates them. And ultimately, I'm going to go, like I did earlier in the turf, and it did not work out, with the other Chad Brown and Artorias. Another one just making a great physical impression. He's a 5-year-old now by Arrogate. It seems like the Arrogates, unfortunately, we lost him far too young because he's turned out to be a very influential sire. But they do seem like they get better as they get older. And at 3-5 or 4-1, I'll take a little bit of a swing with the 3 Artorias. Would be remiss not to mention the 2 Synthesis, who would have to improve to be competitive here. But there's 6 horses in this field that have made 137 starts, and the majority of those were the 58 starts by Synthesis. This is a kind of a throwback old warrior that I just thought deserved to be kind of pointed out.
He got the win over Power Seeker last time out. Richie, thank you. Generous price at 14-1. Back over to Blazing Sevens, your favorite. First time out of Stakes Company since his debut, when that was a maiden special weight field. So we'll take a look at the Preakness. As Jonathan mentioned, he was just a head away from being a classic winner. National Treasure was able to dictate on the front end. He was stuck chasing him, but still a valiant effort.
Yeah, this was a game finish by him, trying to go by a horse that had one of the most perfect trips that you could really have in a classic race, able to control things on the front end very comfortably. Blazing Sevens tried to go by. National Treasure just had those softer fractions and was able to hold him off. And I mean, I think looking at the Curlin and his finishing third, you can kind of think something must have happened. But something must have been not quite right for him to come back to the races now. And as Chad Brown brings all these horses back, you know that you're usually fit and ready to go.
Yeah, and the other 3 horses coming up in race 8, all turf horses, so it certainly makes sense. And especially with Spirit of St. Louis being a New York bred, giving them time throughout the winter and coming back, waiting for turf season to start here in New York. But for these horses, for dirt horses, getting a start at a mile is often, when you have horses that want to go long, coming back at one turn in a race like 7 furlongs or a mile is often preferable as well. I have always been of the opinion that Artorias is more of a miler. I know he won the Curlin going 2 turns, but I've always felt a little shorter is better for him. But as far as Blazing Sevens, he's shown that longer often is better, and this will be a good jumping off point.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there's graded stakes in the future that Chad Brown has his eye on for both of these horses if they perform well in this spot, or maybe thinking he'll give them another chance to do so following this race. And I understand the discrepancy in price and the ROI often on the other, as Artorias is trying to get away there, the other Chad Brown is often very enticing.
But no, it looks like actually Trevor's reins came unbuckled. Oh, no, it's the lead from the... It's the lead from the Outrider
He's out of here.
that was holding... He's messing with something there in his saddle, so I wasn't sure if something had happened to his equipment.
I'm glad that everybody is staying in place and that things seem to be good now. But look, both of them coming back, of course, you always want to make a case for the bigger price. But Blazing Sevens has just been a part of more races against, to me, tougher company overall. Artorias is a year older and clearly has some trouble staying on the racetrack.
5-year-old horse by Arrogate, who, as Richie mentioned, his progeny do seem to improve as they get older, faced a bright future. Next out, winner of the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup in his last start. The number 1 Power Seeker, who we did see behind Synthesis last time out. Well, these two will rematch in this spot. Synthesis, who got to be forwardly placed. Power Seeker coming from off of it and will have to settle for a dead heat in second with aggregation that day.
And this was one of those days where it really helped to have forward position on the racetrack, and that's exactly what Synthesis had to his advantage, whereas Power Seeker is one of the only horses that day that was making up some sort of significant ground, at least trying to close in on horses that were able to control on the front end, or at least be very close to it. So I don't think you can hold this slim margin against him way too much, given that he was a little bit more against the racetrack. And overall, I think you can look at his last 2 sprints, say maybe he doesn't want to go quite that short after he's been stretched out, and then think, okay, if he was against the racetrack last time and you think that there might be a case where Blazing Sevens and Artorias don't show up, he's the one with the recency edge on both of them.
He certainly does have good foundation. 9-2 on Power Seeker. We know the Danger of Linda Rice and Jose Lascano teaming up together, both with 3 wins yesterday as well. There is the number 2, Synthesis. He's a horse that always gets very hot prior to his races, by the way, so don't be concerned about that. It's not going to change now as an 8-year-old.
Start number 60 is when things will be different, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Start number 59 for the very durable Synthesis. Loading into the starting gate, the return of Blazing Sevens, as well as Artorias. There goes Our Nation on Parade, stretching back out in distance. Fun 7th race coming up here. We'll see if the layoff runners are ready to roll off the bench. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Blazing Sevens. And full screen. Is in. All set. And full screen breaks well, so does Power Seeker in the early mix, and there's Our Nation on Parade. Down towards the inside, Synthesis is trying to join them, 4 across the racetrack then. Blazing Sevens is going to be towards the back end of the field as second to last, with the trailer Artorias. They're well off the rail, and Synthesis is drifting here. It's Synthesis who's got the lead, is right there with Power Seeker, and also towards the far outside there, full screen, but they are well off the rail. They've got to be about the 3 or 4 path there and start to cross over now as Synthesis is the leader, is up by a neck. Still chasing there is Power Seeker from second, more comfortable there, full screen from third. Our Nation on Parade is now shoved along here from the 4th spot at the rail. That's Artorias and Trevor McCarthy there on the move. They're now challenging for the 4th position. The trailer, Blazing Sevens. The favorite is at the back end, but only 2 off the lead. 45.39 for the half-mile time, and Synthesis is still there. Power Seeker continues to chase. Full screen is 3 wide. Blazing Sevens starts to move in closer, just encouraged a little bit. A nudge from Manny Franco is 4 wide here as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Our Nation on Parade is looking for a way through. Artorias, a ground-saving journey at the rail. They are lined up at the top of the stretch, and Power Seeker is still there. It's Power Seeker in front. Full screen is ready to challenge, and here comes full screen in between horses. Blazing Sevens is just trying to push on by. It's Blazing Sevens to the outside of full screen, trying to pick them both up is Artorias. Blazing Sevens is now just inching clear. Blazing Sevens, full screen back to second. Blazing Sevens gets the job done. Blazing Sevens over full screen. Artorias in 1:34.55 seconds.
Blazing Sevens, as Chris Griffin said in the call, gets the job done. It wasn't necessarily, Sarah, the most runaway win for the heavy favorite, but he got the win first off the layoff.
He did, and I feel as though this was a race where everybody decided that they wanted to be out in the middle of the racetrack through the majority of the race.
Synthesis kind of decided that for everybody early on, too.
Yep, exactly. Seems as though there was going to be room at the rail for Artorias. Trevor McCarthy didn't think so, and that might have closed up on him, switched him out to get third, but Blazing Sevens just kind of grinding away and getting up for the victory in his return race to start off his 4-year-old season.
Full screen right there as well. A little bit late switching leads from him, but just not quite enough. 4-5 over 8-1. It was 5-6-3-2. Blazing Sevens at 4-5 with Manny Franco. Gets the victory first off the layoff. And you can imagine, certainly, like I said, this is a starting point. He's a horse that will probably want to go further distances and will build off of this race moving forward.
Absolutely. I'm sure that there's a whole plan for the rest of the year in mind, based on how he does in each subsequent step of that. And I'm sure we're probably going to see him in a graded stakes race coming up.
Race 7, that's it. 4-5 shot gets the win. Blazing Sevens off the bench, back on the racetrack and back in the winner's circle. The day's not done, though, for trainer Chad Brown. He has a trio coming up in the Dangers Hour, including Spirit of St. Louis, New York bred, and Mason. Very tough trip down in Florida last time out. We'll talk more about them when we come back. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. And what a perfect segue. Hillendale Stallion, Good Magic, represented as his son, Blazing Sevens, heads into the winner's circle for his first win as a 4-year-old.
And his first victory since he was a 2-year-old, actually, as he was dancing all the dances as a 3-year-old, but couldn't quite get himself into the winner's circle against graded stakes competition. This was a race that was not exactly how you think a 4 to 5 coming back horse who's been only in stakes company since he broke his maiden is going to perform, but it was a workmanlike effort. He was caught wide. He was able to sort of grind down a horse that had a little bit more recency than he did. Arturius had a little bit of a trip switching from the inside to the outside here, but Blazing Sevens, I'm sure bigger and better things to come.
We'll see what the future has in store for start since July for your 4 to 5 favorite, Blazing Sevens, $3.60 winner. That's the 7th race, and we'll take a look at what's coming up next. The Dangerous Hour, our first turf stake of the year here in New York. And once again, Chad Brown with 3 in this race, and it's actually the most lightly raced of his runners in Equitize, who's the favorite right now. I covered this horse at Tampa last time, Sarah, and I wrote down that he has a very soft mouth. He's not the easiest horse to navigate. Javier Castellano's gotten to know him, though. We'll see if they can make it 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a horse that has to get a little bit faster to compete with some of the others in this field, but has all the upside in the world. And you think a trainer like this is not going to put him in a spot where he doesn't think that he could at least run well.
Yeah, he has 2 others. He certainly doesn't need
anybody
to find a runner for this spot. Chad Brown with 3 coming up in the Dangerous Hour. Lafitte, we've got stakes action coming up next in New York, but I know there's plenty more exciting stuff coming up at Oaklawn.
Chad Brown has him surrounded in the Dangerous Hour. We feel like we're surrounded by just wall-to-wall 3-year-olds, right? The impressive filly we just saw. A couple of stakes races coming up with the Bathhouse Row in the Valley of the Vapors. And this upcoming 8th race, really good $100,000 allowance, optional claimer, another mile and a 16th affair, and a heavy favorite at 9 to 5. Not that heavy. Post-parade time for these 3-year-olds. Dymatic will revisit his Arkansas Derby in just a moment. Kicking things off with Pappy's Revenge, drawn inside 9 to 1, who's been outrunning his odds of late, Raj.
Yeah, Pappy's Revenge, he's been outrunning his odds, knocking at the door, almost overachieving, but really hasn't been able to get that win.
Big afternoon. Francisco Arrieta thus far seeking a 4th here at Oaklawn. Mighty Message, a 5th race in as many tracks.
2nd on the synthetic last time at Turfway, switching back to the dirt, which he had a win 2 starts back.
Haven't seen him since Saratoga called the Cavalry.
But he's coming out of a grade 3, and this allowance race featuring a lot of horses exiting stake races or have to run at the graded stakes level.
Outsider, first after the claim, Golden Plate.
Yeah, Golden Plate first off a claim, but won that claim in race, breaking his maiden last time.
Awesome Ruda running with the big boys.
Exiting the Louisiana Derby and the Risen Star back into allowance for the first time since January.
Dymatic exits the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby.
And this one had a troubled trip, which we're going to look at later on.
In just a few moments. And then give me a reason, the $500,000 Justify Colt.
Lost at this level by just a length and a half last time, putting in a very credible run.
Ethan Energy, watch him at the start. The break has been a problem.
Yeah, he is notorious for breaking slow, but he comes with a good stretch run.
Chaperone, trainer Randy Morse looking for a 3rd win this afternoon.
Yeah, been off for 4 months. First time for the new trainer, Randy Morse, who wins at a high percentage.
The field, these 3-year-olds exiting key prep races en route to the Kentucky Derby, would-be Derby preps. And we revisit the Arkansas Derby. You touched on Dymatic, who is the favorite at 9 to 5. And what exactly, Raj, went wrong essentially right from the start?
Well, there's a lot that went on. So let's key on Dymatic. He's the number 3 in this race. And watch when he comes out of the gate. He had a good break, but now going into the first turn, trying to find some position. They went in with the intention, Christian Torres, to rate this horse, which means take him off the pace. Well, what happened next is he started getting keen, and Dymatic wanted to go forward. Christian wanted to take him back, and he just ran into a wall of trouble here. He got checked numerous times because the horse has natural speed, and they've been trying to regulate his speed, and it didn't work for him this day because it put him in a position where he was being checked. and got into a very uncomfortable spot. What I think will happen now, based on that, it would be, I can't see how to make sense of rating him today. He showed that he doesn't want to be restrained. He wants to be a free-running horse. I think they're going to change tactics. He's going to revert back to Joel Rosario, who won on him in his maiden race by 3 lengths. And I think that change of tactics, just letting him run his race, is going to really get us to see the best of Dematic today.
And before that Arkansas Derby experience, Maggie, he was tackling the likes of Timberlake and Company in the Rebel. Overmatched, right? So how do you think he responds this afternoon?
I think he's facing a field that is just a bit less than the 2 previous ones. He's been in here at Oaklawn Park. And just to elaborate on what Raj was saying, they're also taking the blinkers off. After 2 races with the experiment on, they realize they just get him to rank. So I think just let him settle, let him be comfortable. He looks fantastic. He's going to be very tough to beat here, at least observing him from the physical sense. But I do want to talk about 2 horses that come out of the March 28th allowance race, in which we'll see the top 2 finishers coming up next in the Bathhouse Row, starting with the Maryland-bred Pappy's Revenge. Yes, I always have to get the Maryland-bred mention in. I love the appearance of this horse, and I thought he ran very well last time. He was determined to be forward. He kind of, tackled the leader/winner Maximus Magic, and then he got a little bit leg weary, but he did outfinish. Give me a reason. I love what I'm seeing from him out on the racetrack, too. So as we turn our attention to number 7, Give Me a Reason, I did think he was slightly outgamed by Pappy's Revenge, but he also had a much wider trip throughout, and he kind of made that necessary early move when you're going a mile. I think he's a horse that benefits from getting more ground. Even though it's just a 16th of a mile, he's massive, this son of Justify, and makes a great impression on me. As number 8, Ethan Energy, coming in here as well, beaten by Time for Truth back on March 2nd, adds blinkers, and he's a horse that started throwing his head around the turn in that first start here at Oaklawn. And then he wanted to lug in a bit in the stretch, and then once Christian Torres got him straight, he kind of ran on again. He was running in stops and starts, and again, putting blinkers on a horse who does that, I think makes the world of sense and will often rectify that propensity to just not run straight. So he adds a pair of short cup cheater blinkers, and he looks sensational, this Stone Street owned and bred son of Uncle Mo. And then I just want to touch on Call the Cavalry, basically because I know him. I wish he'd grown a little bit longer in his frame to suggest that coming off the bench and going long makes sense. I don't know that it does, but he has grown a bit. I appreciate that. Going to take the wait and see approach today, but a generous 13-1, Paulie.
Yeah, you're getting a generous price. You get a generous price on a couple other horses here. If you don't like Dymatic in here, who, like you guys said, did not have the best of trips and got put behind the 8 ball, and I think today will get a better trip and should get some pace to run into as well. But I thought this race was a little bit more difficult than the public sees it, and I'm actually very, very happy that Maggie likes the horse that I like. Give Me a Reason. This horse was wide most of the way. I'm with Maggie. I thought it had the worst of the trips. Ricardo Sanchana tried to go forward, then Maximus Magic, who I like in the next race, is tough as nails. I mean, he really was last time out. And, he lost ground most of the way around the racetrack, and I think he's a good bet here at 9-2. Now, the 8 in here, Ethan Energy, puts the blinkers on. Brad Cox's been tinkering with his horse, Lasix, blinkers, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We just saw one roll from out of it, and he's the kind of horse that's going to need a little pace, even with the blinkers on. Maybe that can settle him and make that one run in here. So, the 6, 7, and 8 are all players in here. I would think big players in here. And then you got the 5 in here, Awesome Ruta. Really good story in here. Actually know the guy that this horse is named after. His name is Anthony Ruta. He was actually the assistant basketball coach at Arkansas, and they named this horse after him. Now Mr. Musselman and Mr. Ruta have moved their coaching abilities to the University of Southern California. I know you like that, Lafitte, as well. But Awesome Ruta has been outrunning his odds. And, he was 223-1 in the Risen Star. And actually got within a length of the lead. It says 2 lengths, but almost hit the top of the stretch and got to the lead. I don't know what you want to expect for this horse at 11-1. Maybe he just outruns his odds every time. But I'll tell you right now, I like the 7. Give me a reason here for Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana, and I'll take that price at 9-2.
Give me a reason, the $500,000 Justified Colt. It's that kind of race, Raj, when you look at the trainers that are involved, a Tom Amos and a Kenny McPeak and Steve Asmussen and Brad Cox, and the race several are exiting, going back to the Sanford at Saratoga, Louisiana Derby, Arkansas Derby for these 3-year-olds here now, focusing on bigger and better later on down the road, beyond the Triple Crown, the second half of 2024.
Yeah, many of these horses were once upon a time Derby dreaming. Some of them got knocked down to reality, but that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of good, lucrative races throughout the year for these horses, and you would expect to see many of these in those second-tier 3-year-old races like the Indiana Derby and stuff. This is where you could see horses from this race likely show up later on in the year and make impact.
To avoid the issues of the Arkansas Derby, where should Dymatic be quickly?
I think Joe Lazaro is just going to make him be wherever he wants to be, which is he's going to be up close because he has natural speed. Don't take away what comes easily.
3-year-olds. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Race 8 live from Oakland on Fox Sports 2.
And they're off. Ethan Energy slow to go. Awesome Ruta wins the start. Pappy's Revenge out for the front. And Mighty Message on the inside taking second, but it's Pappy's Revenge in charge early. From Mighty Message, Give Me a Reason, 3 deep the gray into the clubhouse turn. Golden Plate right off of them in the 4th position. Awesome Ruta alongside of that rival, easing off to run in 5th, in fact. And he's 5 lengths off the pace, a length to Dymatic, just like in his last couple of races. He's very keen to go on here. Passed by Cal Cavalry to the inside. Chaperone Ethan Energy at the back of the pack. They make their way up the backstretch, and Pappy's Revenge is the leader by a touch more than a length. Mighty Message is second. Golden Plate to the inside third. Give Me a Reason backs off the speed, is now a joint third. The 2 grays, 2 lengths off the pace down the backstretch. They're a length better than Call the Cavalry. Ethan Energy has made up a few spots. He's now in midfield in the yellow with a half mile to go. A gap of 2 back to Dymatic. He's more settled down. Awesome Ruta has lost position. He's second to last with that rival, and Chaperone can see them all as they hit the 4-turn run. Pappy's Revenge into the turn, still clear. The margins a length and a tail. Mighty Message second. Give Me a Reason taking the 3rd spot. Golden Plate back and forth on the fence. Ethan Energy being asked for a little more. 6 lengths behind. Call the Cavalry in an all-out drive around the turn. Awesome Ruta not going to get it done. Dymatic still at the back of the field behind weakening horses. Really has to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Here's Mighty Message outside of Pappy's Revenge. Give Me a Reason in the 3 Pat. These 3 contending for the win, and they're well clear of the others here. Furlong to go. Mighty Message in the white blaze has the head lead. Pappy's Revenge trying, but he's back in second on the rail. He's fighting hard. Mighty Message, Pappy's Revenge inside. Coming right back at him. Mighty Message with the head lead. Mighty Message seals the deal and gives Christian Torres the hat trick. Pappy's Revenge was second. Then Give Me a Reason, and Dymatic, who came on for 4th and galloped out big.
Leading rider in a groove, Christian Torres, 3 wins on the afternoon. For the other side of the story, Raj, Dymatic, more trouble in today's race.
Oh, this is the most unfortunate loser. He was completely sawed off around the 3/8 pole. I mean, taken out of the race, dropped back to last while the front runners were advancing. It's almost like giving them another head start, and lost all momentum, was still steadied again coming off the quarter pole, ends up losing the race by less than 2 lengths. The best horse by far in this race didn't finish in the top 3, and it was Dymatic.
Leaving the door open for others. Maggie liked what she saw. She loves those Maryland breds. Tough Pappy's Revenge battling on the inside, but too much Mighty Message for trainer Tom Amos. Congrats, Tom, and Christian Torres' 3rd win on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. Dymatic flying in the stretch.
Yes, and take nothing away from Mighty Message. Christian put him in a good spot early off a slow pace, and this horse was his first time running 2 turns on the dirt, his first time long on the dirt, and he showed that he wants, he loved that distance and an improving sort.
Torres won on a $14 horse in the 7th. This one 8-1. at post time. Highlander Training Center, mighty message. Tom Ames, Christian Torres over a stubborn foe in Pappy's Revenge, 2-1-7-6 at Oaklawn. And don't look now, but we have grass stakes racing at Aqueduct. The Dangers Hour Spirit of St. Louis favored. Riders up in the post parade is next.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back. Patrick, 200,000. Thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the Naira circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state-bred incentives. Visit naira.com/nybreds for more info.
Dangers Hour Premier Mister heads apart. Silver Voice on the hedge third. On the outside is Exclusive Partner in fourth. Then Dance of Life, Salem Drive, Bob back in Telecano. The mile 38-4. Dangers Hour on the outside puts ahead in front. Premier Mister on the rail, second by a length and a half. Exclusive Partner is third. Dangers Hour on the outside has a narrow lead. On the rail, Premier Mister. Dangers Hour in front.
Dangers Hour in the 1986 Manhattan Handicap, his namesake race, coming up next. And we're so happy to be back on the turf here in New York and happy to have a turf stake coming up. The Dangers Hour for 4-year-olds and older, going a mile on the inner turf. A competitive field, and yet Spirit of St. Louis is the heavy favorite. He's facing open company for the first time.
And off a layoff as well, a horse that has been extremely consistent, but at the same time, I don't really want to take 3-2 on anybody in here.
Meeting the rest of the field, here's another Chad Brown. Mason, let him roll, Trevor. He does not want to be held back.
No, and I think we learned that very easily last time. Really resented being taken off the pace.
Very rank and hard to handle in that allowance down at Gulfstream. Here's the number 2, Tidal Forces.
He ran big to finish third at a huge price last time. He'll need to get a little bit faster.
That was third in the Appleton. Here is the favorite, Spirit of St. Louis, New York bred.
Ultra consistent, really has just run well in pretty much every single start, but this is a step up.
Heaven Street stretches back out in distance.
And you have to think coming out of those sprints, he's likely to be forwardly placed.
Here's Equitize, who took the early money.
A horse that is a little bit lighter on experience, but in Chad Brown we trust in terms of where to place him.
Came back with a nice allowance win down at Tampa last out. Pioneering Spirit went on an absolute tear last summer.
He was incredible, stepping up in company and really showing up in several spots that were very difficult. He comes back this year.
Another New York bred, Dakota Gold, back as a gelding.
A horse that does have races that would make him competitive in this spot if he can find one of them.
And the number 8, Bring Me a Check, stretching out in distance.
He ran well when he was a big price to finish second in the Bernard Baruch. That was another try at a distance of ground, but he is a gigantic price today.
Yes, he is, off a bit of a layoff as well. That's the field for the Dangerous Hour, as mentioned, a namesake who was very talented on the racetrack. Richie, if you ever want to find a little bit of history in New York racing, take a look at what these stakes races are named for.
I love the history of our game, and it's such a deep, rich history here in the state of New York. Dangerous Hour was a fine racehorse. Mac Miller, Rokeby Farm, and Jerry Bailey really starting to forge his Hall of Fame resume at that point. And I always thought it was really fitting that Jerry wound up winning his first Kentucky Derby on Sea Hero for Mac Miller and Paul Mellon. They were pretty much synonymous with each other and their successes through the 80s into the 90s. So I always thought that was a really fitting kind of a story for sure. The one, Mason, well, I'm with you guys about him just being left to his own devices. This is the kind of horse you break, you put your hands down. I say 5 pounds of pressure on the reins, not 10, not 0. Just let a horse stride up into your hands and leave them alone. And from the inside, it would simplify things. If I was riding this race, this is who I'd want to ride. He looks fantastic. He's got the right trainer in Chad Brown. And I'd just like to see Trevor McCarthy get him very comfortable and allow him to use his stride. He will be my top selection. Horse that I think is way too big a price, and I'm really curious to get some opinions about this, is the 2 Title Forces. I think this horse is in raging form. His last 2 races were good. He was narrowly beaten in the Appleton last time, and he looks fantastic. Fernando Abreu was a longtime assistant to Alan Jerkins, does a great job, and I just don't see this horse at 15-1. I thought he would be a shorter price. And then, of course, you've got Spirit of St. Louis. First time stepping out of New York bred competition. He hasn't run since October. This horse's dapples have dapples. He could not look any better, and an absolutely outstanding individual. Jonathan, who do you like? And am I crazy with the 2 thinking he's too big a price?
Well, I like all 3 of the Chads. I mean, they all have their own little story. As far as Title Forces is concerned, look, I get it. I think that anytime you have 3 Chad Brown runners in a race on the grass, every other horse is probably going to be too big of a price. So that's the answer to your question. Yes, Richie, I do think the Title Force is probably too big of a price. Spirit of St. Louis is really cool. Cool horse. Since moving to the grass has been outstanding. Deserves likely to be the favorite in here. In May, and he's going to win a lot of New York bred races throughout this year, maybe even this race today. But I will say one thing about Mason. His run of races in the Maker's Mark Mile back in 2022, the Seek Again, the Poker, those were grade 1 type performances. He just kind of lost his way a little bit after that, tried sprinting, was a little bit hard to control last time. I agree with you. From that inside post, let him pop away from there, get comfortable. This horse has grade 1 talent. Let's just see if he can find it somehow. I'm going to go with Mason, although I have nothing negative really to say about the other 2 Chad Brown runners.
Jonathan, thank you. Mason, I think we're all in agreement that he wants to be left alone and go to the front end in here. If you watch his last rate down at Gulfstream, we'll take a look at it. And this was a salty allowance. This was a stakes quality field that he faced in this group. And he was purposely taken back, though he broke well in trying to rate in here. And Flavian Pratt, who has excellent hands, could not get this horse to settle, Sarah. He has his mouth open. He's throwing his head up. I mean, just awful to try and ride.
Right, and I think this is an experiment that you want to attempt, right? You want to see if your horse can be a little bit more of a tactical type, if you can try different options with them, because you can probably win more races going forwards if you can adapt to whatever's going on in the race. But Mason says no. He wants to be forwardly placed and not have a rider that's trying to take him off the pace. And I hope that, as Richie said, from the rail, things are simplified, right? For Trevor to go with a horse that does have that early speed. And he was kind of a disappointing flat 4th in this race. I know he was a short price, but he was also coming off a layoff, and you never really know exactly how much it's taking out of a horse when they are consistently fighting with their rider up until this point.
He's never been an easy horse to ride either. You can see how sweaty he got that day. This was Pegasus World Cup day at Gulfstream, and it was pretty hot there, and he was beaten by Ice Chocolat, who's a talented horse. He went on to finish third in a Grade 3 up at Woodbine in his subsequent start for Mark Cassie. 9-2 on Mason. The 3 Spirit of St. Louis, though, continuing to be the heavy favorite, as this is a horse who he's been ultra consistent throughout his career. But that being said, he is still facing open company for the first time.
And don't you think that at this point, Chad Brown would have tried this by now if he had this idea all along?
Maybe. I mean, as a 4-year-old last year, he had some big opportunities to run in those New York bred stakes, and he ran very, very well and was able to hold off City Man last time out. And he has a huge pedigree. He's half to Bar of Gold in that Concord kid family for the Bromans. But I guess going through the New York bred conditions. But yeah, you bring up an interesting point. He also ran very well in the dirt at the start of his career.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that's something that Andy Serling really wants to see again, is him back on the dirt. Are you a little bit surprised that Equitize is right now the favorite?
I am. He does have to get faster, but I think he has a lot of ability. And like I said, I just really think, and Richie can speak to this better too, but watching him and covering his race at Tampa last time out, and I noticed in watching his replays, horses like him that have such a soft, sensitive mouth, and it's also a very typical quality of Kingman's, you have to be very careful with getting them to settle. Javier Castellano did a beautiful job with it, and kind of that pressure conversation once again, and the way that he allowed him to kind of run gently into his hands. He knows this horse well, and I think there's some blue sky for him ahead.
Yeah, and apparently so does everyone else.
Yeah, I guess so. Sharp betting public going in. Top pick for you?
I went with Mason. I just hope that he is forwardly placed in here. He's been in some tougher spots, and I hope he rebounds off of that ride where he just did not seem very happy.
Title Forces at a big price. Richie had some good things to say about him after finishing a good third in the Appleton last time out. Loading in for the Dangers Hour here on FS2. First turf stake of the season. Here's Chris Griffin.
And it. All set for the Dangers Hour. And they're off. Heaven Street breaks well from in between horses. There is Mason at the rail, and they're going to be the top duo. It's going to be Heaven Street and Mason. Now a neck advantage is trying to slow things down will be Heaven Street, and Mason is now reined back in, back at the second spot. There's a little rank there as they move into that turn and out wider. Here comes Bring Me a Check to join them 3 wide. It's another 2 lengths back at the rail. That's Title Forces, is now joined by Pioneering Spirit. Ground-saving journey here for Spirit of St. Louis, and Manny Franco tucked in. They're in the 6th position. Second to last is Dakota Gold, and the trailer, that's Equitize. They work up the backstretch in Heaven Street. The big number has the lead, 23-1. For that opening quarter mile, Mason is comfortable right there in second, is only a length off the leader. Bring Me a Check is trying to keep up from third as the leader starts to pick it up front. In the 4th position is Title Forces. To the outside of that one is Pioneering Spirit. Jose Lescano is towards the outside here from 5th. Spirit of St. Louis still down towards the inside in 6th. Back there in 7th is Dakota Gold, and Equitize continues to trail. Heaven Street is trying to take him all the way. Mason is ready to challenge. Got off the rail, and here comes Mason towards the outside. Bring Me a Check is all in. Title Forces, and now Spirit of St. Louis is looking for some running room. To the outside of that rival comes Pioneering Spirit. It's Heaven Street. Right there is Mason, but here comes Spirit of St. Louis, and menacing strides up on the outside, and Spirit of St. Louis is pushed on by. Spirit of St. Louis quickly up by 2.5 lengths. It's a battle on for the place as Spirit of St. Louis wins the Dangers Hour. Spirit of St. Louis, Equitize will finish second, then Dakota Gold and Pioneering Spirit in 1 minute 33.57 seconds. The New York bred in the Dangers Hour.
And it turns out all the money that Spirit of St. Louis was taking was correct. He actually did not go off as the favorite. His stablemate Equitize, who made a big late run for second, did. But Spirit of St. Louis pulling away from this field. A very talented son of Medaglia d'Oro.
Absolutely. Comes back with a winning type of trip. A horse that always seemed like one that could have that tactical ability and adapt to whatever was going on the front end in this race. As we did see some legitimate pace in here for the distance and level. And Equitize, as you said, running on late. And Spirit of St. Louis ends up being the other Chad.
Absolutely. Spirit of St. Louis with the win. The Chester and Mary Broman bred son of Medaglia d'Oro, as mentioned, half to bar of gold. Equitize, he went off at 3-2 actually with a late run. And I think that we're going to see some bigger things from Equitize going forward too. Kind of what I was talking about with getting him to settle. He was far back early and he didn't kick in until late, and then he was flying.
Yeah, absolutely. And finding that spot on the rail and really diving through traffic was a smart ride by Javier Castellano to try to give him his best opportunity to at least pick up some pieces late in this race, and a good starting point for him going forward.
Richie said with Spirit of St. Louis, his dapples have dapples, and that's a perfect illustration of it. That healthy coat coming up from Payson Park in South Florida. 3, 5, 7, and 6. Pioneering Spirit looked like he was about to make a bit of a run, maybe flattened out a bit. Wondering if we'll see him improve off this effort as well.
Probably. I mean, he got good around this time last year, heading into Saratoga. Maybe it's that kind of trend that we see again from him.
4 wins today for Manny Franco as Spirit of St. Louis takes the Dangerous Hour, his first start against Open Company, a victorious one. When we come back, we'll talk about the Preakness berth on the line in the Bathhouse Row, the Asmussen duo of Imperial Gun and Informed Patriot looking to get back on the Triple Crown Trail. Yesterday marked 50 days until the Belmont Stakes. You can be a part of history. And hope you'll join us for the Belmont Stakes. You can also watch it live on Fox for the 156th running this year to be held at Saratoga Racecourse June 6th through 9th. And on Saturday, June 8th, highlighting the end of the Triple Crown, the final jewel, the test of the champion, it's called. A little bit different this year, Sarah, but it will be something really, really special to be a part of.
And I know we're all hesitant about any sort of change really within the industry or at all, but this is going to be such a cool experience to have limited edition, really, Belmont at Saratoga.
I love those overhead shots, too.
So
Makes
cool.
you so excited to get up there. In race number 8, our first turf stake of the year, the Dangerous Hour, Spirit of St. Louis was victorious, coming back 4 wins today for Manny Franco, this very consistent, now 5-year-old gelding. Got started a little bit late, too, just started last year as a 4-year-old and had a really strong 2023, and it looks like 2024 is off to a good start as well.
Right, and I kind of wonder if they're going to try to stay in some of that open company, maybe tackle some graded stakes along the way, because this was a pretty visually impressive effort for him as well. I know the pace was honest, but he really got rolling late.
Once he was able to kick in, running down those foes. Late run on the outside, a little bit from a couple of others, including Dakota Gold, but on the inside in particular, Equitives with a big run. Manny Franco standing by with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Manny worked out another really good trip, but boy, Spirit of St. Louis has some turn of foot.
Yeah, I mean, he's a nice horse. He broke good. He get me in the race really nice without rushing him, nothing. I just sit on him because I knew that there's going to be some speed in the race, pace. And when I asked him to go by the 3-8 pole, I just cut the corner, then tip out, and I got a lot of horse.
It looked like it. This is his first attempt against open company. All of his other races been against New York breds. He looks like he might be a better horse this year.
I think so. He don't know that he's a New York bred horse. I mean, he can compete with any open company. He's, like I said, he's a nice horse. I just glad to be on him and be part of the win.
Well, you're riding for the right people, and 4 wins in a row today.
Yeah, I'm so thankful to be in this position right now, riding nice horses and get it done. And thanks to my agent too, John Panago, they always doing a great job.
Congratulations. Wonderful job. Guys, not only 4 in a row, but 2 for 2. Only 2 turf races, and he's in the right position, riding for the right people, because he earned it by riding well.
Continuing to do so, 4 in a row for Manny Franco, 4 in a row for Chad Brown on this Saturday card. There's co-owner Michael Dubb along with Manny, smiling for the photo with Spirit of St. Louis, $6.20 winner. You actually got some value on him in here.
I know, right? The second choice is all of that money was coming in on Equitize, who does have all of that potential moving forwards. But these are connections that are, I'm sure, extremely delighted that turf racing is back.
Absolutely. And stakes action continues over at Oaklawn. Now we have the Bathhouse Row coming up. It's a 1.125 on the main track for the 3-year-olds. An automatic berth to the winner into the Preakness Stakes, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. A very important race for maybe some later developing 3-year-olds that want a chance to get into a classic. The Bathhouse Row coming up next. Stakes action continuing here on America's Day at the Races.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Phasing Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Red Route 1 is moving in high gear on the outside in the white cap. It's Tap and Choose with the lead to victory formation. Red Route 1 to the outside, final 16th in the Bathhouse Row. Tap and Choose. Red Route 1 trying to get him. Tap and Choose. Red Route 1.
Can only hope. Today's Bathhouse Row is as entertaining and a record breaker last year. Red Route 1, 868th career win at Oaklawn for trainer Steve Asmussen, shattering a record. For Red Route 1, he would earn a spot in the Preakness where he'd run fourth, Raj, spinning it forward to today. What do you make of his chances in the Oaklawn Handicap?
Well, he's a legit top contender in the Oaklawn Handicap. As far as what I think his chances are, I think it's going to be very much dictated by the pace. We know what to expect from him as far as strategy. He's going to drop back early and try to make a late run. That's his signature move. This race, for his best chances to win, he needs a fast pace and the pace meltdown, or else he's going to be up against it with his signature.
And you need a fair track, and I think we've seen that today. Just in the last hour, the filly Flashy Dancer coming from a mile back, the way Dematic closed, albeit in defeat, in the 8th race. I'm thinking Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario are hoping for better luck with Red Route 1 than experienced with Dematic about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be hoping for better luck, but as you stated, the track seems to be playing fair. Horses up front are staying on, and also the closers are closing when they should. So we got a nice, fair track. No more rain, seemingly, in the forecast.
Track's fast.
Track is fast.
Still have over an hour until the Oaklawn Handicap. We were wondering, would there be enough time if it stopped raining? The drainage here at Oaklawn, as good as it is, and yes, a fast track before the first of 3 stakes races, and as Acacia mentioned, automatic berth, the winner of the Bathhouse Row to the Preakness Stakes. What do you make of the overall talent amongst these 3-year-olds?
Yeah, well, you can tell that some of these horses are really trying to find their identity. They've been knocking at the door in the door of becoming one of the nice 3-year-olds, and if someone is supposed to step up and win this race impressively, they would really be a legit factor in the Preakness.
Militant, who is the favorite, West, Cox, Giroux, struck with Flashy Dancer, so impressive about 45 minutes ago. Also teaming up later on in the Oaklawn Handicap. Giroux and Brad Cox get a chance to see Militant here momentarily. Are you surprised he's the favorite?
I am surprised he's the favorite. He's got a good upward trend after losing a maiden claimer, then winning a maiden special, but now he's stepping up against some stake competition.
Another look at him shortly. There's Brilliant Man, does his best running from off the pace.
Yeah, broke slow and had some traffic last time. Got a good inside post today, though.
Maximus Magic, quick colt, the one to catch.
Oh, he absorbed a tough pace pressure last time and was resilient in his victory.
Imperial Gun, one of 2 Asmussen runners exiting the Arkansas Derby.
And his trip in the Arkansas Derby was ridiculously compromised going into the first turn, something we'll be looking at momentarily.
And they're both 7-2. Informed Patriot, the other Asmussen trainee exiting the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, he finished 9 lengths back in the Arkansas Derby. He was also 5th in the Sunland Derby.
Militant, 2-1 favorite, 7 minutes out.
Yeah, coming off a win in his second lifetime start. Overcome some adversity between horses and happened to pull away at the end.
Gould's Goal, bet against Christian Torres at your own risk.
Yeah, Hot Jockey and Kenny McPeak has been known to strike in these kind of races.
Willie D's out, Count Dracula in, and yes, defeated a neck in his last 2 starts.
Yeah, he's been a neck and a neck. The Count Dracula name is coming to fruition with this horse.
The field, these 3-year-olds in the Bathhouse Row. Post time 7 minutes. We send it over to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined here by trainer Norm McKnight, sending out number 2 in here, Maximus Magic. And Norm, I think watching the last race, though neither won, the 2 horses that finished behind you last time running really good. So giving you some confidence for him here in this spot?
Oh, I think he's very competitive. I love this horse. He's done well for us, very well. I'm really glad the rain stopped. He's not very good in the slop, so I was a little concerned, but track looks like it's turned fast, so I think we're in good shape.
He's a Maximus Mischief, and now he's in his sophomore season. The majority of them I've seen, they want to sprint. How does he handle the 1 1/8 today?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I really believe that he's kind of a 7/8 to a mile horse. I mean, he will go 1.16. 1 1/8 is going to be a little bit of a test for him, but he's a real trier. He he just sometimes he looks like he's beaten, he just comes back and keeps fighting. So he's a great little horse.
Much like you did last time. Well, Norm, thank you for your time and best of luck here.
Thank you.
All right, Bathhouse Row. We'll see if Maximus Magic can get that 9 furlongs, Lafitte.
It's a question, according to McKnight. The rain has stopped. He's happy about that. Maximus Magic, the last time he met up with Count Dracula, March 28th, mile distance. They're both 7-1. Maximus Magic under a drive, Raj, and Count Dracula trying to slip through on the inside.
Yeah, it was a close margin at the end for Maximum Mischief to only win by a neck, but Count Dracula had the best of it. Maximum Mischief absorbed a tough pace pressure all the way around there. Fast pace, 3 horses breathing down his neck, and he was still resilient in holding off Count Dracula, who had a perfect trip just tracking behind him.
And Paulie, gotta love the fight, grit, and determination that Maximus Magic displayed in deep stretch.
Yeah, I've always liked this horse, and I liked him last time, and I can't believe he hung on. He's got a lot of grit, and when Seize the Gray went by him 2 back, he's a quality horse. He got some Derby points, was not able to get into the Derby when running 3rd in the Just Ruby Stakes Turfway. Then he tried Keeneland, but Maximus Magic is a very, very stubborn horse, just like Maggie was talking to Norm about. He does not like to get past, and Rocco Bowen fits him very well, and he's going to get to the front end here. And if you look at his last race, he went 22 and change, 44, 110. He didn't get any breathers, like Raj said, and going 1 mile and 1/8, I think he'll get a little bit more of a breather today. In the fact that maybe Militant, a horse that's coming off a maiden win. You know me, I don't really love those horses going into winners for the first time, but it's hard to dismiss Brad Cox's horses. But I do think the 1, 3, and the 2, 3, and 5 of the horses in here, I like the 2. I will say something about the 6. Ray Briner's been unbelievable all meet, telling me Torpedo Anna was the real deal. He walked into me and said, listen, Gould's Gold, the 6 in here, might need a race, but he is ultra talented. He wants to go a distance to ground. He goes, I think we're just maybe 1 race short or 1 work short, but I wouldn't be surprised if he runs a big race. So I'm going to stick with the 2 going gate to wire in here. I think Rocco Bowen and Norm McKnight got a real nice charge in here. And look for the 6 maybe to improve today or maybe surprise somebody or improve next time out.
Gould's Gold might need the race, as you mentioned. The presence of Christian Torres looking for a 4th on the afternoon. They'll be busting out of that starting gate in about 3 minutes for the first of 3 stakes races. Is Bathhouse Row. We go right back to Maggie.
Thank you, Lafitte. And we'll check in with the 2 Asmussen runners in here, beginning with Imperial Gun, a horse that last time for the Arkansas Derby, granted, it was a much warmer day than it is today. He just kind of got a little bit hot as well. And then he walked in today and he was cool as a cucumber. But then once he got tacked, he started getting just a little bit lathered up. And again, it's like 25 degrees cooler, I'd say, if not more than what it was going back to that day. Now, he undoubtedly had the worst trip of anybody, but it wasn't, ultimately totally Liberal Arts' fault. It was his fault in the beginning because he got very rank and uncontrollable, running with his mouth open early on, and then, of course, was taken out by the bolting Liberal Arts. But I don't know if I absolutely 100% trust this horse at the end of the day, and kind of more intrigued by his stablemate and Form Patriot. If everybody remembers Spun in One, who won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile a couple years ago, this guy is his full brother, and they look identical. I mean, it's uncanny, the resemblance that I see in these 2 horses. I always like him. He's so handsome. He's big, robust horse, that big crusty neck to him. I will admit, he didn't run great in the Arkansas Derby, but I'm willing to forgive him in this softer spot. And these 2 are only 2 of 3 horses that can actually take advantage of that berth into the Preakness because they are the only 3, as well as Count Dracula, nominated to the Triple Crown. Now, Militant, he's coming off the back of that maiden win, and a horse that I think will appreciate the 9 furlongs looking at him physically. He was very revved up, though, at first, and then Connections doing the right thing. Instead of walking him continuously around the paddock, put him in the stall and actually kept him quite quiet, which I like to see, trying to get him to relax a little bit, and it's flowed over to the racetrack. Another positive sign for your favorite, but I, too, like Paul, I'm not totally convinced taking him at a short price. I was standing right next to Paul when Ray, the assistant to Ken McPeak, said, I do think Gould's Gold might be the best horse in here. I loved him last time. I'm going to take a shot with him here. I respect, like I said, Informed Patriot, but Gould's Gold just looks like a quality horse. And I know he won coming back off the layoff, going the 6 furlongs, but I do think that he is capable of getting 9. It's a big jump, as Ray and Paul were alluding to, but I'm going to take a shot with him here, Lafitte, 8-1.
Paul, Maggie, they like what they see with Gould's Gold. Raj, what's the key for him to be successful this afternoon in this Bathhouse Row and punch his ticket for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown?
Well, Gould's Goal is stretching out to a long distance on the dirt for the first time, and he showed good enough speed, tactical speed, sprinting last time, so he's naturally going to be close to the pace. Now, can he sustain it going 1.8 miles? That's left to find out, but he's definitely going to be a horse that's going to be close to the early pace.
Christian Torres aboard. Circling back to Informed Patriot, full brother spun to run. It left him dizzy in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile at Santa Anita. Like the epitome of running your competition off their feet. And speaking of competition, Informed Patriot, the strength of schedule, Raj. He's been mixing it up with the likes of Catching Freedom, Stronghold, Muth, Arkansas Derby winner in his most recent.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, his full brother won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, a flat mile. And today, this race is 1.8 miles. And if you look at Informed Patriot's best races, it has come at the 1-turn distance. He hasn't been as effective since they stretched him out to 2 turns. He broke his maiden going 7/8 of a mile, and as soon as they started running him around 2 turns, he kind of started flattening out in the stretch. No punch, tired lane are some of the comments in his last 2 races. So this might be a horse that you look for cutting back in distance in the future.
But the favorite, Militant, Gary and Mary West, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, as mentioned, they struck with Flashy Dancer, so impressive in her maiden score about an hour ago. What's the key for Militant this afternoon?
The key for Militant is just getting him to break well. Like in his first race, he didn't break well. He was stuck behind horses, and that contributed to a lot of his troubles. Then in his second lifetime start, which is the most recent start, he broke his maiden. He got off a bit better, but still had some issues in the beginning that put him a little bit behind the 8 ball. The good thing about his last race, he did overcome some adversity and ended up hitting his best gear in the stretch.
Quickly, pace, speed, all eyes on the number 2 post position, Maximus Magic. How confident are you? Yes, he can get the 1.8 miles. Can he thrive at the 1.8 miles distance to win this Bathhouse Row?
Based on his last race, if he gets a controlling speed in here, he's going to be tough to beat because he ran that mile, absorbing pressure, and still had more left in the stretch. I don't think we've seen his distance limitation as yet.
This is exciting. 2 weeks from today, the 150th Kentucky Derby. The winner of this race, an automatic spot in the Preakness. Post time for the Bathhouse Row.
And they're off in the Bathhouse Row Stakes. Maximus Magic, per usual, giddy-ups early and strides in front. Maximus Magic, the leader. Militant pumped up to come up and try and challenge him in the early stages. With 1 lap to go, it's Maximus Magic clear by a length. Militant off the rail, a little bit keen, and he's second. Informed Patriot next. Imperial Gun on the heels of the leader, down on the inside, a little bit keen himself, and he's down inside of Maximus Magic, who continues to lead the way. Gould's Gold and Brilliant Manor next. Count Dracula at the back of the field, 6 lengths off Maximus Magic, who sets a leisurely tempo, went 23 and 1-2 for the first quarter. Maximus Magic, the leader by about a half length, and Informed Patriot perched outside of him to press the issue. His stablemate, Imperial Gun, third, tucked in on the inside. Gould's Gold and Militant, they're next, joining Imperial Gun down the backside. A gap of a length to Brilliant Man, and Count Dracula still off the rail at the back, 5 behind down the backstretch. 48-4 for the half-mile time. Maximus Magic is the leader. Got a breather in that second quarter mile. 3/4 of a length ahead. Informed Patriot appears to be going well second. Imperial Gun third to the inside. Militant is 3 wide. Gould's Gold sent along, losing position between them, tries to come back on again. A gap of 2 to Brilliant Man. Count Dracula, they share the back marker's spot as they round the far turn. Maximus Magic, Informed Patriot right up alongside now, and Informed Patriot sticks the head in front. Maximus Magic sticking to him at the top of the lane. Imperial Gun right behind them is being encouraged to pick up the pace. Militant has drifted wide and is losing ground as they come down the lane. Informed Patriot pounces on Maximus Magic. It takes the lead. Informed Patriot, Imperial Gun coming on the scene down the outside. Informed Patriot with a 2-length lead. Imperial Gun chasing hard on the outside, going to try to make it tight. Informed Patriot, Imperial Gun, they hit it together. Informed Patriot has won the Bathhouse Roast Stakes over Imperial Gun. Steve Asmussen 1-2, and they hit the line a neck apart, but it goes to Informed Patriot, who comes into this race off of class relief.
The Asmussen Bathhouse Row Exacta, desperate finish. Informed Patriot just able to hold off his late charging stablemate Imperial Gun. Wow.
And both these horses exited the Arkansas Derby, but Informed Patriot got the better of the trip today. He's tracked in second, had a clear phase, got the first jump on Imperial Gun, who took him a while to level off after being stuck on the inside. Once he angled out and got into gear, it was just a bit too late. But a very credible performance from him as well.
No Catching Freedom, Louisiana Derby winner. No Stronghold, Santa Anita Derby winner. No Muth, Arkansas Derby winner. No problem for Informed Patriot. And with that victory, earning a spot in the Preakness Stakes, the talent, the guts, the determination, and this particular race, it's been kind to Steve Asmussen. Last year, the record breaker, 868 wins, all-time winningest trainer at Oaklawn. This time he runs 1-2 Acacia. So Informed Patriot, should they choose, off to Baltimore for the Preakness as we get closer to post time for the 9th in New York.
I'm sure his connections are getting ready for crab cakes at Lafitte. What an effort from Informed Patriot. We have one more race to go at Aqueduct Race 9. Sadly, this race taken off the turf with the rain that we did have earlier today. Main track fast, though, so final race of the day. And these New York-bred fillies will be sprinting here. And largely, a lot of them stayed in, Sarah, even though you would guess that maybe most of them preferring the turf. But a lot of layoffs. You want to get a race into your horse and have the opportunity to do so here.
Exactly. This is not the end goal for many people going forwards towards the rest of the campaign that they hope to put together for their horses this year. So this is just that starting point to get that fitness and see where it goes from there.
Let's check in with Richie Migliori, trackside.
Yeah, guys, I think a very interesting nightcap. We'll start with the 3, Concerti, who was very good on debut, and then things kind of went a little bit sideways. Returns with blinkers on and Lasix. And the way she stopped in her races, I think the Lasix will be significant here. Love the work pattern. Love the way her work's picked up. The penultimate work being a hard, aggressive work, 59 and change, and then the nice, easy maintenance half in 51 and change. Concerti will be my top selection. The 4, Scarlet Stream, just looks terrific. Really turned out well. Pat Reynolds, a trainer who has done more with less for many years. This is a terrific horseman. And then the 5, Stone's Throw Away. Bustin' Stones. This horse is trying dirt for the first time. Comes in with a series of good dirt works. And is a half to Ultimate Badger, a stakes place winner on the dirt. JK, how are we getting out in the nightcap?
Look, Richie, I love the rail horse, the 1 Beach Cruiser. Gets Lasix for the first time, being a 3-year-old now. But one of my favorite angles is you get these 2-year-olds who run speed figures that are competitive as 2-year-olds with what they're going to be facing against 3-year-olds. If Beach Cruiser just takes they can sometimes say a 10 to 12 to 15 point increase. If you think about that, Beach Cruiser's going to be right there, has speed from the inside. You get Manny Franco riding with ton of confidence. I predict that he'll send Beach Cruiser away from there and make every pole a winning one. I really do like the one quite a bit here in the last.
JK, thank you. Beach Cruiser cutting back in distance as well after trying 2 turns on the turf down at Gulfstream. Sarah, your top pick in the nightcap?
I went to Mike Maker in off the turf races. It's been a move that's worked well for me last year, going with this one, getting on dirt for the first time in a stone's throw away. As Richie mentioned, there's a lot of dirt pedigree for this horse, and the sire Bustin' Stones stands for a very modest fee of $2,500. Someone thought this horse was worth the $75,000 to pay. So perhaps thinking they would be that precocious type, able to get those win early things out of the way, but clearly that's the plan that did not work out. I thought getting onto this surface after those dirt works could be at least a little bit of a price.
9-2 on a stone's throw away. Jordan Wyckoff will go against his dad, Kirk Wyckoff of Three Diamonds Farms, who has Concerti, top pick for Richie. Jonathan going with Beach Cruiser, who cuts back in distance, which you should appreciate after being in no man's land last time out. Loading in for the nightcap off the turf here in this 6-furlong sprint for the New York bred fillies and mares. One more time today. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Rumit. Rumit goes forward. You Should Be Dancing. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Hard sent towards the inside. It's Concerti. Wants to be in the early mix. Concerti up there with a stone's throw away, who now moves forward, has some forward momentum, and Rumit is out wider. It's about 5 wide, but is about to challenge for the 3rd position. Beach Cruiser is tightly at the rail, and behind them, that's Busia, who's in the blue silks, is tucked in between rivals, right there with Scarlet's Dream. They're tightly packed there on the front end. It's another 4.5 lengths back to You Should Be Dancing towards the tail end of the field, and the trailer is Lady of Thornton. 21-4 for a pumped-up opening quarter mile. Concerti's got the lead. It's Concerti who's up by 1.5 lengths and extending the margin a touch. Concerti starts to get away on the front end. Beach Cruiser is trying to cut into the margin, is still losing ground here to the leader, who still gets away, hugs the rail and kicks away. Concerti and Dylan Davis doing it easily. Down towards the inside, rallying on there. Scarlet's Dream is running with Busia, who's looking for a clear running path. You Should Be Dancing up on the outside. Not today for Beach Cruiser, but they haven't caught Concerti, who just keeps on going up front. A 16th left to go. Concerti is almost there. And Concerti went quickly and got it done and wins the finale. Concerti wins it over Scarlet's Dream, Busia, then a photo. That was Lady of Thornton with You Should Be Dancing in 1 minute 11 seconds flat.
Concerti off the layoff, and she was ready to roll. Nice pick by Richie. Dylan Davis takes some gate to wire.
Yeah, those blinkers went on, and the kind of tip that she was going to be forwardly placed as she had been in the past when she was successful. And this was one of those rides by Dylan that was just so aggressive and intent on securing at the front end, no matter who else thought that they had a plan to do so, and it paid off for her.
Yeah, much the best in here, running away from her contemporaries at 5-1, a nice price as well. And this daughter of Mendelssohn, as she makes the first start of her 3-year-old season, a winning one, Scarlet's Dream. Richie also had some nice things to say about checking in second, 3, 4, 2, and 12. Some other horses who had some recency and some dirt form underneath as well.
Yeah, logical types rounding out your trifecta. You Should Be Dancing made up a lot of ground around the turn, kind of put in sort of a menacing rally like she was going to do something in this race, ultimately flattening out. But for her as a turf horse, to me, that was actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, we know You Should Be Dancing prefers to be on grass. And poor You Should Be Dancing, as sadly happened to New York breds quite often last year, ended up with so many off-the-turf races, but a nice effort closing for 4th for that one. But Concerti, she was ready to roll. Her 3 races as a 2-year-old were all on dirt, and she stays on that surface. I wonder if after this performance we will see her try the turf in the future.
It's possible, but I mean, I'm always of the mindset, if something's not broken, don't try to fix it.
There is some turf in the pedigree. She's by Mendelssohn, and the sibling was a turf winner, but obviously she handles the dirt just fine. Nice to have versatility as well. 5-1 winner in the nightcap, Concerti for Three Diamonds Farm. Joe Sharp, who has had just a limited number of runners here in New York this spring meet, and they've all been running.
Yeah, and I feel like he's the one that really kind of concentrates on those Kentucky circuits, bringing a lot of horses to Keeneland, and of course we'll have a good string at Churchill Downs going forward. But the ones that he's been able to bring to New York, definitely worth keeping an eye on for sure.
Obviously makes sense here, this filly being a New York bred, and we'll see what the future will hold for her. And it's also an interesting thing with these kinds of races, Sarah, because as I mentioned at the top, you've got a lot of layoff runners in here. You have horses coming back. Oftentimes, these maiden races, now that turf season is back, everybody will try to enter in here. And so you find you get a little bit of foundation, and there's a lot of trips you want to watch of horses that you'll want next time on the grass.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that these off-the-turf races offer such a good betting opportunity because horses get bet on turf form instead of the dirt horses that might look a little bit better on paper.
Absolutely. Concerti with the win there in the nightcap at Aqueduct. We're sticking around. We're just going to take a quick pause momentarily to welcome in some new networks, but there's plenty of exciting stakes action to coming up, including the Valley of the Vapors at Oaklawn Park, and of course the Oaklawn Handicap. We'll talk a lot more about all of the exciting stakes action and what's taking place in Hot Springs after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports, thanks for joining us. Acacia Clement alongside Sarah El Badwi. Sarah, the racing has concluded here in New York, but we are not done on America's Day at the Races. There's still a couple of stakes to come at Oaklawn Park.
Plenty of competitive racing still on the horizon down there. And of course, we have the crew down there as well to take you through it. And a good day to have turf racing back in New York. A couple of those races went to Chad Brown, unsurprisingly. And then a horse that maybe had more of that dirt form coming in that final race than that off the turf race to be able to win at a nice price at 5-1.
Chad Brown, Manny Franco together 4 wins in a row today at Aqueduct. But over at Oaklawn Park, we've already had 1 stake in the books, and in the Bathhouse Row, the number 4 Informed Patriot, the full brother to Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Spun to Run, guts out the victory over his stablemate Imperial Gun, ridden to victory by Ricardo Santana, who's standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
With winning rider Ricardo Santana in the Bathhouse Row as Informed Patriot. Ricardo, he was game to the wire. He had to, out-battle his stablemate. But talk a little bit about him getting the 9 furlongs. It was a little bit of a stretch, but he was prominent throughout.
Well, when I rode it last night in the Derby, I was kind of stuck. I don't have nowhere to go.
Bring you over here.
And then I don't have nowhere to go, and then I had to wait turf for home. I took him out, I deep it out, he finished 5th. And I told Sia, I think I'm going to be a little closer today the last time, because last time I was way too far back. And today, first time he touched the lead, turf for home, I thought I was going to win by 10. But and then in the 16, I don't know whether he looked, and you can see he pulled his ear up, and I was like, and I'm looking for my company, and then he heard the horse on the side, and he's getting to the wire.
What's that feeling like? I mean, when you're a jockey and you're like, oh, I have so much horse, and then they just kind of hit the front and they're like, I don't know what's going on. So what do you have to do to get a horse to really seal the deal?
Well, it's really hard, when they turf from home and they don't feel company, they think that the race is finished. Well, as soon they can feel horses, man. You can feel the power when they come back to the game.
Well, he's a good-looking son of Hardsman. Ricardo, congratulations on this victory.
Thank you so much.
All right, Informed Patriot, well-bred winner of the Bathhouse Row, possibly on to the Preakness next.
We'll see what the future holds for him. Maggie, thank you. Got an automatic berth to the Preakness with this Bathhouse Row win. Steve Asmussen running 1-2. Informed Patriot, $8.80 victory.
And he was kept closer to the pace today and out in the clear. And I think that's something that really made a difference for a horse that had shown some ability in the past. Of course, has that pedigree as well that we've mentioned. And kind of all coming to fruition maybe at the right time.
Absolutely. And a pretty insightful interview there, too, from Ricardo with his game plan going in and what he felt from his horse in the stretch. Well, we'll see what the future will hold for that one. But as mentioned, plenty of exciting stakes action still to come, including that Oaklawn Handicap, where we will have an opportunity to see some of the top older horses, including the 6-year-old Last Samurai, who won the Oaklawn Handicap 2 years ago, second last year. We'll learn a little bit more about him and Kevin Horton after this.
One of the biggest days every year at Oaklawn Park. Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. Welcome back. America's Day at the Race is the Eclipse here a couple of weeks back. Right here at Oaklawn Park, and a big crowd in the celebration. There were many, many couples that were married during the time of the eclipse. But for today, the focus is back on thoroughbred racing and one of the most important races every year at Oaklawn Park, the Oaklawn Handicap for older horses. In 2022, we watched Last Samurai win this race. His owner, Willis Horton, was here. He was there with him in the winner's circle, one of the last major races he was able to experience. Sadly, he passed away just months later. And now his son, Kevin, is carrying along the family legacy. And last year, as Last Samurai, as you can imagine, it was emotional, was trying to defend his title. Kevin was kind enough to share that journey with us.
My dad, he's with me.
Charge it on the outside.
Ready.
8 to
Get
5
his head.
currently. They're in the gate.
Get his head. He's gone.
And they're off.
Good break.
In the Oaklawn Handicap.
Good break. What's the time? What's the time?
47.3.
That's right. That's right where we're going to be.
Last Samurai, Christian Torres on the inside, racing in fourth. Senor Buscador is splitting horses. Proxy's not responding
Seems
much.
a little flat.
They straighten away at the top of the stretch in the Oaklawn Handicap. And right on the inside, Last Samurai trying to move through. He brushed the rail. Here's Chargent moving up. Stiletto Boy still there. Some rough housing in the upper stretch. Meanwhile, Senor Buscador. Proxy is coming on the far outside. Here comes Proxy. Proxy and Joel Rosario rallying on the far outside. And he almost got there. He may have gotten there. Last Samurai was right with him. Stiletto Boy was third.
Come on, baby. Oh, oh. Oh, no. Oh, we got beat by her. Oh, we got beat by, I think we got beat by her.
Oh, no, man, there's a bob in there.
I don't know. Did you get squeezed or
Yeah, and I had the whole rail.
Did you fire for it?
Huh?
You fired a quarry?
I think we beat him.
Huh?
I think
Throw,
we beat him.
you throw an ejection?
Yeah.
Oh, good, okay. Yeah, okay. That knocked us out right there. See what? Right there, right there.
Comes right over on us.
Right over our head, knocked us sideways.
The stewards have ruled there will be no change in the original.
What cost us the race? That cost us the race.
It is painful to watch. It's like being right there with him, Kevin Horton. And in those moments, the final moments of last year's Oaklawn Handicap, you may have seen the replay 100 times and you're still pulling and hoping Last Samurai can somehow get there in time.
Yeah, sentimentally, it's hard not to root for these connections. The passion and that they have for the sport, and to see Kevin get past the mantle from his father, it's just really nice to see them bring on that legacy for the Horton racing.
So now, in today's Oaklawn Handicap, a third tour of duty for Last Samurai. He had one race in the Oaklawn Mile. He hadn't raced in a while, right? He ran off the board. He was a non-factor. At first glance, you might suggest he's lost a step. What are you expecting from him this afternoon?
Well, as you mentioned, he seems like he has lost a step. His last race, if he doesn't improve significantly from his last race, he really doesn't stand a shot in the race today. However, the A version of Last Samurai puts him amongst the mix of the top contenders. If he can duplicate the way he ran in the last year's edition of this race, or even 2 years back when he actually won it, he's definitely a major player.
Yeah,
I just think we need to see another step forward before we can trust that he will.
I don't know it's that much of a stretch. He hadn't raced in months before his one start this year. It was at a distance shorter, a mile. It just felt like a prep. He'd ridden aggressively, trying to get something out of the race. Is he good enough to win? We'll find out. I think he does take a major step forward off of his one start this year. And as Raj mentioned, it's an easy story to root for. Willis Horton, so popular around these parts, having passed away just months after Last Samurai won the Oaklawn Handicap, and all the members of the Horton family, and you can see there the handkerchiefs that they have with them here in honor of Kevin Horton's father, and what an emotional scene that would be for the family should Last Samurai pull off what would be considered an upset, and also because he was so popular here, it would be a popular win from the fans and emotional as well.
Yeah, bit of a hometown hero, and definitely the sentimental favorite, not only locally, but for me as not a local person, I just love to see people like this, good people who contribute so much to our sport, get some reward.
That's coming up in the main event, the Oaklawn Handicap. First things first, more stakes racing. 3-year-old fillies in the paddock. The Valley of the Vapors coming up next with about 13 minutes to post. Take a look at the field and updated odds. A mile, scratch numbers 6, 8, and 9. 8 of them in Neon Beach, drawn inside Joel Rosario. Steve Asmussen worked out nicely for Steve Asmussen in the Bathhouse Row. He ran 1-2. Rosario, though, frustrating defeat in his last couple of races. He's on the favorite Neon Beach.
Yeah, and a deserving favorite Neon Beach. Like you said, the Steve Asmussen horses are running good. Rosario had a couple of unfortunate defeats earlier, but he's a top world-class jockey. I'm sure he's thinking about just shrugging those off, put it in the past, and looking forward to this race here.
We check in with Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, guys, look, I think Neon Beach is very interesting. Omaha Beach is off to a great start. But the short price, the rail, I'm going to go with the 3, Blue Squall, a horse who's trying to go long for the first time, but kind of has that even running style. A horse that can be kind of forward, but is even. When I say that, I'm saying their pace figures, their final figure, it all kind of looks the same. It's not really fast early and slow late, or really slow early and fast late. It's even. To me, that suggests like a horse that will just kind of clip along the longer they go, but still has enough tactical speed to hold a prominent position in a forward race on the dirt. So I'm going to give Blue Squall a shot, 5-1 on the board. I'm not against Neon Beach. I'm just against betting on Neon Beach.
Looking to pad the bankroll a little before the Oaklawn Handicap. Next, race number 11, this Valley of the Vapors. Fillies in the paddock, riders up, post parade. That's coming up next, about 11 minutes out, as our coverage continues in Hot Springs from Oaklawn Park on this Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. Stay tuned.
Can't get out of my mind. I saw him down at OBS for the 2-year-old sale. His breeze was spectacular. And then topped the sale. Everything he did in his career, breaking his maiden sprinting on the dirt.
Very, very impressive debut.
Winning a grade 1, stretching out.
Breezing through the stretch. He's the real deal.
And then the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar.
He's just too good. Corniche wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
And then going on and being a champion 2-year-old, extremely difficult to do.
Obviously, Quality Road has done enough for all of us to understand what he's doing. I thought Wasted Tears was a very, very good mare, Najran mare. She obviously won the Ginny Wiley Stakes, also a course record holder in the Ouija board. So really good female family, good sire line, was delighted with him physically and was excited to breed to him.
It's very important for us to breed physical to physical and try to get the best physical cross. We're very happy with the foal we've gotten. He's got a great natural shape to him, a great hip, got a lot of power behind, very nice balance to him, plenty leg. You always like to see a horse have enough leg. Also, he's a very intelligent foal, you know, pricks his ears, has good presence to him.
This is a Corniche filly out of Anima Gemella. Been a standout since she was born. Very strong, very well made, good mover. Really, you know, everything we were hoping for.
You know, he's got a really sharp eye, good shoulder neck set, nice top line, like the way he finishes out behind, but he really sort of travels over the ground smoothly and just has a real sharpness to him about his body, and is exactly what I was hoping for. But I mean, we all know that hopes and dreams are not actually what they always pan out to be. So when they pan out, you double down.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. Don't look now. Just 2 weeks out to the 150th Kentucky Derby. You can experience the excitement of the Derby with Naira Bets. Join now, get a $25 free bet, $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use that promo code Derby25. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Back just in time for the post-parade Valley of the Vapors. 200,000 on the line, a mile. They run to the first wire. These are 3-year-old fillies, and Neon Beach pictured continues to reign, Raj, as a heavy 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, coming off a convincing win in the allowance race last time. Cuts back slightly to the flat mile distance for Neon Beach. She has a beautiful inside post here, which I think Rizal will be able to capitalize on that post position, secure a nice one going into the first turn, just off the leaders. There's a lot to like about Neon Beach.
Asmussen held in check the first 8 races. Then he takes down the first stake in the Bathhouse Road, now very well represented in the Valley of the Vapors, and naturally a strong hand in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, he's warming up, as hopefully we are.
Midshipman's Dance at 7-1 with Ramon Vasquez.
Stake winner 2 starts back, was run a credible race from a wide post last time in the Honeybee.
Blue Squall, JK's top selection.
Stretching out for the first time, was second in back-to-back stakes sprinting.
Not just a smoke show, but an extreme smoke show at 17-1.
And this one shows like she has some extreme speed after breaking slow and still chasing a sprint race in 45 for the half last time.
Marietta, 3 wins this afternoon. There's Marisol Sugar, Keith Asmussen riding for John Ortiz.
The expected pace setter led all the way until deep stretch before being passed by Neon Beach in the most recent race.
Yeah, that's about right. I'm a mess. Juliette Leperoux, 8-1.
Fourth by 3 lengths behind Neon Beach in the same allowance race that we just spoke about.
Numbers 6, 8, and 9 are out. That filly would be a shock. Tex Women for Arts.
Tex Woman for Arcs was fourth in the sprint race last time, stretching back out to a route after finishing second in the route.
Winnable. This is her dirt debut.
Yeah, nice filly who won first time out on the synthetic, was second in the Bourbon Oaks last time, but those are both synthetic races. Tries the dirt for the first time, and she does have the pedigree by Justify out of a curling mare.
The field, the 3-year-old fillies, second of 3 stakes races, the Valley of the Vapors in 6 minutes. Over to Maggie.
Always a pleasure to catch up with owner Jeff Bloom, sending out the current favorite, at least in Neon Beach. And Jeff, you and I were just talking about horse personalities, and you were lamenting how sweet of a filly Neon Beach is.
Yeah, it always just makes it that much more enjoyable to be around one when they have that kind of engaging, friendly, charming personality. She's just one of those horses, you go to her stall and she just wants to please you, lay her head on your shoulder. She gets out on the track and it's game time, so a lot of fun to be around her.
It's still the same thing. She wants to do well for you all, and got a little class relief last time. Was that a confidence booster?
Look, Steve's so good at this thing, and we knew she had run a couple of hard races, and timing-wise, we were having spots that weren't necessarily right in line with what we wanted to do. So that last race was a perfect sort of set the tone to come into another stake like this and hopefully start on the right track.
She looks sensational. We were also talking about how much she looks like a female Giant's Causeway.
She really does. I mean, she certainly has some of those characteristics in her, and she's a filly that acts like she definitely wants to run all day. So hopefully this is a good spot for her to move forward.
As always, it's a pleasure catching up with you, and thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, Jeff Bloom and Neon Beach looking to make good on that favoritism, Lafitte.
With the confidence going, Maggie, revisiting that confidence-building win, late March, right here at 1 mile and a 16th, and she gets rolling here, Raj, and circling around Marisol Sugar and putting her away.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that she had a perfect trip, an optimal trip, sitting inside, saving ground behind a 3-way duel, and then tipping out in the right moment before overtaking Marisol Sugar. However, I see her getting the same kind of trip today. I usually don't love horses coming off a perfect trip, but it's the same kind of setup. She has a perfect inside post again today. There's speed in the race with a few sprinters stretching out that will be challenging Marisol Sugar early, and it should just set up so favorable for Neon Beach. Joel Rosario, he needs to focus on not dropping too far back, because this is a shorter distance. This is the first wire race, a shortened stretch at the flat mile distance. So I think Joel is going to be focused on not dropping too far off the pace and being able to be in a striking position coming off the turn.
You saw them moving the starting gate into place. The mile race, as you mentioned, the first wire. Like, how does that change things? How does that change tactics and strategy for the jockeys?
Yeah, you have to be you have to be in a good striking position coming off the turn, because now instead of the stretch being a full mile, 3/16 of a mile, it's now only an 1/8 of a mile, because the finish line is at the 16 pole. So you have to start your run a bit earlier than you would in a regular full stretch run.
We check in with Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. I thought a big scratch in here with Candy Owl, who was scratched actually earlier in the card, and I thought she had a big shot in here, at least to be part of the pace in here for Todd Fincher. His horse has been running tremendously here at Oaklawn. So we hit the restart button in here, and Marisol Sugar in here is very interesting. This horse was given to me last time out, and I thought ran an okay race. Now, that was only her 3rd career start, and I think she'll grow a little bit better. I mean, she might be able to control this race from the start, with Keith Asmussen aboard. Now, was able to do that last time, wasn't able to finish it off as Neon Beach was able to get a very good trip. That was the first time that she had ever gotten Lasix. Now Lasix is back off on Neon Beach, and you're getting 8-5. Christian Torres is now not aboard. You get Joel Rosario, obviously a capable replacement, as Christian Torres goes to Blue Squall in here. And, this is a horse that's going to stretch out and is shown really good races, that kind of the grinding type. 4 second-place finishes. She has not missed a board. She's by Tapper. She's got a really interesting pedigree. Really, on the top side, a lot of stamina. On the bottom side, a lot of speed. So I think the mile will kind of help her a little bit in here. The 7 in here, I'm a mess taking a little bit of money. In the outside horse, Winnable taking a lot of money here for Colby Hernandez and Kenny McPeak. We've seen a lot of these horses from Turfway Park, from the Tapeta, getting a lot of, conditioning, and they've come in here and they've fired. And this horse is taking a ton of money, a filly by Justify out of a Curlin mare. I tell you, I ended up on the 4 in here, Extreme Smoke Show. And the only reason why is I have been asking Mac Robinson, what do you want to do with this horse? And he's been telling me, I've been wanting to get her to go long. She's a grindy type. She's got really only one gear. And I think you're getting a tremendous price on a talented horse here, Maggie. I'm John Strauss here. I hope she looks good, Extreme Smoke Show. She's a pretty little gray. Hopefully she can get the mile.
Yeah, no, she absolutely does here, Paul. I'm a little less convinced with her going longer, but like you said, it's just the mile. So it's not that big of a stretch. I will turn my attention to Blue Squall in here, who is taking some attention as they both come out of that Purple Martin Stakes. And Blue Squall, as Paul said, it's an interesting dichotomy of a pedigree, but I'm pleased to say that she definitely looks more like the top side with Taprit, with that kind of more stamina type of pedigree. So I am very much on the positive end of the spectrum for this filly getting more ground. Marisol Sugar's interesting. Last time out, she was very nervous pre-race. And I had said that Keith Asmussen did a fantastic job trying to assuage that behavior, try to keep her calm, kicking his feet out of the irons, keeping her away from other horses. But today, in the paddock and so far throughout the prelims, she's been just so much more relaxed, not as on edge. And I like that. I like the fact that she's showing me that today. She'll ultimately be my pick in here at a generous 9-1. Number 7, I'm a Mess. She's second off of a layoff, and she's another one that was pretty nervous in that comeback race. But the thing is, she's pretty nervous again today. I'm wondering if they really did truly name her with conviction. But she is stronger having that race out under her belt. So that's a positive thing for her. Now, the other Kenny McPeak horse in here taking the attention is Winnable. And the pedigree says, yes, sir, I can do this on the dirt, as she is by Justify and the Dam, a full sister to Preakness winner and very accomplished sire is an Exaggerator, who will send out one of the favorites in Skippy Longstocking in the upcoming Oaklawn Handicap. So she looks a lot like that line, and I'm A-okay with her getting on this surface. She's getting a lot of attention, Lafitte.
Bloodlines say the dirt should be just fine. Benefits from 3 scratches, Raj, because of the outside post. She'll now break from the 8 post position. What does Colby Hernandez need to do with Winnable early so she's not marooned and losing a ton of ground?
Yeah, I mean, the 3 scratches help her draw in a bit closer, but you can't stay 8 wide. If he stays a straight course, he's going to get hung up 2 wide. 8 wide is not acceptable. Colby is going to need to find a way to get over into a reasonable, close enough to the rail where he's not stuck out wide. This filly does her best running from off the pace. So however, this is a short run stretch, so he's going to have to cut it in the middle somewhere. Colby is going to not want to drop too far back, and he's not going to want to get hung up too wide. So he's going to have to try to fade in while maintaining somewhat of a decent range on the front runners.
See how it all unfolds. The first wire, 3-year-old fillies in the Valley of the Vapors. Matt Dinnerman standing by. It's post time.
To the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off in the Valley of the Vapors Stakes. Texas Women for Arts on the pace with Blue Squall. Neon Beach moving up. Offensive-minded Neon Beach from the inside. Marisol Sugar matches her. And those two hit the clubhouse turn as one. Neon Beach inside rides the rail. Marisol Sugar tracking on the outside about a length back in second. Blue Squall third. Texas Women for Arts fourth to the outside. A gap of 2 to Winnable, Extreme Smoke Show, and Midshipman's Dance. That trio pretty much lines up. And I'm a Mess is at the back of the pack. Down the back stretch they go. 6 lengths from first to last, and Neon Beach paves the way. A half length in front of Marisol Sugar, pressing second. Blue Squall in a pocket third to the inside of Texas Women for Arts. Then Winnable, Extreme Smoke Show. Midshipman's Dance has lost about a length here, is now in the second last spot, leaving I'm a Mess to trail. They went the opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds, the half in 48 and 2. So modest fractions set by Neon Beach, who went off favored, or the co-favorite at 2 to 1. Hits the far turn a length in front of Marisol Sugar's second, the second co-favorite in the race. Winnable takes the third position on the outside, tries to circle the field. Blue Squall back and forth on the rail, sent along a little bit here with Extreme Smoke Show. Texas Women for Arts being asked to pick up the pace, and Midshipman's Dance has dropped to the back. This race will end at the 16th pole. Neon Beach has put away Marisol Sugar. Winnable on the outside is right there, and the two favorites square off at the top of the lane. Neon Beach, Joel Rosario. Winnable and Colby Hernandez on the outside trying to get by. Neon Beach is digging in. Winnable right up alongside, battling hard. These two head and head, nose and nose as they come to the line, and Winnable got it. Winnable on the outside, Beach, Neon Beach. Third home, I'm a Mess with Texas Women for Arts, those two, and the photo for third.
Heart-pounding stretch duel in the Valley of the Vapors as the bookends come together. Neon Beach desperately trying to hold on, and in the end, too much Winnable. Colby Hernandez strikes at 2 to 1. Wow.
Yeah, Winnable transitioned to the dirt for the first time and delivers. What a nice finish here. Such a good dog fight between these two fillies. They're laying it all out. Neon Beach lost nothing in defeat, but just overpowered margins before the wire by Winnable.
These two slug it out. Joel Rosario on the inside, the strongest finisher in the game, just couldn't repel. Neon Beach couldn't repel Winnable. Yes, she can handle the dirt just fine. A different race shape than anticipated. How surprised were you to see Neon Beach on the lead, dictating throughout?
Yeah, I was surprised to see Neon Beach on the lead because the tactics that she employed in her previous race worked perfectly fine, being the hunter, sitting off the pace and then taking over. Today she was the hunted, and just being on the lead, it put Winnable in the position being the cat and Neon Beach being the bird here. And that's what I think. That's what made the difference at the end. You know, Winnable just tracked her, used her as a target, and just overpowered her just in deep stretch.
And how good of a filly are we talking about? Winnable, who's now 2 for 3. Only one filly has finished in front of her, and that was in the Bourbonnette Oaks on Polytrack at Turfway.
Yeah, we have not seen her best, I don't believe, because she is a big filly with a pedigree that wants to run all day. Today, the flat mile was a bit against her. I think stretching out, going further and further, we're going to see that being her optimal distance.
Justified Triple Crown winner. It looks like he might turn out to be a pretty decent stallion as well.
Yeah, and a hefty $200,000 for him to breed to him. So he's deservingly so. He's producing.
Stoneleigh Farm homebred for trainer Kenny McPeak. Colby Hernandez, Winnable in the Valley of the Vapors, denying the favorite Neon Beach. And up next, the main event, Oaklawn Handicap. Bob Baffert looking for the clean sweep of Oaklawn's Big Three, the Arkansas Derby. The Apple Blossom has never won the Oaklawn Handicap. Maybe reincarnate can change all that. It's a terrific cause for the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund. The telethon tomorrow afternoon, Raj, a much-needed support for our fallen riders.
Yeah, and a cause that's near and dear to my heart. Some of my brothers and sisters that they are disabled and they depend on funding. We don't have this big amount of funding, so we have to continuously put out these events, and it really goes to a true cause.
And made an incredible difference for our fallen riders over the years, the PDJF.
Definitely, what they have done, and you'll see the stories and talk to some of these guys, how much this has impacted them, really helped them, pretty much save their lives in certain ways.
Any support you can give, that's tomorrow, the PDJF Telethon. Valley of the Vapors, and from the outside, winnable right here, Raj. These two start to separate. Neon Beach kicks for home. Joelle Rosario asked her for her best, but winnable is all over her in the stretch.
Yeah, a slugfest between these two top fillies. This is entertaining, fun to watch. I mean, both jockeys going at it, both horses giving it their all. But at the end of the day, there can only be one winner, and the winner today was winnable.
And here's the thing. Last year, this is only the second running. Earlier, we watched the Bathhouse Row, right? And the winner, automatic spot, into the Preakness. Well, the day before the Preakness is the Black-Eyed Susan for 3-year-old fillies. Last year, the winner of this race ran in the Black-Eyed Susan. So maybe that'll be in the near future for winnable moving forward.
Yeah, we would expect to see at least one of the top two finishers in that Black-Eyed Susan. For people who don't know what a Black-Eyed Susan is, it's like the Kentucky Oaks version for the Preakness.
For the Preakness Stakes, the day before the Preakness, winnable. And for Neon Beach, as you mentioned, she lost, but in your opinion, losing nothing in defeat in trying to win under different circumstances.
Yeah, she lost nothing in defeat, and I think they might have learned something about her today. I don't blame Joel Rosario. It wasn't a fast pace, and he had the inside post, and he took advantage of that. But she's optimally better having a target in front of her, something to go after, and she seemed to maybe get a little neutral or lost on the lead and lost her momentum a little bit, and that's where she got overtaken at the end.
It didn't feel like he was aggressively riding her, like she took him to the lead, and a valiant effort, just second best on this afternoon. We check in with Maggie.
Here with Joe Murphy of Stoneleaf Farm, owner and breeder of Winnable. And Joe, I mean, this is just like an all-around feel-good win. As you had the dam, she's a full-to exaggerator. That's pretty nice. But talk a little bit about this filly's development. She's gotten good very quickly.
She has. So she's been in training almost since January for 2-year-old year. And we didn't race her last year. She was entered in November and was scratched, and so her first race was in February, and my wife went up to watch her race at Turfway. Weren't expecting a whole lot. She looked great and ended up winning, and now we're just having some fun.
And really a valiant effort in defeat even last time too. So for a breeding operation, is it truly like a family affair with breeding these thoroughbreds?
It is. It really was my dad and myself. He had a big passion for the horses, and he passed away about 4 years ago, and I started kind of losing a little bit of interest, but Winnable has certainly brought that interest back.
She definitely should. And two, I mean, what are long-term goals? Obviously, you take one race at a time and enjoy it, but what would you hope to see from her as the summer progresses?
I'd like to see her just continue to do well, stay healthy, win some more races, and just have some fun.
I can tell by that smile you're having a lot of fun. Come on, let's get a good look at that trophy. How much does that weigh?
It's pretty heavy.
Looks it. Well, Joe, enjoy with your family. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Joe Murphy, Stoneleaf Farm with Winnable today in the Valley of the Vapors. Looks like she's got a very bright future, guys.
Onward and upward. The hardware. Winnable. Can you expand on that a little bit, Raj? The pride in terms of the difference of just owning a horse and having bred a horse.
I mean, it's the optimal feeling to see your homebred, like your child come up and win at this level.
Talk about excitement. That's what the Oaklawn Handicap is all about. The most prestigious race for older horses at Oaklawn, the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. $1.25 million. Older horses, a mile and an eighth. Field and updated odds. Our first look at the wagering. Skippy Longstocking, number 10. 5-2 from the 3-1 morning line. Here's the Bob Baffert factor with Reincarnate in from California. 2-1 favorite in the early stages of the wagering, Raj, as he makes his way over front side for the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, I know our big discussion at dinner last night was who will be the favorite, because it's such a close on the morning line, and we saw Skippy Longstocking, the morning line favorite, but there was a chance. The Baffert factor, the Juan Hernandez, the hot connections, and the Reincarnate being a horse that was third in a Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap last time, he has opened the favorite.
Yeah, with everything else equal on paper or comparable, you're at Oaklawn, well, you're going to lean in Bob Baffert's direction because this is his home, away from home, Oaklawn Park. Over 30 years since his first starter. He didn't win that day, but he hasn't done much losing since. 40 total victories, 32 of those in stakes races, batting .430. .430, that's insane. Graded stakes wins, 26 and counting, and cleaning up in the marquee events. Just won his 5th Arkansas Derby 3 weeks ago, Muth. 7 days ago, Adair Manor, his 2nd win in the Apple Blossom Handicap. The starters in the Oak, this one's eluded him. 3 starters thus far. He's been close but denied to this point. Bob Baffert is home away from home at Oaklawn Park. That's how close he's been. The 3 runners misremembered, finishing 2nd, Wooden Phone, and Is It In Good, the runner-up back in 1997. Is Reincarnate the horse? Current favorite 2-1. In preparing, Raj, for this Oaklawn Handicap, his breeze here on April 12th, 5 furlongs in 59-2. Reincarnate on the inside. What are you seeing?
Well, he's running steady. He's working well. You can see he has to be encouraged, though, as his stable companion was actually moving better than him in hand.
Who's a stablemate?
We need to know who his stablemate is.
Reincarnate, who has raced here at Oaklawn before, 3rd in last year's Arkansas Derby, and most recent, exiting the Santa Anita Handicap, Highland Falls for Godolphin, who's currently 5-1. This was Reincarnate's first race in months. It's a 1.25 miles. That's a tall order. He comes up short in the stretch, but an effort he should move forward off.
A credible effort. And there's one thing that you can see when it's workout and even in his race. He's a steady-paced horse. He doesn't have a quick acceleration, but he keeps on grinding. And you could see it. The jockey has to stay after him, pedal to the metal, because he doesn't kick on, but he can maintain that steady pace.
Not that much speed in the race. Skippy Longstocking forwardly placed. Octane does his best running when he's in the mix, but they're not tearaway speed types. What do you think Juan Hernandez is going to do? For our viewers just joining us, you spoke with him earlier today. Obviously, he's not going to tell you exactly what the game plan is. What sense did he give you the strategy might be?
Well, based on what he told me about the horse being a steady pace kind of horse, and he's a bigger horse, I think he's going to hustle him out of the gate to get him into that gear. He's one pace, but it's a decent high pace. He doesn't have a quick acceleration, so Juan is going to try to get him as close to the pace without overexerting himself. That way he doesn't have a lot of ground to make up. So I expect him to be just either tracking the leaders or right up on the lead.
Be surprised if he's in front in the early stages of this Oaklawn Handicap. All the success for Baffert, winning those big 3 races, the marquee events here. It's been Juan Hernandez in the saddle for each victory. But they're going to have to beat Christian Torres, who's having a monster afternoon. 4 wins thus far. The star rider who's come such a long way in a short period of time, trying to take down the Oaklawn Handicap next.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
And the run, Happy Travers!
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
City of Light off the top of the turn is now a length in front. Accelerate will have to battle back. 4 back to Untrapped and Sonneteer. City of Light to the final 16th, and he's clear now. He's a 2-length leader over Accelerate in second, who is trying to come back at him. City of Light, Accelerate cuts it back to a length. City of Light, Accelerate a half. City of Light.
A thriller in the 18 Oaklawn Handicap. City of Light, an absolute rock star. That's a champion he's defeating. An eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Accelerate he's running away from. City of Light, that was only the beginning, going on to a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile victory and Pegasus World Cup win. That's the type of talent you'll see, what it takes to win an Oaklawn Handicap as we go by the numbers. Goes all the way back to 1944, the first running. Sty runner, the most wins in the 50s, struck twice, a gay revoke. In the 60s, a 2-time winner who was fastest. That guy was a machine, Snow Chief. A Preakness winner, 146 3/5. Most wins by an owner. Alan Paulson won the Apple Blossom 4 times and the Oaklawn Handicap 4 times. The coach has done it all. Dwayne Lucas, all-time Oaklawn Handicap winning trainer with 4. Pat Day, who won more than 1,000 career races here at Oaklawn, 5-time Oaklawn Handicap winning rider. You just saw it, City of Light, one of 3 to have advanced, having won the Oaklawn Handicap and experienced Breeders' Cup glory. Champions, 4 of them that have captured the Oaklawn Handicap have been named champion. Lawyer Ron, most recent. And then there was one, Cigar in 95, the one Oaklawn Handicap winner named Horse of the Year. 2 Oaklawn Handicap winners are in the Hall of Fame, Cigar and Best Pal in the early 90s. The Oaklawn Handicap by the numbers. So who's next? Perhaps that colt, Instant Coffee. Early on in his career, he was considered a potential Kentucky Derby candidate. Things went awry, but now he's back. Now he's on the ascent and a serious threat in this Oaklawn Handicap, and he has the right jockey in the saddle. Christian Torres, he's won 3 races this afternoon, and it's a matter of experience. It was only 5 years ago he left the jockey school at Puerto Rico. 5 years ago this month, Christian Torres, he left for Gulfstream Park to pursue his career as a jockey. It's been all about his goals, working hard and staying focused, that has paid off for Christian Torres, riding in this Oaklawn Handicap today and hoping to ride in his first Kentucky Derby in 2 weeks.
I was that kid that always liked horses. Then my grandfather, back in Puerto Rico, he started taking me to the racetrack, so I just fell in love with it, and I always said that I wanted to be a jockey. It became a dream. Well, I started in Gulfstream, and my first win, I remember the horse, I remember the race, I remember everything, and like it was yesterday. After my bug year, The business went a little bit down. I felt that I needed a change. That's why I decided to move up here. I went to Texas and I did pretty good. And then I went to Remington. That was the first year that I became a leading rider anywhere. So then I came here and I had a goal to win one greatest stakes in my life. And last year I won 7. It's a great feeling to be a rider in 2 different tracks. And now this year, thank God I'm leading rider again here at Oaklawn. And it's just, I'm living my dream. Coming into this year after I went to Kentucky, my agent and I, we set up a goal to get a mount in the Kentucky Derby. We started pretty good the season. And back in Churchill, we won the Street Sense.
Liberal Arts rocketing past everybody else. Liberal Arts.
And then we came here and won the Smarty Jones and the Rebel.
And Timberlake and Christian Torres win the Rebel by 2.
Went to Fairground the Gun Rider.
Toward the inside, it's Track Phantom with Christian Torres. Track Phantom and the Gunrunner.
When I start looking back, I already won Kentucky Derby points races with 4 different horses. 2 or 3 days ago, he called me and he was like, "Hey, buddy, we got a horse for the Derby." I was like, "Who it is?" And I was like, "Common Defense." And I was happy about it because I broke his maiden here at Oaklawn.
Common Defense, Native Liberty 1-2, and Common Defense soars to the lead.
If I get in that field, I'm going to be in the big stage, the best race in America. You know, everybody want to be in the Kentucky Derby. Everybody want to be in that 20-horse field, and just being there, you know, it just happy with myself, with everything that I've accomplished in these 5 years that I've been riding, and just enjoying the trip.
If the Derby were today, he'd be like Rich Strike, also eligible on the bubble, 22nd in terms of the rankings, with the top 20 that run in the Kentucky Derby. Common Defense, so he needs a couple of defections. Torres, not 22nd in the jockey standings at Oaklawn. Competitive meet, and he's running away from it.
Yeah, he is dominating the meet once again, his 2nd year in a row. Really with a big convincing lead, and it's great to see not only his ascent up the ladder, up the ranks in the jockey world, but also he's keeping his humility. He's humble, he's quiet, calm, he's same composure, same person that he was 5 years ago. Just a humble young guy that loves the sport, and you like to see these people have success and deserving success, because he is a top rider.
And isn't that what it's going to take if he's going to win this Oaklawn Handicap with instant coffee? A very calm, relaxed, patient approach.
Yes, this horse, he's a deep closer, and you know, Christian Torres, it has been his signature move, though. I think that he's at his optimal best riding a closer. He just is so patient, his timing is right. He can be confident sitting back and expecting to make his move at the right time.
Big afternoon, Torres, a big meet, the leading rider, 3 wins today, a mount in the Derby in 2 weeks, Common Defense. We'll see. First things first, can he get his Oaklawn Handicap here with instant coffee? Riders up, post parade is next. 13 have captured horse racing's Triple Crown. Bob Baffert has trained 2 of them. In moments, he'll attempt a training feat never accomplished. A clean sweep of Oaklawn's biggest races in the same year.
Reincarnate has come back to life in the Los Alamitos Derby.
In 2 weeks, Christian Torres hopes to ride in the Kentucky Derby. Would be a first. But first things first, a chance to win one of Arkansas's biggest events.
Instant Coffee wins the Lecomte Stakes by 3. 2 Phils was second.
2 years ago, he won this race. His owner was here, Willis Horton. Sadly, he passed just months later. Though difficult, his family has moved forward. Son Kevin now at the forefront of the racing operation. As for the horse, maybe he's lost a step. Then again, maybe he brings his best today.
Look at Last Samurai sprint clear in the Oaklawn Handicap. Last Samurai is first.
The Oaklawn Handicap is next.
And competitive race this year for the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, an automatic berth into the Pimlico Special Preakness weekend at Pimlico as well. Sarah, what are your thoughts as Reincarnate is 5-2 as the favorite?
And I think a lot of people are just sort of blindly trusting Bob Baffert's success that he's had at Oaklawn Park, because this is a horse that hasn't really ever run a race that's so much faster than his competition. I don't feel as though he's one that's going to make the lead in this spot. I think that would go to Skippy Longstocking towards his outside. This betting board is wide open if you don't like the bottom 3 choices.
So, where do we go?
I think I'm going to play around with Octane and Instant Coffee a little bit and box a couple of the other big prices underneath.
I think Octane is very interesting, waiting for this race. Obviously, the question stretching out to the mile and an eighth, can he handle it? And wondering what we're going to see from Highland Falls, a lightly raced individual, a 4-year-old who had a little bit of a mild rally. He kind of dropped way back last time in the Santa Anita Handicap, and that was his first graded stakes try, kind of thrown to the wolves a little bit. Maybe this is a better spot.
Right, and he has the pedigree to suggest that he will be able to eventually successfully step up to these graded stakes waters. This is a horse that is top and bottom bred to appreciate these kinds of longer route distances on the dirt in the graded stakes company that he will be facing again. So he just gives himself a little bit too much to do, maybe not this time with a little bit more pace.
By Curlin out of a Breeders' Cup Distaff winner in Round Pond, Lafitte, Highland Falls. You could say he has an okay pedigree.
Just rock stars. Mom and dad, both rock stars. Curlin, 2-time Horse of the Year, as Acacia mentioned. Round Pond, Highland Falls mother. There he is, a Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. Like, no pressure. It's a good thing he doesn't know how good his parents were.
Yeah, this regally bred son of champions is an up-and-comer in this division.
And he has the upside, room for improvement, Highland Falls, to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, like we said, the best is yet to come, and today we might see a top version of Highland Falls.
Drawn inside, number 2 Double Crown, dances every dance.
Yeah, this long shot, but he's a horse that has racked up $888,000.
Magic Tap, the Asmussens, father and son, Keith and Steve.
Yeah, he had some trouble in the stretch last time in the Essex, getting beat 4 by 5 lengths.
Number 4 is Octane, quick Colt Razorback winner.
Yeah, he had a lot of natural speed here. This one is expected to be, if not on the lead, very close to the front end.
A Red Route 1, not expected on the lead. Deep closer, 2nd and 2 for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, we won't be seeing him early, but he has a strong late kick, and that late kick made him win by 2 lengths last time.
Reincarnate now the second choice. Hernandez, Baffert, unstoppable this meet.
Yeah, this Colt finished 3rd in the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap in his most recent start.
Unstoppable, the biggest of races, I should say. Number 7, Guntown, first after the claim, Mike Maker.
Yeah, Mike Maker claims horses and steps them up to stake races when he thinks they got a shot. And this one, he had a 3rd place finish last time in an allowance race.
The Hortons' Last Samurai. Can he reach back and find his best fastball?
The hometown favorite, 2nd in this race last year, won the 2022 edition.
County final would be a big surprise.
Yeah, this Grey Gelding by Oxbow is switching from the turf to the dirt, shipping up from Florida.
Somehow the morning line favorite flying underneath the radar, a little Skippy Longstocking and Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, now the joint favorite with Reincarnate.
Instant Coffee and star jockey Christian Torres.
Yeah, this horse, Instant Coffee, showed a lot of promise early in his years, made him one of the top contenders for the Louisiana Derby, second off a long layoff.
Oaklawn's most important race for older horses. Fans eagerly awaiting the 78th running of the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, 4 minutes out. We check in with JK and Red Route 1. Jonathan, will the table be set for him to enhance his big, powerful late kick?
Well, that's what you got to hope for if you like Red Route 1, which is very hard to say. Red Route 1. Got it. Yeah, look, it's just one of those deals. Joel Rosario is one of those riders. And if you listen to this show, you know that I'm allergic to horses on the dirt that come from off the pace, way off the pace like this, because so many bad things can happen. But Joel Rosario just has this thing about him, this timing about him. He's amazing on the lead, and he's amazing coming from dead last. Don't know what it is about him, but gives me a little bit of confidence. But if you look at the figure this horse ran last time, arguably one of the best races of Red Route 1's career. Going the 9 furlongs down in New Orleans, got a fast pace to close into, did get a nice setup that day, but I feel like the pace is going to be honest enough here. When you have these races with full fields, often the paces are a little bit quicker. Horses are trying to get position, running into the first turn. I think that's going to happen here, and I think Red Route 1 will be rolling down the middle of the track. It's a lot of R's, Paulie.
I'm with you, JK. Listen, I like two horses in here, and I think the jockeys fit both styles. I'm with you. I think Red Route 1 is a type of horse that is peaking at the right time. Hasn't run well with Lasix, but I think we'll get some pace to run into, and I just think that horse fits him well. The other horse is Skippy Longstocking. I think Jose Ortiz is one of the more underrated front-end riders, and I think that his soft hands can maybe get Skippy to relax a little bit from the outside, not have to commit completely to the front, just depend on his high cruising speed, Maggie. And listen, he looked tremendous. Jose got him away from the pony. I thought he looked good on the gallop out. I'm hoping that he can sit and not get too wide on the turn, Mags, and I'm hoping he looks well in your eyes.
He does, Paul. I love Skippy Longstocking. That is at number 10 in here. And just a horse that he has everything. His whole personality is everything I like about a racehorse, right? They get very, intense when it's race time. And he came in, he was tugging his groom. He got out on the racetrack, as Paul said, and just kind of blew himself up, but kept it under wraps. And physically looks great. Saffie Joseph's horses do tend to make very good physical impressions. And I love the way that Jose's warming him up, as Paul said. My one slight knock is he just does not seem to be able to pair wins back to back. I'm hoping he can buck his trend here in this Oaklawn Handicap in his 13th racetrack that he's competed at in now 23 career starts. Moving on to the inside runner, number 1, Highland Falls. Yes, he does lack a bit of experience, but he is heavy in the pedigree department, and it shows. He's a big, impressive looking individual, very much of that Curlin line. He's incredibly fit, and he was a little slower into stride in that Santa Anita Handicap, but I always feel like California horses are just faster out of the gate, generally speaking, with him coming from the Midwest. And he took a lot of kickback that day, and I think really showed a level of maturity that maybe a horse that lacks the seasoning might not show, but he did. He switched out in the stretch and he kept coming. I'm not going to fault anybody in taking Highland Falls today. Like what I see from him as number 4, Octane. I want to like him because I was impressed with his effort in the Razorback. He just looked different that day. He is a horse that must get a little nervous. They always bring him over in a hood, and he was good saddling. They took it off of him that day, and then he kind of got on the muscle, Today, when they took the hood off, he just was dull. The way he was acting, he just kind of looks like a tired horse to me. I could be totally wrong, and I'm just going off of what I saw from him back in February, but he doesn't look quite the same to me, nor is he acting the same. My long shot play in here is number 7, Guntown, off the claim for Mike Maker, a horse who was against the track last time in New York, where favored Olympic Dreams wired the field. This guy, he looks better than ever. He did get a little bit hot once they hit the track. I didn't love that, but I'd already committed to giving him a little bit of praise here. I always pay attention when Mike Maker claims one. Claim this one for himself if he...
First after the claim, Mike Maker. Look out. Big price Guntown at 49-1 with the fans eagerly awaiting the start of this 78th Oaklawn Handicap. Raj, you hear it in franchise sports all the time. A game of inches, right? So how does that mindset apply to this particular race?
Yeah, there's not much separating the top contenders in this race, and every micro factor is going to be a major impact on this race. This is a chess game between these jockeys, because any one error that you make it could be the difference between winning and losing. So everyone has to be so meticulous in how they position their horses, when to make their move, and it starts from the gate. First of all, you have to get a good break and get the position that is going to be your optimal going into the first turn. So we're going to watch out for the shuffling and moving around. Who's going to go to the lead? How much are you going to use to get to the lead and set up shop? A lot of the race is going to be dictated at that point. And then from there, when do you make your move? And anyone that makes just the slightest of error, that can be the difference between winning and losing, and anyone that gets the best trip is going to get that advantage.
So what would your approach be if you're Jose Ortiz on Skippy Longstocking, now emerging as the favorite? What are you looking for right from the start? What would be the perfect spot hitting the clubhouse turn?
If I was Jose Ortiz, I would hustle him away from the gate, just to ensure that the pace develops in front of you. And if the pace doesn't develop after you hustle him from the gate, because no one else wants to lead, you can take the initiative if you're getting it easy. And I think he can control what the pace scenario is going to be from the outside.
I don't know that Reincarnate is naturally quicker than Octane or Skippy Longstocking. I have a feeling we're going to find out, though. I think Hernandez is aggressive as he can be, and if he can get the lead, that's where I think they want to be.
An aggressive jockey who thinks his horse is a steady pace horse, that is a recipe for hustling out the gate and putting him forward. So I do agree.
Hernandez, Baffert trying for the Arkansas Derby, Apple Blossom, Oaklawn Handicap sweep. It's post time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And they're off in the Oaklawn Handicap. Blue and his crew caught him in a perfect line. The gray horse County Final gets the first call of the race. Octane takes back to second. Skippy Longstocking perched right on the tail of his stablemate County Final, who leads the charge with 1 lap to go. County Final at 60-1, carving out the fractions. Octane on a hold second. Skippy Longstocking parked outside of him. Reincarnate in the 4th position, followed by Highland Falls and Instant Coffee to the outside. The Gray Magic Tap is next. Last Samurai and Guntown pretty much together. Double Crown to the inside of that pair. He's 9 lengths off the lead, approaching the back stretch run in a space of 4 to stretch running Red Route 1, who's at the back of the pack, and he will attempt to do his best running later as the 11 runners charge down the back stretch. County Final is the leader here by a touch more than a length. Skippy Longstocking second. The Safi Joseph Jr. entrance 1-2 down the backside. Octane in a pocket third to the inside of Reincarnate. Highland Falls is tipped off the rail. He's between that pair with a half mile to go. 2 back to Magic Tap, Double Crown, Instant Coffee sent along, joined by Guntown and Last Samurai. Red Route 1 has to pass them all. He's on the rail, and he begins his charge from the back of the pack as they round the far turn. County Final a half length in front. Skippy Longstocking looms large on the outside. Reincarnate sent hard. He's in trouble. He's been passed by Highland Falls, who picks up the running, and Skippy Longstocking with a big burst. Skippy Longstocking at the top of the lane. Just opened up to a 3-length lead with a nice acceleration. Highland Falls is charging into the second position. Reincarnate third, but it appears he's beaten at this point with a furlong to go. Skippy Longstocking, Jose Ortiz in complete control, and Skippy Longstocking skipping home to a big win in the Oaklawn Handicap. Highland Falls second home. Red Route 1 was third, Reincarnate fourth.
This rags to riches story, the Nomad, Skippy Longstocking, the $37,000 purchase, who had banked more than $1.6 million, takes down this Oaklawn Handicap in the winner's share of another $1.25 million.
A very impressive run from Skippy Longstocking, just powering away from his competition, but just had a perfect trip. Jose Ortiz got him out the gate, got him in a good spot, just tracking the speed, got the first run on the closers, and he just powered away into the stretch.
Last 15 races, 12 different tracks. Remember, this was the colt who was eased, Raj, in the Pegasus World Cup. Eased. And at the time, they didn't know necessarily what it was, and Safi Joseph felt that he just overheated. No worries, right? Take your time. They resurfaced at Tampa Bay Downs in the Challenger. He won that race, and now this emphatic win in the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, the Road Warrior, we don't know where he's going to show up next. He might end up at any track, but wherever the money is, he's going after it. And Skippy is just a cool throwback horse, a horse that doesn't need to take his racetrack with him. He can compete all over the place, and hopefully he'll be showing up in a town near to you next time.
Skippy Longstocking, and this is what you love about thoroughbred racing, because it came down to two horses, Raj, and it was this colt, as mentioned, that $37,000 purchase, and the blue blood right there, Highland Falls. Had he been sold, he's a homebred, what do you think he would have gone for in auction? Highland Falls with Curlin, the sire, two-time horse of the year, out of a Breeders' Cup Distaff winner in Round Pond. And in the end, it's the one that was purchased for $37,000 who emerges victorious.
Yeah, Highland Falls would have definitely been a multi-million-dollar yearling. And what's so funny is Exaggerator is a $5,000 stallion fee versus Highland Falls stallion Curlin, who is a $250,000 stallion fee. However, Curlin is the father of Exaggerator. So the son beats the grandson. The grandson beats the son of Curlin.
All comes together. All comes together. You'll hear from winning jockey Jose Ortiz in just a moment. And you're going to hear from him right now. Jose Ortiz with Maggie.
I was starting to feel like a jinx that every horse that savaged me, I was not going to win. But Skippy here with Jose Ortiz. You just found that lead, found his stride so well going into that first turn, Jose.
Yeah, he's out of that race himself. He broke very sharp out of the gate. Most of the time he put the rider on good position, and then he raced himself. He don't pull. He just wait for the cue. And, I mean, the backside I was just very happy. 3-8 pole, I was just smiling, you know, just waiting for the competition. And I knew I was sitting on a ton of horse. I just want to thank Safi and the owner for giving me the opportunity to ride this amazing horse.
You've been on him before, but first win together, Jose. Paula Duke and I were watching it with you, and we said, Jose's looking through his legs. He's got a ton.
Yeah, you know, I checked back around the 3-8 pole. I see Juan with Reincarnate. I thought his game was messed up from the get-go. He wasn't clear or on the lead. So I was very happy that my county final took Octane out of there too, so he was off his game too. So I was very happy. I was very happy throughout. Very nice trip, and I'm just happy for all the guys, the connections, and the owners, of course.
Awesome stuff. Jose Ortiz with Skippy Longstockings, your Oaklawn Handicap winner. He can win back-to-back races, Lafitte.
Seeing some consistency. Consistently was trying to savage Maggie when she visited him in the barn earlier today. Skippy Longstocking, and all smiles from jockey Jose Ortiz, winning these types of races. Raj, you've been there. What's this moment like being in the saddle? Here comes the garland and all those smiling faces awaiting you in the winner's circle.
Yeah, you feel like king of the world for at least a day. until tomorrow and you get knocked back to reality, but just enjoying these moments. I mean, this is what jockeys dream about. You work hard day in and day out. You commit yourself to this lifestyle of being a jockey for these moments, to get those garland of roses thrown over your lap. I mean, you just feel like you're on cloud 9.
He's won a lot of races. He's won these stakes races. We don't have a speed figure yet, obviously, but at first glance, gauging that particular performance feels like, and especially in this race, some of the best work we've seen from Skippy Longstocking.
Yeah, and we talked about it. Skippy had the best, highest speed figure of any horse in this race, doing 107 Beyer speed figure. Now, the final time of the race probably wouldn't come back close to that 107, but it was definitely upwards of the 90 Beyer that he ran, winning in the Challenger at Tampa.
Jose Ortiz winning pilot for the other side of the story. Paul standing by with Joel Rosario, who finished third on Red Route 1. Paul.
With third place finisher here aboard Red Route 1, Joel Rosario, you could tell, Joel, there was still a lot of mud on the racetrack. Take us through your trip.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of mud. I mean, especially come like he does, from behind, like so far back. And I mean, it was a good trip. It looked like they were setting up pretty nice and strong. And I mean, he made his run, just like those two that keep moving, the first two places.
Is he growing up? Is he getting a little bit better each time?
Yeah, it looked like, more stronger and more built now. And yeah, I thought the race was good. And hopefully he continue to do that going forward.
It just shows you guys, you have to be in shape. This man is really had a minutes of rest. He rode all he could out of Red Route 1 to a nice third place finish. Joel, it's always great to have you here at Oaklawn Park.
Thank you so much, Paul.
You're welcome.
All right, Raj, what's taking all that dirt and kickback with 9-10 horses in front of you? How do you take us through that?
As you can see, Joel Rosario's goggles are by his chest. That means he went through all those goggles. And that's one of the most uncomfortable things. When you're riding, you're having to pull these goggles down because you can't even see what's in front of you. You can't see anything. So you're behind the horses. You're trying to navigate through, splitting horses at a fast pace. And there is no... you run out of goggles, so that's one of the most uncomfortable feelings, but it's just one of the things that happens when you're riding deep closers, and especially with a little bit of moisture in the track.
Consistent. Red Route 1, he's a quality colt who can compete at this level, needs things to break his way, but an effort that Team Red Route 1, Ron Winchell, Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario, can be proud of.
Yeah, and this horse ran a very credible race. The dynamics of the race wasn't really that favorable for him. The pace didn't collapse as it did when he won the Grade 2 at Louisiana Fairgrounds last time. So going forward, he's the kind of horse that can capitalize on some faster pace that melts down, but he always runs this race.
Especially here, where Skippy takes his game everywhere. The Nomad shows up at Oaklawn Park, his Oaklawn debut, and he wins Oaklawn's most important race for older horses. $37,000 purchase originally. Skippy Longstocking, victorious in the $1.25 million Oaklawn Handicap. We'll be right back.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. and it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Skippy Longstocking victorious in the Oaklawn Handicap as this winner's circle lead-in is brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Meg 2-year-olds in training sale after the Preakness on May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Well, we know where Skippy Longstocking is, Sarah, into the winner's circle. Back-to-back victories after he took the challenger last time out. And look, he was put in the perfect spot by Jose Ortiz, but he kicked on against this field.
He did, and he didn't make the lead in this spot. He was a horse that had to sort of be outside of his own stablemate who was keeping sort of Octane, another pace presence, trapped in towards the rail. But this was a professional effort from him, and sometimes I guess it is just as simple as the fastest horses win the races.
Skippy Longstocking, $7.60 winner, did end up going off as your tepid favorite. A nice effort from Highland Falls, too. We talked about him a little bit before. The regally bred son of Curlin. He obviously has some ability, still maybe figuring things out. Maybe has not quite made that jump up to the next level as of yet.
No, but I think this was a much better effort than his Santa Anita Handicap, where he was just so far back in that race and could never really get himself into a position to be competitive over at Santa Anita. At Oaklawn, it's a much fairer surface. He was able to get himself in the game when it mattered and at least finish second.
And we saw how much dirt Joel Rosario took on Red Route 1, closing for third. One of the most important races at Oaklawn Park, Laffy, and they made it exciting.
Great race, great story. You have to take a step back and look at it big picture, Raj. If this is one of the most important races for older horses in the country, all right, so Skippy Longstocking moving forward. The very best older horses did not race in the Oaklawn Handicap. White Barrio, Senor Buscador, Saudi Crown, National Treasure. How much of a discrepancy is there, in your opinion, between them and Skippy Longstocking? Is he closing the gap?
He is definitely closing the gap. His performance today, beating horses that were beaten at 2 lengths in grade 1 races, he beat them further today. So Skippy is definitely closing the gap on the top grade 1 horses, and he's thrown his name in the hat of serious contenders in the handicap division.
And the consistency, right? Stringing together back-to-back wins, and he not a superstar field, but a deep competitive field, and he handled them with ease.
I share those same sentiments. It wasn't a superstar field, but this is not far behind the A-tier horses. I think Skippy can really be a serious threat to some of those likes that you mentioned, the White Barriers of this world.
The Godolphin runner-up in a solid effort. Highland Falls fulfilling that potential. What are you expecting from him coming off of this effort and moving forward? How much of a factor can he be in the older horse division?
I think he didn't make a big leap forward from his last race to this race. So now we're starting to see him just make incremental moves up. And when we talked about what his ceiling was, we're starting to get close to his ceiling. He needs to take another step forward in order to be the likes of a top handicap horse.
Great day of racing. We'll be stepping aside. You can watch the last race, the 12th, in about 17 minutes on NYRA Bets. Final thoughts, lasting impression. I know the Oaklawn Handicap was just run, but your big takeaway from today's racing.
I thought we saw on the undercard, Miss Rockette, that $1.2 million filly that was second first time out. They ran a half a mile in 46, which is faster than even the Oaklawn Handicap or any other race today. I think she's a filly that got beat first time out, but some that we got to keep an eye on. Put her in your virtual stable.
And for the 3-year-olds, Bathhouse Row, Valley of the Vapors, and 3-year-olds that we could see, no, not in the Derby or Oaks, but maybe in the Preakness Stakes, perhaps the Black-Eyed Susan later developing 3-year-olds. What an exciting day of thoroughbred racing here at Oaklawn Park. We thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Another full card from Oaklawn Park. Some of the highlights throughout the course of the afternoon. Ticket stamped for the Preakness, perhaps. How good was this filly breaking from the far outside, able to overcome all obstacles in the Valley of the Vapors, and winnable. And for Skippy Longstocking, fired up Jose Ortiz in the Oaklawn Handicap. Have a great night.